Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into another game here on the B stream. It is the third stage of the major, and we've got Legacy versus FaZe. Let's go into it. Dan, how are you feeling? It's a great morning for Counter-Strike, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's so many good matches happening constantly. I mean, you couldn't be going wrong any way you look. For example, on paper, you might be like, Legacy, FaZe, oh, you know, whatever. But if you felt like that yesterday, you'd be so shocked to see a 13-3 in favor of Legacy against Vitality. So yep. It's really impressive, some of the teams that have come out of the woodwork to perform at this major. Yeah,
we've got the bracket just to go through with you guys, but I don't disagree at all, Dan. I think this is worth remembering that Legacy have just shocked and surprised us at the major, so we got to respect them a little bit more here. No one's going home from this game. That's why it's a best of one. You know, the best of threes are reserved for either if you're qualifying for the playoffs in this case, or if you get knocked out. So, we're just a step away. But yeah, still. For Legacy, I'm sure they don't want to slow down. They want to keep it up and be aggressive with it. So, yeah, some fantastic games are coming up. FURIA and VP later in the day for the 2-0, and also Spirit and Navi. So.
And Anders, Mouse in the 0-2. That's kind of crazy, right? That's kind of mind-blowing.
Wild. Yeah.
They were in a lot of people's 3-0s, much like Vitality. Both teams that were in my 3-0s and the pick'ems, but...
It's just, it is what it is. We can't predict it anymore. We do have a schedule for today, I think, here on the B stream, just to take you guys through what is going to be happening. So, it's FaZe Legacy, then Lynn Vision MongolZ. I think another absolutely banging game that's happening there, and then we'll get it to FURIA and VP. Dan and I will go through the first three, and then we'll hand it off to the rest of the commentators for the Pain Nemiga game, which also I think has again sort of less brand power, but still think could be a really exciting game. So I'm actually excited for the B stream. So I think it'll be fun. Now, you know, it's obviously fun to see FaZe. Simple's back. We're all enjoying it. He did run into a bit of an accident, you know, a little bit earlier on. He actually ended up getting knifed, which we were laughing about. We have a little clip just to show what happened. Fortunately, here, Simple going to get hunted down as well.
Don't do it. Don't knife him. Don't knife him. No, don't do it to him.
Do it. I can't believe it. It's the jump scare that gets me.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. Yeah. Sad times, but
and also sad because that's kind of. I mean, Simple actually had a really good game,
he did,
even though his team lost. So that was definitely the low light.
Yeah, we did him dirty.
We really did.
It happens. Sorry, Simple. We do have an interview ready for you guys before we get into the game.
First of all, good morning to you, Simple. I want to talk about the result from yesterday versus MongolZ. Super impressive that you guys managed to take down one of the best teams in the world right now. What was key to getting that victory over the line?
We just prepared, and I mean, everyone was saying like, "Oh, you pick Anubis against Aurora. Oh, now you're playing 8 wins in a row against." They have 8 wins in a row. Now they don't. I mean, it feels good because we had a really good game plan. We stepped up on T side. We did a nice comeback, good entries from Javi and clutches as well. After we went CT side, they won pistol again, and we killed, I think, 5 on Eco. And because of this, we had kids. Because of the defuse kids, Javi, defuse bomb, and we managed to beat them. It's so nice to beat the teams like this.
In terms of your own individual comfort, when I was talking to you in Dallas, when you were, of course, first joining the FaZe clan, you talking about there was some like just little things in game, like, you know, nade lineups, positioning, just small details that you felt like that was the hardest bit to be getting back in your comfort zone with. How comfortable do you feel with those right now?
I mean, it's much better every day, but still yesterday when we played against Aurora, there was 3rd round, and I didn't say proper info, and our teammates died from behind. And sometimes it's happening like this, and it can cost even whole beginning of game. But still, it's better and better each day. So yeah.
Now you've got a rematch opportunity versus Legacy, this time in a best of one. Tell me about ending up on Anubis this time around, a map that you didn't play. You didn't play them in that best of 3.
I mean, it's our best map, so maybe no one saw this yesterday, but still, as I want to try to play again, we will see what's going to happen.
Why do you think it's a particularly good map for FaZe at the moment?
I don't know. We just, from the beginning when I joined team, when we had online practice before Dallas, we just felt it from the beginning. And I think it's more comfortable for my teammates than for me because I'm just doing supportive role. But I like my role. You know, I can still get entry on T side, but usually I'm just throwing nades and covering my teammates to get better positions.
Thank you so much for your time, Simple. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wonderful to get to catch up with you for the first time. As we were just chatting about, this is, of course, a rematch from the previous stage, but this time in a best of one. What did you learn about FaZe from the last time you played them?
I think we play very good because we start doing the pistols. So in best of one, I think the pistols are very important, the anti-equals. So yeah, we should need to start better and doing well today.
It's going to be a different map than we saw in the best of three, obviously, with Anubis coming in to play. Any particular reason why you feel like you headed towards Anubis in this best of one?
No, not really. I think the T side is the best one, so we need to do good rounds, start good. So yeah, hopefully we start good in T side.
Yeah, anything specific that you guys are focusing on that T side? Because we always talk about Anubis with, you know, being a T side map. Obviously, great to get to start on that side of things. Anything you guys are looking at?
Sorry.
Anything you're looking to start on the T side of Anubis? Like any particular game plan that you guys have?
Yeah, we have good strategies. New one. I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, we are very confident for the match, and let's go.
And how confident are you that you'll be making it through to the playoffs, considering you guys weren't even meant to be here in the first place?
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous, actually. I'm the youngest of the team, but the guys give a lot of confidence for me. So, yeah, I'm kind of nervous, but it's normal.
It's been looking great so far, Sadson. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it.
It's actually just incredibly adorable. I love it for Samson. He's, you know, a little bit nervous, but the guys are kind of keeping his spirits up. I appreciate it. Also, what a surprise. We're going to be watching Anubis for this best of one. I did not see that coming. I definitely thought we were going to be either an Ancient or maybe Inferno or something like that. But I don't necessarily hate it. It sounds like maybe Legacy have a bit of a plan. I don't know, Dan. How do you feel about the whole thing?
Well, I mean, it's hard to know precisely how to feel about all of this because I think, you know, with FaZe's form, I have a really good feeling that, especially after the match that they played yesterday, that they're going to be feeling a lot. There's going to be a lot more cohesion and a lot better answers than we saw in their opening match, where they did fall on Anubis against Aurora, and because that was a really back and forth affair against one of the world's absolute world's best. So that's really encouraging if you're a FaZe fan. For Legacy, I mean, they've been playing super legit. The 13-3 against Vitality with great Counter-Strike, and then against VP, they lost on Ancient, but it's very close. And VP are obviously no slouch at all. VP are the kind of caliber of team that belong in this stage. So Legacy have been showing that they are very competitive right now. So I think this could go either way, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict as well, you know, since the two teams haven't met each other in the map before. I do think, though, yeah, that result against Aurora on Anubis for FaZe yesterday is, even though the numbers don't look great, there is something a little bit weird about it. You know, they had a lot more chances, FaZe.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of rounds they could look back on and say, we probably win those in another day. So I reckon it still is not a bad map for them, and hopefully they can really show that here. Of course, it is. You know, it's not elimination yet, but you don't want to go down with your backs to the wall. Like, you want to be in that 2-1 bracket.
And I mean, there are going to be some titans in you know, facing up against elimination. So maybe you match up against Mouse. You really want to avoid any of those potentials for sure. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the form looks here, just right out of the gate. Because for FaZe, I think the one thing I'd be worried about, as we see that they are really favored here, makes sense on the odds. But they've just got to remember that every opponent's dangerous. When they're playing up against Mouse, they're going to respect all those players. They inherently want to beat them. Against Legacy, they're dangerous because they're so unknown.
Yes, they really are. And I just, you know, it's nice to see, I think, that the odds there are just evened out, even if it is FaZe being favored. I just appreciate the fact that, you know, that slowly but surely we're all coming around to the fact that this Legacy team is probably just better than most of us were really anticipating. And it takes a while for that reality to really set in, but I think we're kind of there now. Some fist bumps are coming up, some high fives and everything else. We should be headed into the game. It will be FaZe starting on that CT side. Legacy on the T side as we begin here. It's another best of one at the major. We're on Anubis to begin with, and I'm excited to see what Legacy are going to find and what they're going to bring our way. I think it'll be an interesting game that's coming up, and hopefully they have some really cool stuff planned.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like they do. I think Sadson, I mean, firstly, we know that there's no game that they haven't been going into with great preparation. All the teams so far have been really prepared going into these matches and have been doing a great job in their round selection. And here we go, FaZe versus Vitality, the 1-1 matchup here. Stage 3 of the Blast Austin Major. FaZe on the CT side and Legacy rocking the T side.
Classic nades for an A execute. I think I mentioned this last time, but that double smoke Molotov situation. But for the minute, it looks like it will be more of a B split, which is very fun to see. Lux throwing an early Molotov to clear out this position. Also putting a lot of pressure on the B bomb site with just early smoke that's going to be landing. It's going to take a while before it lands because he does throw it straight into the sky. He's waiting in the middle is Demao with a Glock, and he's going to take down Elish. That's a nice find. And they're actually on the bomb side. Look at the wall that they've managed to construct here. This is impressive.
Yeah, and, wow, I mean, they're going to go towards the A side. They've done a great job here pulling the rotation for FaZe. But with that said, actually, FaZe are asking questions now. They are holding position in mid, and you've got a potential find from Dumao. He's looking for this rotation, but look at FaZe. They are so prepared for this play. They know exactly what's coming, but the bomb, it's gone back to B. Great mid-rounding there from Legacy.
Oh, Sadson.
Wow.
Dropped in transition, frozen. Just clips him with the USP, and now looking to do more. That bomb, it's picked up now. Oh, there's so much to talk about in this round, but we're not going to get a chance to do that right now. Rain already looking to set up a bit of a retake. We do have a kit as well on Simple. Nice headshot. Matto being put into the mix now, and he's low on health, but shot in the face by Carrigan. The 1v1 to see if FaZe can get off to a good start finally on that CT side, but Nissan, he'll have none of it. Takes him down, and Legacy pick up the pistol in one of the most elaborate ways that I can imagine.
Oh, wow. And are they using Carrigan's, you know, ambulance against them?
Yeah, they are.
What's
Counter
that?
ambulances. That's rough.
Wow, I love it.
Just to say, when they put up that smoke wall in the beginning of the round, Legacy, they are clearly expecting a really big reaction from FaZe. If that had happened, they would have had one person on B to see the reaction, and then they would have been ready to go towards the A bomb site. But that never happens, and actually it makes Legacy sort of doubt, wait a minute, like, then let's just go back to the B bomb site. And they do that, and it almost doesn't work. But at the end of it, it's great news. Second round coming up here, and it's not a real investment coming through on the FaZe side. I respect it. I don't want to see them really force up in this round.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And there's still some danger. I mean, you got Nissim, very, very weak. Lux 66 HP, so the P250.
Missed the chicken. I think Green did.
Well,
it's not good. It's not a good sign.
That's how it be sometimes.
Gotta at least do that, you know. If you're gonna swing for it, you gotta hit.
You gotta do it.
But yeah, hopefully for Legacy, they can just make it out of this round without too much trouble.
Yeah, yeah, and I think for me, I really hope that FaZe have a. I suppose if they're to lose the Anubis, that it at least looks a lot better than there was yesterday, where we saw them create so many opportunities for themselves, but just not be quite able to close it down. And that was a shame, I think, to see. And I think with FaZe, what's interesting is that this is a team that is throughout the tournament, they are. Because, you know, Simple has only just been added to the roster, and obviously Rain was also unavailable during IEM Dallas.
True, yeah.
It's kind of like a day-by-day thing with this FaZe roster, but they have such a caliber of players that can play on a big stage that if they can just iron out some of the kinks as we go game to game, if they can survive that far, they can be super dangerous. But
yeah, I mean, another big reason why I think winning this match is so important for FaZe, because then at least you have to play 2 best-of-3s before you leave.
Yeah.
You actually get a lot more games, into the major. So I don't disagree. Like, they have to kind of work everything out live on the stage, which is a tough position to be in. Anyway, we are going to see the buy coming in here from the FaZe side. Not the most impressive one. We've got M-Force and then the MP9 on Simple. So, kind of interesting to see. But you're playing a close position. He did say he was playing a little bit more of a supportive role. Then it's not so bad. He was the only one that was playing really well last time on this map. So hopefully that won't be the case. Rain had such a struggle. I think he was 1-11 in the first half in the game they had yesterday on Anubis. Hopefully not going to be the case here. Early grenades come out, and you know what? They chip away a little bit, and it's still worth it. Just getting a couple of people down to the 83s there, I think it's nice. It makes those M4s more powerful.
yeah, we have the setting of the default for Legacy, showing this A-heavy default, holding on to that B main control at distance, and also giving FaZe some conditioning to the pace. So around that 110 mark, we're going to get that pop flash into the push on A long, trading out Simple. Good work from Simple there. Karrigan asking questions, but it's all a bait. Looking like they're pushing A long, but it's just part of the default. Just taking some map control, and another peek there from Frozen this time is going to go right for FaZe. So this is looking rather weak so far from FaZe. Unable to get anything going in this round.
From my point of view, both those peaks coming in, both from Frozen and Karrigan, had this, you know, texture of just not quite being ready. You could just tell that they weren't, you know, yes, they were peaking, but it just wasn't with enough focus. And Frozen, I mean, that sort of jump at the end of it is also a big sign that, all right, something has gone horribly wrong there. So,
yeah,
unfortunate, because I think the play for Simple is actually fine. He's playing the front for that very reason.
Yes.
He's actually expecting that they're going to try and Molotov or flash him out or whatever, and then he's going to be ready to swing. So that part is great, but yeah,
it feels as though maybe it almost smells like a miscommunication. For example, like let's say someone who was playing A long and died there was like calling that it was a much heavier investment than it was, because you know, from what we could see, they took the position, they weren't pushing into the side, they were still holding. By the way, 3-0 start for Legacy.
Let's go.
They are absolutely pumped. And hey, it worked against Vitality. They were really giving it off the start. In fact, the Brazilian teams, or you know, really in general, South American teams have been very loud. And hey, how can you steal Karrigan's bit? That seems that seems bold.
Listen, maybe this is what the match is for. Who gets to keep the ambulance? You know, winner takes all kind of moment. Why not? We're in round number 4 here. They're not going to be able to buy, obviously. So FaZe will have to just, you know, do with some pistols. That's a very nice grenade. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't one of the big opportunity rounds for FaZe, this last one. It was just a round where it sort of felt like even in the 4v4, they could have played it a lot more slowly and probably would have come out with a little bit of a better opportunity. But this is also the life of what it's like to play on the CT side of Anubis. You just have to accept that you're probably going to be taking some losses like this, and then hopefully you can just manufacture something else later on. So I'm actually not worried yet for FaZe.
Yeah.
I do think the next buy round will be such a big indication of where we're going with this match. If it's going to be a really hard struggle of a comeback, or if they have something cool that they can show us early on.
And interestingly, in Legacy, they're running the exact same timings as the previous round. The clearance of A long at 110. Now moving into the E-box threats, but this is just a threat. It's not a full push, and that is mega damage on these B players. And they all, you know, FaZe, they actually poked E-box at the same timing as the previous round when they got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a temptation to try and take those peaks on the CT side, because you want to know what's happening. Like, it's such a big indication of what the T's are doing if you can look down there. And so I don't really blame them for it. I just wish they would have taken those peaks with more sharpness than we currently see. Right now, the mission for FaZe to look for exit rifles more than anything else. Obviously not going to try and win the round here, but you just want to see if you can steal something away.
Okay, well, Ring's dead. But Frozen, he has indeed collected that Galil. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what FaZe actually do, because that E-box line is important, but with the way that Legacy are playing, they are ready to snipe down anybody that's going to be challenging the E-box. And at the same time, Legacy have been showing that 110 A long clearance, but they don't go into A with it. They may go back to A on a later timing, or having cleared that position. But that's going to be one of the dilemmas that FaZe will have to figure out in these gun rounds, is when Legacy are showing that default, what does it mean? Are they actually just doing the clearance and then pausing like we've seen, or are they going to contact through that? Because, you know, if you don't have the right response, you're going to lose the round if you're FaZe.
Well, if you missed the Aurora and FaZe game on this map, just to recap what FaZe were doing really well on the CT side, they had these great pushes going from connector down the B river and sort of, you know, aligning with an A push. Like, they had these very aggressive moves on the CT side. The thing is, Legacy will have seen that game, and it's dangerous to do. Frozen, expecting that the smoke was going to go. He heard that smoke land, and he's just looking the wrong way, unfortunately. And in the last, it's Sadskin, the youngest on the team, said a little bit nervous, perhaps. Absolutely no nerves showing in that fight. Lux will go down though in return, and we're still going to be in a 4v4.
That's a good fight from Karrigan outside E-box here. Really smart call there from Legacy, but hang on, we got the push from E-box, a retake from Elise. That's a big move there for FaZe. to deal with that position. They actually now, with taking the initiative there, are going to put Legacy in a position where a lot rides on this, on Dumao. He's managed to find his way through the cracks. Have FaZe any cognizance of this? Absolutely not. Carrigan goes down, and with that, Elige is now completely isolated in this position. And I mean, it might very well be the case that we'll see Legacy move to this B site. So it might all be on Elige here to give an opening for FaZe.
It definitely is. Simple's too far away. Molotov actually doesn't go quite deep enough to really put some pressure on him, so that's a bit annoying. Might give it an opportunity. They are well aware. They're looking for it. They know that he could be in here. AWP showing up on SaDC. He doesn't quite get the flick, and now there's a counter Molotov on top of the bomb here, so should provide a little bit of pressure. Where does it land? I don't know where that goes. Did it actually fall too far into the smoke? Oh, it's way over there. That's crazy. Simple, though. Point-blank range. He'll take down one and a no-scope in classic Simple style to take down Lado.
Very good movement there from Simple, like seeing the timing window to get beyond the angle they could expect him to be at that timing around the smoke. Very good intuition, very good game sense there from Simple, as you'd expect. And of course, finishing it up in classic Simple style. Great pick from SaDC, and this was great round selection too by Legacy. We talked about these slow A-heavy defaults. What do they do the next round? Well, they bring SaDC in with the AWP, looking to snipe from the B main position. It could very well have been a CT push there as a response to A-heavy defaults. So the calling is on point here for Legacy, despite losing that round.
Yeah, it's really on point. And I'm still surprised that they didn't know that Dumao had made his way in there, because Simple was actually holding CT spawn that whole time. So it's a bit confusing to me that they didn't have more awareness, but you could see Carrigan did get caught off guard. Now we're going to see some mid-pressure here. Right into Elige as he sprays down a couple. Dumao looks out of the round immediately, and what else can you do here? 3 versus 5. This is the kind of round that FaZe, unfortunately, against Aurora ended up losing a couple of times. That can't happen today. That should never be allowed.
And interestingly, Anders, I think the way that they would lose it is these B hits when they were the T-side was in the 3v5. We'll see if we have a better hold here. Carrigan on the other end of that smoke on E-Box, having to do 2 jobs here because he is alone. So this is a great reposition to make sure it's less complicated and he can play off of his teammates. But they are very far back here on the site. That will give some space here as Legacy make their way forward.
They're going to be able to Molotov Carrigan's position. Sanson has that grenade. Yeah, right on top. Nissim, it's a really good shot. But Carrigan did actually get a headshot before that even happened. And now Sanson, 1 versus 4. I doubt that's going to happen. If ever the nerves were going to play a factor to be in a round like this one. 40 seconds. I do love the fact that he's taken this just a moment to see if anyone's rushing up behind him there. But yeah, so much work ahead of him here. Trying to clutch this one against some legendary players on the server. Rain and Simple over there, and Frozen trying to even get closer. Rain just tucked in and raiding. He's just holding this position here. Nice flick. That's actually so quick. Gonna be smoking him off. It doesn't get any easier here for Sanson. He's looking for the lineup, but I don't think it's gonna be the right one. They tap the bomb. He's not able to do it. Picks up the AK, tries to get the spray through, but it's Simple to shut it down. And they'll hold on to the round here, FaZe.
Let's fucking go, bro. Destroy it.
Wow, what a shot there from Simple, finding that one through the smoke. Nice mid opening from Elige. Still, that shot, I feel like onto Rain from Sanson was pretty incredible, but I mean, you've got the one-upmanship coming out of Simple. Man, I mean, they're taking the ambulance out, but he's taking their language, Anders.
I love it. How could you not just be in love with people like Carrigan and also Apex?
Fast timing.
Yeah, they want to go for it here. Simple getting hunted down. You're absolutely right, Dan. It was lightning fast. And they just catch him.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, though, because they need to reach this choke point beyond this smoke, but they're going to get stuck here. That's a huge issue. They have to force their way through, and they're going to try to do so, taking some losses, but gaining some space in return as FaZe are nuking these positions. But FaZe have actually won their way into the site to try to defend this one. They won't let the bomb get planted. Nice double from Elige. Carrigan chimes in as well. And things are looking good here, just down to Nissim. 1 versus 2. He tries to find it. Great headshot onto Carrigan. Resetting into the 1v1. Both players fairly weak at this point. Elige teasing the angle. He is so weak. 26 health. Next bullet could do it here for Nissim. As now Elige is pulling off. He realizes that Nissim will have to go and plant the bomb. Can Elige find a timing? hoping he'll scale up, but Nissim, so smart, just holds his ground and waits for the peak. Outplayed against Elige, and that's a key round there for Legacy.
That's such a mixed bag. Great opening for Legacy, but the return into the round with Karrigan and Lynn holding, it's so good, but I just don't know. This peak here for Karrigan is not necessary. If he just hides, then they've got the 2v1, and like you said, eventually he has to go and pick up the bomb or whatever else, so that's just a microsecond there where the round kind of slips out of their hands. And it's at a really inopportune time. They don't have a lot of money in the bank. They could do a bit of a force-up or a half-buy, but either way, FaZe, they haven't had the runway yet. It also happens in a round where if they would have won it, Legacy would have been out of money, and then FaZe would have been right back on top. So that is such a pivotal round in the first half here. And that's sure it was a tech timeout.
Yeah, yeah, and that's one of those situations, those errors that is one of the easiest ones to make in Counter-Strike at any level, because it comes down to your read of the timings in the fight. So if you had fights where it's a very fast fight, but then it just slows down immediately on one end, now you might be on and off timing, and you're thinking everyone's peaking, and if I peak, my teammate will trade me. But even if the correct move is to, in response, like you're saying, just call off the fight and force them to take the move, sometimes that misread in that moment that's the error that can be capitalized on, as it was done in this case by Legacy. So a 5-2 advantage, I have to say, FaZe, if they feel a bit better than they were against Aurora yesterday in their opening game.
I think so. I feel like right now things are working out pretty smoothly for them, but it worries me because those kind of round losses are the ones that stack up pretty quickly. The frustrations will get to some of the players here on the FaZe side sooner rather than later, because you know that's such a winnable round.
It does reset the economy too. It's a good point.
Yeah.
I think you're right. That's a big inflection point in the game there.
And I think they're going to go for a half buy of sorts here. Also, again, Rain is 1-6. It's still really early on, but obviously, like I said, I think he was 1-11 on the opening half against Aurora, and that's at some point, even just for him personally, that's got to be so frustrating. It's like, I can't do anything on the CT side. Like, I get no kills.
It's tough. And that's the round also for Legacy, where that's a round that you set up. I think they set that up essentially like 5 rounds, from all of the conditioning. They condition slow timing around A with the default. They condition slow timing around A with the default. Then they go into another gun round where they go to a different timing around B. So they haven't shown the fast A long pop yet. So that was something that they set up in advance with the conditioning, that when we do it, you're going to be surprised by this super fast timing. And it felt like FaZe almost stuffed the push.
Yeah.
But Legacy picked just like the last possible small tiny window of time to kind of breach that smoke to actually be able to properly contest the site. So close.
Well, timeout was called after the tech timeout, so an opportunity to have a bit of a conversation here on FaZe. What do we want to do? A couple of smokes and some upgraded pistols, but the AWP is a hero orb on Simple. Okay.
Oh, you love to see that, don't you?
That's so wild.
It's so bold.
Let's see what happens. He's running towards the connector, right? So the whole round, it really should be about this. There's no one peeking immediately on the other side, but somewhere down there is a T player just jiggling back and forth here. Even if they expect a half-buy, they are definitely not expecting an AWP to be on the CT side. So that could catch you off guard easily.
And the distance advantage for the Ts, if they're looking for this position from where we saw them just looking at it from, they have an advantage. Even against an AWP, you do get a slight advantage because you're so far away from the angle of engagement. But that has changed now because we've got Lux. He's coming close, but he is the lurk here. So he can't really be trading onto Simple if he goes down, but that might not matter here, Anders.
Yeah, and you're almost always going to Molotov it, and he will. Oh, Simple pushes in front and destroys Sanson, who must be so confused. Why me? Another kill comes in. Simple will take down Lux. And a 5 versus 3. That's the power of that surprise here. Now they're pushing into the smoke and the 5-7s, but you know what? They've done a great job here, Legacy. They just want to escape that ult on the other side. They do not want to fight Simple. He's finally here, but the flashes are making his life a little bit tricky. Another Molotov at his feet and one on the other side. It's great utility use for Legacy to make sure that he can't get another kill.
That is some prime Simple stuff right there. That really is. That was so sick. And, I mean, if nothing else, you get some economic damage. You get to steal away the Galil. And all that nade damage, unfortunately, is going to, of course, prevent Simple from even thinking about going for that in the end, but really, really nice. That's so dangerous.
Yeah, you could tell if they'd actually held the smoke with the 5-7.
Yeah,
that's it.
Like even one kill.
Even just one kill would have done it. And that probably, if anybody ever wanted to go back and do some, post-match analysis on this kind of a game, that probably would be one of those points that would be worth picking up and talking about. It's like, that's another big opportunity for FaZe to do a lot more damage at the beginning of the match and really slow down Legacy. Instead, it's 6-2, which again, if you zoom out, is not really a terrible position for FaZe to be in. It's actually pretty savable at this stage. But we just can't have any more freaky losses. Like, some of these advantageous positions, they have to convert more.
Yes, and that music once again indicating that we do have a tactical timeout called by FaZe this time. Only one timeout remaining, as you can see on your screens, giving Neo an opportunity once again to chime in. And it's funny, in the interview, Simple essentially describing himself as a support player. If your support player can do that,
yeah, true.
Not bad. Pretty sick.
I mean, I think it's, they seem to be happy with it. I think it's nice if he's learning new things, even, past the stage where he's essentially the best player of all time. You're like, all right, whatever. Still picking up new things. I think that's great. That's great. We love to see it. Round number 9. We are going to see pretty default setup kind of here. It's Rain early on anchoring B. Simple, he's going to be back into the connector, but I think they've already thrown a smoke that's going to eventually land on top of him, so we'll see if he wants to challenge that. You can push in front of this one. This is the more shallow smoke that they've thrown Legacy, so it also means they are going to be well aware. Elige will keep them contained in the middle for the moment, so yeah, kind of slowed down a bit.
Yeah, so it's, we saw the A heavy default. This is the kind of reverse, where more players towards B and mid, with the singular player, the lurk, on the A long side here for Legacy. So they are kind of mixing things up now in terms of how they run these defaults, and they are going to contact in, but Simple on the other end. This is the perfect counter, the absolute perfect counter. What a shot there. More players now, they have to gain space, but into Frozen they go. No utility to help them here. Frozen, another headshot onto Satsin, and Rain has made his way there in time, and the round has fallen to pieces for Legacy.
I mean, honestly, if they would have done a regular execute on that bomb site, I think at a minimum they get the bomb planted. But you're right, the contact play, and even that can obviously in other rounds be really great, but when you're contacting into the AWP, that is just so devastating. And they were not expecting for it to be there. They thought, all right, for sure, he's going to be either mid or A, which is where he normally plays, so it does make a lot more sense. But Nissim, what could he do? 25 seconds, not even, I think, going to be able to do any more damage here, so a huge round out of FaZe. And now it becomes such an important question. The thing that we're going to worry about right now is the economy for Legacy. If they run out and can't put together a really strong buy, they're going to have maybe a little bit extra here with the saved AK. But if they get completely flatlined, then it's such an opportunity for FaZe to just return to this game. Some AKs being stolen as well on the other side here.
You know what's funny too is that because Simple was playing E-Box, he has a couple times the AWP now. That smoke that they launched at the beginning of the round, that essentially forces Simple to reposition, and one of the likely spots he goes to is the B main cover. So they've almost encouraged Simple to make the perfect play here in reposition with that smoke, which is the name of the game. But like you say, you don't know where Simple can be. He is an AWPer that moves around the map, and so it's hard to ever know how to account for that with accuracy.
And also just the double kill you see out of Frozen there. Any other time you see a CT in that position, they will be running out of a Molotov, and they're going to be shooting through a smoke. Like, you never just have that much of a clear field of play on the B bomb site. But obviously, again, that's the contact nature of what Legacy were trying to do. Oh man, they're in a weird position here. So money is going to be super questionable. I almost feel like this would be one of those, if this was yesterday against Aurora, this would be a round that FaZe just lose, and then we have to have a whole conversation about how you can't really win Anubis if you give up these easier rounds. For FaZe, they're so favored in this upcoming fight. They should be able to win it, and if they do, then it probably even gets almost easier from there.
And what's interesting is that I think Legacy can entertain the idea of trying to run some of those really fast rounds again on A long. I think that's something that you know is gambly, but they already have 6 rounds. So, you know, playing some of those gamble calls, if you're not sure what the best call is to do, isn't actually the worst thing in the world, because if Simple's not on the other end, that can just work quite well.
I mean, there are so many different ways to be fast on this map. Definitely towards A, but I mean, in middle as well. If you have a strong sense that Elise will be playing alone in there, especially if you got a couple of tech lines or whatever, just try and throw them through the smoke. And obviously the other play that sometimes happens is you actually pretend like you're rushing mid, and then you jump out through the window into river, and then you run straight to the B connector. And if Simple's going to be AWPing there, if enough tech lines come at you, in theory, that should work. So there definitely are opportunities on a map to be faster than it would seem. But yeah, we'll see what Legacy actually end up doing. I feel like they should go for a bit of an investment here, but it's also kind of risky for them, because if they invest too much and get wrecked, then basically FaZe are up to 5 rounds, which is already great.
Yes. Yes, it's super interesting. I'm so curious as to, once we get out of the pause, what Legacy will select for the round. Because I think the other thing that we haven't seen a huge amount of is Legacy trying to sort of take mid position away, you know, with their default. They haven't been too aggressive on that, whereas lots of teams will really force the issue with those like deep Molotovs, clearing the double doors and so on. But we haven't seen that too much from them. And when I think back to Aurora against FaZe, Aurora made a lot of value happen for them in the T side when they were taking that mid away and slowly edging FaZe back. So we'll see if Legacy choose to run something that they feel like has been successful, or if they will decide to do something completely different.
We've got the ultra lean going on there for Dumao. I think a lean that even JDM could never compete with. He's pretty far back on that chair.
Yeah.
We are just restarting one PC that apparently you know, had a bit of a hiccup on the Legacy side, so we'll get him back in. This is also just an interesting kind of thing. Like, I think, you know, speaking about nerves and when they set in, obviously Legacy have already impressed us beyond belief, really.
Oh, yeah.
But having this kind of a timeout could also just be, that's one of those things where, like, now you actually get time to think more. That doesn't always have to be a good thing. I think if you're a Legacy, you just want to play high momentum, high octane Counter-Strike. Yeah. Like, you really don't want to be slowing the game down too much. For FaZe, on the other hand, they've got so much, like, a ridiculous amount of experience.
Oh,
I don't think they're going to care about this. They're just going to say, all right, fine, we've been here before many times.
Exactly, yes. I think that is actually a great point, because, yeah, you're totally right. When you're when you have less experience, it's easier for your mind to be distracted, and for those thoughts of things that could, you know, relate to, oh, yeah, there is a lot of pressure on this. Oh, yeah, you know, this is like a really big match. Like, things that aren't helpful thoughts that actually get in the way of you performing. You have to be able to turn it on and turn it off in terms of your mind when you need it. Yeah. And when you're playing, you can just focus on each task. It's like a checklist of stuff you have to do, and it just makes it so that you're totally focused, and those thoughts that are distracting, and because those distracting thoughts, Anders, like that might be a bit of information that you miss on the mini map. That might be something you don't, you know, call out as much. You might be a bit slower to react to things. You need to be incredibly focused.
Yeah, just stay where you are right now, because on the other side for Legacy, obviously, still, I think it's been a really good first half for them. Like, I'm happy to see that, you know, every time they show up on the server, they come in with that same energy. They are so hungry to win these games. Really impressive stuff. So there is another side of the coin here, obviously, which is Legacy. I mean, even if FaZe get to 5 rounds, if Legacy can finish 7-5, it's not too bad. Like, it's still very winnable on Anubis. So we're going to see. And they actually don't invest too much. And I think that's based off this idea that they don't want to give FaZe an easy path to 5. They want to say, okay, we have the hero AK. We've got a little bit of utility, but then we'll try and make this an 8-4 half. That's the game plan right now for Legacy. We'll see how that works out. They're going to be pretty quick in through main. You already mentioned it. They're going to try and rush this down and change the pacing of it. But retreating from the fight, I like it. Elise, Rain, and also Simple here, trying to make sure that nobody can make their way through. Smoke getting blown up, and yeah, they've absolutely crushed this one. Lato alone versus 5, it is not going to happen. And even Rain being allowed to get a couple of kills.
Yeah, that's going to feel good for sure. Yeah, that fast A long pop. It makes me feel like they'll be less likely to try to run it on a buy round now, as they just showed it there, even though it was with pistols.
Yeah, probably don't want to go back to that same well, especially because now we actually see FaZe responding really well. They're like the the retreating grenades that are getting thrown out, like flashes to slow it down. That's kind of what you need to do if you're FaZe. If you swing into that fight and die, you open up everything.
And now, okay, Simple's moved position again with the AWP. He's in that mid spot where we said that maybe Legacy would try to put some focus, but look at Carrigan going, running down the river, trying to find these aggressive fights. He's turned his back to the flash. He's still going to find the kill onto Lux. Still more players here, though, looking to respond, trying to take down Carrigan. He's out in the open, picks up another one. I think that's a good find there for Carrigan.
Look at Elige. He's jumped through the smoke up onto the box there, and we'll be able to take the kill. Should be a 3-1 here as Frozen does go down, but the bomb is lost out there. This is exactly what FaZe were doing when they were up against Aurora, and they got into a similar position, and they just kept losing these 2v2s and 3v3s. This time, see if they can hold on. Rain goes down to Lato. Oh, FaZe, I'm having some flashbacks onto that yesterday's Anubis. I don't want that. Simple. He doesn't want it either. It's a good flick to take down Lato. And now the question is, could Dumao save the day? I think they've already heard a couple of footsteps there. Repositioning a bit, and it's a nice double scope. Simple takes him down. FaZe win the round. And now they are right back on track.
Well, Simple is so reliable on the AWP, hitting all the hard shots. And I was worried for them slightly in that position where they get that 2v2.
Yeah.
As we we had some good work from Legacy there to make that happen, winning that 1v1. And then you're kind of thinking, oh, we should change positions because of all the potential angles that they can come at, and we want to make sure we can trade each other. But Simple is just going to connect all the hard shots, so it doesn't actually matter, and that is so sick to see. So confident, so stable. That's 5-6 now for FaZe as we go into the last round of the first half.
Big opportunity right now to even out the game for FaZe. This is just spectacular work. I think they want to put some pressure on the middle early on, and so they haven't really tried to do that so much, but it's a bit of a different setup, right? Elige isn't here this time. Instead, it's Simple with the AWP, so they've changed the configuration slightly, FaZe, and the question is, are Legacy going to be ready? Are they going to contact into another AWP? They will. Through the middle this time. Simple, more than ready. Picks up 2 now. It's got the deagle out. Can we get another no-scope? He's suddenly going to try, but he's overwhelmed. Rain swings back in from that forward position to take down Lato, and it means Lux just alone, miles away. There's nothing he can do right now. Oh, what a great first half again for Simple. 12-5 with that AWP. That's just brilliant work.
Yeah, and he's doing it in situations where he's under a lot of pressure. It's not easy frags that he's getting. He's getting high impact kills with his AWP, still doing what he needs to do for his team, and that's going to be a great recovery. 2-6 at the end of the first half.
I mean, of course he is back.
Not really.
He's reaching the he's back thing for sure. I think he's back.
He needs time. We can say that he is back. He only qualified to the third stage, like with the 3-2. It's not like there is no wow effect.
I don't know if he's like obviously back to his old form. Obviously, he's been out of the scene, you know, for a while, competitively playing. But obviously, we've seen like the glimpses of that old style, you know, and feeling the recoil through his body when he's shooting his bullets, you know. But I think he's having inconsistent times here and there. But you know, the sky's the limit for him. He has the mindset of the best sports athletes even out there in the world.
You get these POV shots during the major, like from the back, when the guy's playing the game and you see him playing. I feel like, you know, he's having those moments really hard to play against him just because you know he's gonna hit the shot like no matter what. And he has a lot of flashy plays. I don't think it's gonna be like it was as before. Obviously, there's gonna be glimpses, but maybe not the same.
Since we're gonna play against him, I don't want to say, but he's back. I think like he was always capable of doing it, so it doesn't matter if we just give a break or something. When he comes back, he was one of the best players in the world for a long time. I'm not worried, but I'm excited to play in the server again with him. So that's why it's going to be a good matchup. Many trash talks and everything, but it's good to see him around.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And you know who else is back? It's Simple. He had some great moments in this first half with the AWP. And in prelims, it's not a simple play if there's not a no-scope involved somewhere. It's just so sick to watch, isn't it?
He's hitting some great shots, some really hard shots, some pressured shots, some high-impact shots. And it's interesting because all eyes are on Simple, and you know, Elige said in that interview quite recently that he feels like, you know, he's seeing stuff in the scrims and the practices, like he's seeing what Simple can do, and he feels like he is very close to that GOAT tier level. And that is pretty surprising to see given his absence. He hasn't really had a super great showing in CS2 just yet. It'd be so fitting if it is here with FaZe at the Blast Austin Majors. We're back into it here, Anders. FaZe now switching onto the T side of Anubis.
They just missed the jump over there. I don't think Lux saw that someone made a bit of a run for it, so good information otherwise for Legacy. They're kind of getting a bit of a read that there's nobody in the middle, but this A bomb site will be tested really hard at the start. Rain gets the opening kill. That might be enough here. I feel like they should just keep going. I know there's dualies on the other side, but you might not get a better opportunity. Bit of a setup around the corner. It's Elige with a nice connection on that headshot. Carrigan takes down Nism, and Sadsin and Lux, they are far away. They wanted to be quick on the rotation, and they're accomplishing that at the very least, but retreating from it, the flash doesn't really do anything, and now the swing is in for the T side. Frozen gets a couple of headshots, and it's FaZe to pick up the pistol.
And Anders, I loved that move from FaZe using the decoy as a fake flash, because because as a CT you turn away and you're like, wait, it hasn't popped yet, so do I turn back? So it like gives you that extra, just even if it's, you know, a few hundred milliseconds, it's going to be the case that that's going to make the difference, because you're not going to be able to trade your teammate quite as quickly, and it makes all the difference when there's 3 or 4 Ts just running at you. So I love that. It's such a simple thing, but it's actually so sick, and that's a 7-6 advantage now for FaZe, looking pretty solid positioning-wise to have a strong run of rounds.
Legacy actually go for the buy-up. Now, if you remember, this is what FaZe didn't do when they lost the pistol in the first half. They didn't want to risk it. They wanted to get into the real rifles a little bit earlier on. If Legacy lose this round, and they set themselves up for a potential position where, you know, they're really far behind, and all the momentum will be on FaZe. So I don't know if I think this is a good idea. Legacy risking it, I would say. One player on the site and not ready from the looks of it. Lasso, you could see just from the movement even before then that he had no idea they were going to be sneaking in.
Yeah, and it's perfect for FaZe and for Legacy very quickly now. The objective is keep hold of these weapons, these Kevlars. You will need them in the next round. And for FaZe, they are looking to hunt. You can see them spreading out on the minimap. They are hunting, the dogs are out, and looks like there's the find. Okay, lots of damage done by Frozen, softening them up for Elige. It's actually perfect, making the money with the Mag-10.
Well then, it's good work on Elige. He did really well in the middle too in the first half, to be honest. Nice to see that he is, you know, locked into this game. I feel like obviously we know from a mechanical point of view he is a rock solid player. And that's, I mean, it should be one of the big strengths of this team, is to have somebody like Elige to just do so much of the core rifling for the team. I really think, like, you know, once they've got all the pieces together, if Elige feels comfortable, if there's not too much stress going on, I really think that could be one of the things that propels them further in the tournament than maybe some people expect.
Yeah.
Plus he's American. Let's go.
Okay, so Rain might get a chance to make some money. He's got a lot of USBs on the other end of this one. And this is his job as the Mag-10, finding information. Here they come. Trying to isolate the angles, but the HE will deal with him. There's one in return from Carrigan. That's nice from Carrigan. It's going to make things easy for the cleanup. And FaZe looking very good at the moment. No drama in these last couple of rounds.
That's actually great work for Rain, even if it's just the one kill. But if he sort of takes the fight and dies to just the first player, if that was going to happen, he hasn't got that much information, but the fact that he falls back means he drags the rest of the squad in there, and they know everything at that point. So I don't care how many kills he gets, just get the information, really. Stu sneaking around the map, but it's a really slow start for Legacy here in the second half, and partly by their own design and going for that early force-up, so they are going to have to claw their way back right now. This will not be an easy game for Legacy. It also sets up for just a potential heartbreak, which I'm sure all FaZe fans are familiar with at this stage. If they don't win it now, FaZe, I don't know what it will take. This is such a prime position.
Yeah.
You're on the T side of Anubis. You've got a 3-round lead. You've got the money going your way. It doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, I think the thing I was worried the most about for FaZe was a slow start, because that's kind of what happens when you've got a super experienced veteran team that's used to playing on stages, when you're playing against a team of people who maybe you don't even know who they were before the tournament started, because your nervous system isn't dialed up when you're playing against people you'd have no connection to. If you're playing against MongolZ, of course you're going to be hyped right from the get-go. So to see FaZe just alive and awake immediately in this game, it tells you all you need to know.
Wow, they are expecting an NA push right now. They're ready. They've got 3 people already here. Sadson pick up a leash to begin with, and it's going to slow down FaZe a little bit, but definitely Legacy right out the gate had a bit of a read. They're going to set up a smoke, but miss him. He was a bit too curious. That smoke hadn't quite popped yet. It was thrown in there from the CT side.
Oh my god.
Simple gets another one. This time it's a flick on Dumao in the middle. I can't believe it. Legacy. They had the advantage at the beginning. Why are they giving it back?
I mean, Simple is connecting some nice shots here. Unbelievable performance from him in this game so far.
Yeah, he's doing it.
This conversation about him being back, I definitely see it. I mean, we saw some of the players saying glimpses. This game is looking good, Anders.
I tweeted at the start of the year, I said, I think the only thing that's keeping Simple from really coming, this is before he's picked up on FaZe, is himself, like his own dedication to it. I have a kind of, rock solid confidence in Simple's abilities that you would find really only in like a cult member or something like that. That's how I feel. I'm never going to change my opinion on that.
That's fair.
35 seconds, and we've got Lux in an interesting position here. They do have Molotov, so yeah, he's going to get grenaded out of this one. Actually throwing kind of close. Carrigan hardly seemed to stop for that shot. And Lux is going to go down. I think the rest are going to have to save. It's not worth it. They don't have the money here on the Legacy side. FaZe will be up to 10. And I don't know how this is a very, very tough break for Legacy. If they have something planned, they said so in the pre-interview. And I don't think their first half was necessarily that bad, but if they have anything for the CT side, now is it.
Yeah, and this like running into Simple like this, like just him connecting these shots, especially that first one. Legacy are like, oh, we're playing against Simple. Like, this is like a different level than what they're used to, because he is the kind of player that can you feel like you have an advantage, but then you're just, oh, I was mistaken. That's the kind of stuff you're up against, and I think any fan of Counter-Strike should be a part of that cult, Anders, because any fan of Counter-Strike should want Simple's presence on the server to exist.
I mean, we're going to feel that way, Dan, because we're old. But the fact is, there is like a whole generation of Counter-Strike viewers and players that have just grown up with Simple as a sort of folklore for old people. I don't think a lot of people don't necessarily, they haven't had the first-hand experience. And
right.
So it's just, and also, the fact just is, since then, we've already had, crazy resurgence of, talent. Since then, obviously, it's halfway through Cywu joined. We've got people like Donk now. It's, so there's a lot of people to be fans of. And I think Simple has to kind of please to win some of these fans back or make some new ones potentially. Lux goes down. Carrigan, that's with the AUG. Taking a couple. He's stolen that. He is a fan of that weapon. And now he's actually robbed it off the CT side. And unfortunately for Legacy, this was one of those big impact rounds, or it needed to be. Latzo's going to get dropped next. They're just falling all across the map here. Kind of a disaster for Legacy.
That's very tough. He's trying to get active against FaZe, take the game to their own hands. It's a good kill against Carrigan, but the bomb is making its way up middle at the moment, so FaZe are going to find a free A bomb site if they keep going. And I think they do have the information that that should be free.
Yeah, they definitely do.
At least max one player, but they have enough to trade into that site.
Yeah, I think even when he threw the Molotov Carrigan, he heard just the sear of that Molotov, so he knew there was going to be a CT on the other side. I think already they had such a good read on what was happening even before Carrigan went to check. Nothing to do for Legacy. He wants that gun. One more bullet.
The last one.
Rain up to 10. That's very nice to see. CT side was not treating him very well, but he started to get back into it. Dumao, he would love a save right now. This is going to be a hero M4 into the next round if he can hold on to it. They've already found him.
we go. There it is. It's back. That's the danger. That's the danger of stealing it. Is now that he's using it back, you're like, oh yeah, I guess maybe that's
I love it.
from you.
You're saving the game.
They're just having such a great time. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they be having a great time? They're up 11-6 here on the second half of Anubis. Now they're on the T side. They have everything. We'd only say it so many times. They have a ton of money on the FaZe side of things, and holding this B bomb side with his 2 players. Another contact play, no grenades thrown. Simple will land another kill. He's 18-6 right now. You can shelve the conversation about whether or not he's back. He absolutely is. Lux trying to hold on to the bomb side with a 5-7. Some backup is being called for, but FaZe don't even have to commit that hard. You can see they're slowly walking onto the site, but they just want to make sure that they're not losing anyone too early on here. Some counter grenades are coming out. Lux is going to be found, and the rest of Legacy on a weird position here. SaDSyn trying to knife inside of the smoke. He actually gets frozen, taps the bomb, but eventually Rain will get the job done. All right, he's turned up the volume on the ambulance.
He's so committed to the bit, you got to respect it. Alicia's over there just like, what is going on? But this is awesome.
Yeah. Alicia's like, what is happening in this, you know, like, finally he's made his way to European Counter-Strike, and this is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, I've heard all about, like, great comms and communication, like, Europeans very, like, you know, they're very, you know, sophisticated when it comes to Counter-Strike, and then he treated the Kerrigalans here, it's too much.
Yep. My prediction is FaZe will get into the grand finals against Vitality, Anders.
Listen, I'm all in. Like,
that's my prediction.
Yes, let's do it. It's 12-6, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into round number 19 here in Legacy, staring down the barrel of having to win 6 rounds in a row to get this one into overtime. There's no reason to think they can do that right now. They've got a bit of money now, but you could just also tell that the spark has kind of been, you know, it's not really there right now for Legacy. They're not having that same kind of a punch through. And FaZe on the other side of it, they just want to get the job done here.
Yeah, SaDSyn's going to be so key. We'll see if anything can come from that AWP, because it looks like FaZe is going away from it, largely speaking here.
Oh, they're going to be quick. Lightning fast. Rain, look at him running up. He's got him in the corner. He's going to hit the headshot too. Even if Lux gets him afterwards. Frozen on the follow-up. It's another 3v3 here. And Simple's controlling the rotation on the other side. Elige goes down. But if Frozen can find the bomb plant, then Simple can try and hold them here. And Frozen, unfortunately, going to get caught by Dumao. Legacy looking to save it right when they need to. Simple now. He knows what the bomb is out there. They've got 1 minute and 10 seconds, but how scared are they? And how much is Simple back? This might be one of the big tests for it here. I mean, in an older day, he would be able to find this clutch.
Look at this position, although it's just too much, Anders. Great effort from Legacy there. I mean, just really, what I love is that they are playing fearlessly. I think it might be a question of if they have the right ideas as to what to do to bring together these round wins, but they definitely have the fearlessness to put behind the plays. Really well done here by them. Good find from SaDSyn. We mentioned that AWP was going to come in super key, but Legacy, do they have more legs for this one? 5 more in a row, and it's a lot to ask.
It still feels like a really long road, and especially because it's going to be another buy round, even after this one FaZe. They just have the money for it. I don't think it'll be easy at all for Legacy to continue.
Legacy are pushing A long again, it looks like.
Yeah.
It's being held. They might not go deeper than this, but it depends on FaZe's pacing. If FaZe play a really slow pace, there's a chance FaZe could catch a push.
I mean, they're definitely set up for it, right? This position for Rain already tells us that they are aware that something could be happening. Smoke onto the B side of middle, I believe, and then a Molotov into Cam. So just allowing for Elige to kind of run in here and clear this out. It's very cool to see Rain setting up those early grenades, and Elige actually checking, because sometimes people can hide back there if they look into the ground, so he wants to make sure that absolutely no one could be there. But there's no one in middle, and we've got about 50 seconds here.
Legacy, they are now finally pushing along, so they understand what's going on, but is it too late? Ray making his way forward. Oh, there's an engagement very close there. Outside E-box. Trey's coming on in. In fact, no trade is possible for Karrigan. It's going to be Lato to take down the kill. 3 players left. They're stuck outside of B here for FaZe. It's going to be very difficult to get in now. All the CTs are pretty much ready. The flick, it's a good attempt, but Dumao takes down Simple, and there is no movement here possible for FaZe around this bomb site. They've got to fight their way through this position. There go the CTs. Legacy picking up one more. 8-12 now. On their way back.
Guys, let's focus. They always will push on mid round, okay?
Okay. So we got some calls coming out from the FaZe side. Well aware that there could be some pushes coming in the mid round. So worth waiting for. Still, Legacy. We're talking about one slip up here, one mistake. And this little mini comeback is going to be all for nothing. If they can get it though, obviously it'll change the nature of this game completely, and the excitement will return almost immediately. Legacy here, they need 4 in a row. They've already got 2. And FaZe setting up for that slow play. They really want to see if there's going to be a bit of a challenge. Simple, he's out here looking for anyone that wants to challenge him. He's not afraid of that AWP on Sadson. Why would he be?
In theory, FaZe could run a similar round to the previous one, but instead make sure that they clear this long position first, to just put the threat on there, because that was really a great punish from Legacy to just have a deep position on A-Long the entirety of that previous round. Just gave them all the info they needed.
Look at how long they're waiting. Smoke goes up, and Rain would love to play in front of it, just to see if he could find a little pocket here where someone's going to make a mistake on Legacy. That's, I think, what he's gambling on, but so far that hasn't really happened. He is going to try and walk through on the other side. I think he might get caught, but the flash to set it up is not bad at all. A trade comes in. Sadson now under some pressure. If he misses the shot right here, he could be dead, and they're going to wheel in Simple on the other side. Oh, he's under pressure, Sadson, from the middle, too. There's nowhere to stand. Yeah, he's going to get edged out on that one. Dumao trying to get the spray down. He's actually good for the double. Finally hunted in from Elige. And now we've got the 2-1-2, the bomb being planted on the other side. FaZe just need a couple of more kills, and they can get rid of Legacy and get into that 2-1 bracket, closer to the playoffs. Listen, he's sneaking up there, but he's trying to coordinate looks on the other side. Walking through straight into the crosshair. It's an easy shot for Simple as he gets to 19. And FaZe, they just need the kill. Nissim on top, and he's running out of time. He doesn't have the kid. He's got no more teammates with him. FaZe looking to get the job done. It'll be the headshot from Elige. And this is what happens when Legacy runs into the mythical on FaZe.
Incredible stuff from FaZe. Day to day, match to match. They're getting better. I don't think you can question it. The reps here, the live tournament reps, really helping them. And Legacy, they are a really strong team. I feel like, you know, you've had to be following the major to really understand that this is a legit team that FaZe were up against here, and it would have been so easy for FaZe to not have their foot fully on the pedal, but they came in today fully awake, and they are looking like a team that's going to make the playoffs right now. FaZe. Legacy still could as well.
I mean, Legacy really showed up with great energy, but it just was slowed down eventually. And that's what FaZe should be able to do. I really respect the fact that they managed to slow the game down enough that Legacy just couldn't keep, you know, powering on. So fantastic work at the end of it. Really enjoyable game. We do have obviously more coming up here on the B stream. We don't want to go anywhere, but seeing Simple in that 19-9 scoreline. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he is back, and we'll be back right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another game, and this one sure to be just as exciting as we have Lynn Vision up against the MongolZ for a best of one. So I'm looking forward to it, and already we're just powering through the veto. We're going to be on Nuke, which I think is kind of interesting. Don't know if I fully expected. I think it's one of the 3 maps that I thought we could play. It was always going to be very hard to guess the veto here. I really had hoped we'd played Ancient, but I just like the map. I guess Nuke makes sense. They would have both been better on Ancient by the stats alone, but maybe that's also why, you know, both teams are like, we don't, like, it's too much of a comfort map for the other side. So we decide on Nuke instead. Let's go. Dan, how are you feeling on this one?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm really curious to see this Nuke, specifically because you know, we had, I think, Call Me Sue in an interview very recently. As we look at the odds, maybe it's a lot closer because he was saying that they have fixed a bunch of stuff on Nuke. It's a map that they are feeling really good on, and so there should be new things for us to witness. I think they made a lot of adaptations, it sounds like, based off of their performance at IEM Dallas just recently. So perfect that they had that as a run-up to this. But here we go, CT side for Lynn Vision on Nuke against the MongolZ on the T side.
Yeah, in some sense, you know, the battle for the Asian Counter-Strike region here is so bizarre because we just had a major in Shanghai and, you know, Chinese Counter-Strike wasn't looking all that hot at the moment, but now we've brought Counter-Strike to America and suddenly the Chinese are playing super well. I am excited, and let's get into it. It's Amelia with a nice, clean headshot. Brings down 9-10 to begin with and going to try and retreat a little bit, which is always good to see in that ramp position. You don't really want to fight to the death there. And the time, still plenty of it here. A jump around with his back turned and his head down. That is sick. It's a human flashbang to try and get you off that corner. They're still on, though. Starry's outside, knocking him down. He's going to find Techno as well. How on earth did he land those shots? Now it's just Masinio and Senzu.
And they are looking for a play. There comes the play. And, okay, well, that's not amounted to too much, but now Zinio's dropped into the site. He's been hurt here. It's just looking very difficult around the side. Zaka comes into play. Zaka, a revelation for Lynn Vision this tournament. There goes the door opens by Senzu. And there is so much to worry about here, just playing for that information. We know where Senzu is, and he has to go for that bomb. So Lynn Vision just playing this very cautiously. Must ensure no accidents happen here. Don't give Senzu a way back in. More peeks for information here as Senzu finally able to find his way back onto the bomb. Or maybe not, still looking for the kills. He's almost caught them, closing the door. That is in his face. That is just simply impolite Anders.
Yes, it is. They're not looking to be polite either. Saka will take him down. I think you're right, though. Very nicely played, not giving Senzu an opportunity. We're not in the playoffs yet, so Senzu's probably going to be really, really good. That's been the big criticism for him for a while now, is that once we get the playoffs, things kind of go, you know, off the rails a little bit for him. But, you know, that this time just wasn't it. 1 versus 3, bomb on the ground. Good play, honestly, for Lynn Vision, who, they're another team. I mean, along with Legacy, for me, along with MIBR, but Lynn Vision, I mean, they've captured the community, you know, sentiment. You can understand why. Like, it's so exciting to see them play.
It is, and it's just also just seeing the characters brought out here in this format that we have is incredible. Just having the freedom to express themselves and show their personalities, and everyone's falling in love with them. And you know, I mean, it's perfect. It's just beautiful. It's what you want to see in Counter-Strike.
It is. You know, just as a random anecdote, I ended up talking to Capitalist over from the Dota space yesterday. We talk every once in a while, and he basically said that, you know, some of the highlights from, you know, Amelia getting excited, standing up on the desk, like that's the kind of stuff that brings him into watching Counter-Strike. And it's like, you know, you see that and you're like, wait a minute, like I've got to see what's going, like, you know, how exciting is this, you know? So I think it's actually true, right? Even people who are, you know, don't spend the majority of the time in Counter-Strike end up in a position where it's like, okay, actually there's some, like I kind of need to know what's the drama here. Like these guys, like how fired up are they? So Amelia definitely, I think I have, you know, first-hand experience of people I know who, you know, again, like maybe don't spend all of the time in CS, but they kind of get drawn into it. And I can understand why. I think it's been so hyped. I'm ready. The second round is coming up here, and it's going to be, without the bomb plant, of course, no real investment into this run. They've got a Deagle on Blitz, and actually one on Masinio as well, and one on Techno. I said no investment, but it's absolutely a lie. Don't really trust anything I say, actually.
Just as a rule, a rule of thumb. Yeah, we'll see what Masinio can find, or any of the people holding the Deagles. We also have Blitz and Techno on those Deagles as well. But very responsibly. Oh, giving outside mostly for the most part. Lynn Vision will be charging this. Hello. Okay, Zaka. He's fallen down the stairs thanks to Techno. And you've got to be cautious here if you are Lynn Vision. Don't want to give away too much on the outside positions. That is precisely how Mongols are trying to win the round. Getting these outside picks, it is what they are looking for.
It's so funny to imagine that not that long ago, if somebody had pitched, you know, let's have a discussion about who's going to win, Mongols or Lynn Vision. It's just not a conversation worth having. We know Mongols are going to win every single time. Like, why even spend the time discussing it? And this major has really changed that outlook, especially in best of ones, obviously. But I think there's every chance. For me, this feels like a bit of a coin flip. I really have no idea. But if they can get it back into this round with the Eagles, obviously that will massively improve the chances for the Mongols. Lynn Vision is just about holding on. And to be honest, even more than anything, just hold on to the FAMAS and the M4. If you lose the MP9s, probably don't care that much.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you about the Mongols versus Lynn Vision sentiment.
It's just interesting how much can change in the course of, you know, a couple of weeks, really.
Yeah, and the Mongols have been the Asian team holding the line at the top level for a long time. Maybe this major signals a change of the guard if the Mongols can't perform, and Lynn Vision do.
They didn't get the bomb plant. I actually really want to know how much time was left. It felt like that was forever. Westmelon getting 3 kills. There's a lot of money that's being made on the back of that. But yeah, he waited until the last possible, must have been less than half a second there for the bomb to go down. So annoying for the Mongols to not get the extra bonus from actually planting the bomb. But still, they're going to be able to buy in the next one. They did only invest in Deagles. It wasn't a crazy investment. They are going to be lacking maybe some of the utility. Very curious to see how the Mongols are going to be playing this T side from just a yard perspective. We know what the European meta says. I think the Mongols are one of these teams that will try and be pretty heavy on the smokes. I feel like I've seen them even throw like the double wall out there. But we're going to find out right now. Saka already in position with the AWP. That's close.
That is close. And Zaka has hit some stunners this event so far. But in the meantime, the Mongols shimmying their way outside. And they've got to be very careful. But the Mongols will make their way down with a lot of players into that lower site. And what is on the other end there to defend that? The Mongols are able to actually clear so much space here down lower. Now, Lynn Vision, are they aware of this? They've given up a lot of space for free right now.
This is the problem. This is obviously, tactically, the wall that you saw that we were talking about, the smoke wall to get them down into this position. This is what it allows for. Nobody on Lynn Vision has seen anyone go down, and they didn't break open the smokes with grenades. They have no idea, so they're just really hoping that that's not going to happen. They'll turn it into a lobby crunch, but that doesn't matter. One, because Techno is not able to be crunched where he is, but even if he was, who really cares? You're going to lose an AK, but then probably win the round, and the round is won at this stage here. Techno goes down, but there's no reason to try and turn this into a retake. If you're Lynn Vision, just save especially the AK, but you know, the AWP on Saka as well. So another classic nuke scenario,
yeah.
But it is... You know, it is helped by the fact that Lynn Vision don't try for more information in the yard.
Yeah.
That's really the problem.
Yes. Yeah, I'm definitely fine if you have an outcome like this, but just... I mean, and it could have been a miscommunication, which is totally fine. And it's one of those things, so long as they rectify it, but... Did they get any kills coming in here? Okay, no, it looks like everyone's just able to evade the bomb damage and any potential kills.
These kind of rounds happen even with, you know, sort of top-level nuke teams. It's not completely uncommon. I mean, there are a lot of different ways to play how you sort of get the information, but a lot of teams these days, once that smoke goes up, they almost instantly grenade it. But you're at the mercy if you do that of, you know, maybe the T side will throw another wall later. They'll just wait really far back towards T spawn and just throw, you know, re-smoke that same position and then they walk it again. So it's just very, very hard to be accurate 100% of the time. Ball goes down and so does Missinio. Ball in the air, jumping. Saka, that's got to be a great move. There's the wall being blown open. It's just Blitz this time that's made his way past. I don't think anyone saw him, but Westmelon in a position to at least get that info and actually does significant damage. I think Blitz has to maybe call off that little engagement, sneaking around the other side. It's Saka finding Techno, and suddenly it's 2 or 3 versus 5 here.
Yeah, Zaka is nasty. And the Mongols, they really need to find damage here. Let's not forget, we had a full save from the CTs last round. Nice peek and connection there. Really good team play. Starry picks up another one. And then Vision They absolutely crushed that. Really caught MongolZ off guard. I mean, the first pick from Zaka and then splitting them up. But, I mean, Zaka, if he's going to be hitting like this just right out of the gate, this early on, 3-1 up, it's a scary prospect if you're the MongolZ right now.
I mean, yes, to have your AWP hit shots like these at the beginning of it, and you could definitely feel the frustration on the MongolZ side. That's AKs that have been picked up on MongolZ, but obviously no bomb plant, so Tech9s for Techno and Massinio. Zaka is more than ready if they want to do that jump again. We do have the smoke wall. It's 3 smokes for this diagonal one, which this is a classic setup if you want to be basically running through the smokes into mini. So you can sort of, you know, you can make a really, really hard left, and then you just go into mini really quickly. Doesn't look like that's what they want to do right now, but just notice that this sort of setup actually allows you to get in to attack the A-bomb side with lightning speed.
Trying to dodge the AWP right now, I feel like, on the outside. Got to be really careful. But Zaka is not in that position, really, to be catching anyone on top of the silo.
They have 1 smoke, so they're going to set it up by that unbreakable box, and then they will actually try and wrap around, but not a lot of coverage here. They're still on the bomb side. This is great work. Westmelon in some trouble. He's going to be found in the high ground, coming in from the rafters. Kolmisu ends up going down. Starry shot out to the round, and this is just a perfect play. Coming in from the MongolZ. Emilia gets on right for the smoke, and Zaka, they know where he is. I don't know what he could do with this position. They should try and find him. Get this AWP out of his hands. I almost don't care how much it costs you. Just trying to get rid of him, and they will. Techno being boosted up from a teammate. It's fantastic work for the MongolZ. This is such an impressive round and a really important one early on.
And just like you said, that blazing speed that they got from the push there with the setup, it's definitely something that needs to be, you know, you have to worry about if you're Lynn Vision. And I feel like it might encourage for them to bring Zaka outside to be a bit more active, or at least maybe have somebody pushing a bit close to T-Red. You know, have some sort of a play that you can support with, and something outside, because, you know, giving away that position, it seems like it makes life difficult to hold up. With that said, Lynn Vision might say, oh, we could have held that with the same setup if we just adjusted this or something else. You know, there might be something for them to discuss right now as we are underway with the timeout.
I mean, you can tell how awkward it is for them by Westmelon's position. Like, he is there to control that squeak door. He's not really there to also try and fight the mini position.
Yes.
And that's probably also because Kolmisu was maybe a second delayed in getting up to the high ground, so they didn't even have a crossfire or anything. They just were caught off guard, unfortunately. But we're back in. 3-2, round number 6. Still money on the Lynn Vision side, and even after this buy, they actually have quite a bit. So even though it's only 3 rounds that they have, they've been pretty successful at keeping the economy going on the CT side. Zaka will find a kill. This time it's an aggressive push towards that trophy room. Will take down Techno.
And just to remind all of you watching, this is a 1-1 game as well between these two teams.
Oh yes.
9-10 looks for any aggression there, and it is felt, and it is there. Good trades. There's so many more players, though. Oh, the follow-up is stunning there. That's dropping the bomb also. This is getting troublesome here. Senzu able to still make that kill happen despite the debris being blown into his face, collecting the bomb now as well. And he's got a teammate, Blitz, all the way into the vents. This is going to be very unexpected, both the position and the timing that Blitz has found as he wraps back through to Squeak for the clearance, and Senzu takes down Starry. Now Zaka, is he going to be ready? Yes! 1v1 now for Senzu.
45 seconds left. It's a long time. He knows the bomb is back here. Senzu's hoping for one more mistake. He already got 1 kill just by waiting. At some point, he has to make up his mind. You want to go for it with 18 health and just try to see if you can win the round at a 1v1? Or are you going to give it up and just try and save the AWP? I feel like you're going to go for it every single time, no matter the health. You've got the AWP. And look at Zaka. He's moving around so much. I think this is one of the things that I sometimes have criticized Lynn Vision for, is sometimes in these, you know, 2v2, 3v3s on the CT sides, they are so mobile. They move all the time, and that's not always the best idea. Smoke is going to be there, so at least Zaka knows that he's coming through, dropping down the vent with just 8 seconds left. He's running straight for it. He'll have just enough time for the bomb plant, cutting it down to the wire, but it will be planted. And now Zaka is on the hunt here. If he knew how low he was, then the pistol might be a better choice for it here. He's looking to relocate as well. There's not a grenade here on Saka to make it work. They both miss pistols out, and it's the USP to get the job done. They win the round on Lynn Vision.
Oh, wow, you could even see it from the coach as well. Like the relief. Both AWP shots missed.
Okay.
Big round to win. Risky move. I love the setup there whenever a team tries to hit all 3 sides at once.
Yes.
The CTs into lobby. The lobby crunches are fun. Amelia is so relieved with that one.
It's like part celebration, part laughing. That sounded like the kind of laugh you do if you're actually really scared of what's going on. But
their money would have been wrecked had they lost that too.
Yeah, they would have been in some trouble there on the CT side. And honestly, for the Mongols, it's still that's kind of the silver lining that they're probably talking about anyway. Like, yeah, it sucks, but we're down into a 1v1. If we keep putting the pressure on, they will run out of money really soon. So just don't. I don't think they're going to be very upset about this. It's always annoying to lose the clutches. The lobby crunch that you mentioned is such a powerful way to play, and the fact that Lynn Vision doing it early on, it also means Mongols have to be worried about it for the rest of the half.
And I feel like in addition to that, that level of disruption, we haven't really seen a lot of conditioning from the Mongols. They've had success outside, but only by getting a free secret entrance, and also previously by having that very fast play. But there's a challenge from Lynn Vision on the outside. So with that said, only one player for the Mongols. It wants to get a rush down, but gets caught. HG blows open the smoke, and that's a big play. And now so much rest on the Mongols' entry into ramp.
Let's see if they even can get there. Emilia's waiting on the other side. He doesn't have any more grenades, but he's got some backup with him that's just walking in as the smoke is not that far away from fading. So now they've got 2 players here. One of them, the AWP. Techno just caught, idling in the corner. He will end up going down, but it's a very good shot in return, and that does kind of leave the AWP in a weird position. 9-10 hanging around here. The Mongols would love, if nothing else, to do more damage here. Just make sure you get 2 more kills in this round. There's one of them, just as we ask. Sensu will grant us that much.
That was one bullet, Anders.
Yeah.
Westmelon on the other end of it sees the shadow. What a strong position. And suddenly, you have a very interesting mid-round scenario. Emilia's found the back of one, and that is tragic. That's the bomb down as well. Senzu has to turn around. The flick comes in. It's good on the spray. Another player, though, and it's not going to happen for Senzu, but it certainly will for Starry. 5-2 now for Lynn Vision.
That's really, really good work. And the Mongols were trying to run the exact same strategy that they had earlier, where last time, if you remember, Blitz sort of fell down below, and I think he ran into an MP9, and that round also fell apart for different reasons.
Yeah.
This time they want to do the exact same thing. We called it a 4-1 split, and this time he got caught out in that yard in a big way.
Nice!
What's interesting here, Ant, is I feel like the Mongols can't really get a round started because they keep getting pushed, and then it just goes into these weird trading scenarios in the mid-round.
It's going to be fast towards the ramp. They don't want to slow this down, keep it going. Nice return from Sensu. There's no boost in play either. Oh no! He just pre-fires that. I don't think he sees much of anything. We'll take down Techno, and now they're going to be down below. Already 2 people have rotated in here for the Lynn Vision side, so in spite of losing that ramp position, they're still looking very good defensively. Sensu wants to walk in, awkward angle to fight at, and he won't pick up that shot either. It's a block here on the senior, so even though he gets the dings, you can see the sparks flying off the helmet of Westmelon. But that Glock just doesn't have the stopping power. And one more round, Lynn Vision. They survive with 3. They even steal some AKs. 6-2 lead. This is looking really strong.
It certainly is.
Something that worries me too is the fact that on the T side, I think I went back and watched maybe 3 or 4 different new games from Lynn Vision. They are crazy hard to read on the T side of Nuke. They do things that pretty much no other team is going to try to attempt. Like, they have some very, very weird setups where, you know, they do the 4-1 split, but then, you know, the one guy is going to be aggressive instead of the 4. It's very, you know, bizarre if you're on the CT side to try and guess at. Down the vent we go. I like it.
Yeah, really fast round. Hello! Zaka finds the head of one. A second kill from Zaka. He is not missing. It's a lot of damage. Can the 3 remaining on Mongols be able to find a post-spawn here? You've got 4 CTs still in Vision with loads of utility to shut down these positions defensively. You almost want the Mongols to get aggressive to see if they can find kills early to disrupt this retake.
Worried that the Mongols are not playing to get any kind of a you know, trade kills here. It just seems like they're playing a lot on their own. There is a bit of a setup here potentially. Senzu wants just the top of someone's helmet, tries to get that smooth tap away. It's Techno on the other side, though. Senzu really playing for the visuals here, but Call Me Sue with a grenade gets one, and now 9-10 in the open. Worried about getting shot in the back, but he's ice cold. A quad kill for 9-10 to steal a round away here for the Mongols. They had to win this one. It was slipping out of their hands. But now they're so much closer to being able to capitalize on all the work from earlier. There is going to be a buy here for Lynn Vision, but that's the last buy that they're going to be able to have. So the Mongols could be back in this half. It's not over yet.
And it's tough here. You know, these are, oh my God, that first shot is absolutely disgusting from Zaka. What a danger he is. And I mean, what a result too. 3 versus 4, that's a hard one to hold down on the Mongol side. But like you say, they've got an opportunity to get back in, but you've got so much aggression from Lynn Vision, again, trying to play so disruptively. This outside setup.
Starry just, it's a nice idea. Keeping the pressure on. Something that they've been doing really well, Lynn Vision. If you remember, they did lobby crunches. This time it's out in the yard, just trying to make it hard for the Mongols to feel very safe about anything. Lit's going to try and make his walk across. This time it's just the 2 smokes here for him to get into the garage. And Starry's right there. Not ready. The shadow already showing. He's going to end up going down.
It's going to take something interesting here for Lynn Vision. They're going to have to make something happen to get back into this round. The Mongols with all the control now in the 5v4. Almost no utility for Lynn Vision to play retake with. So they're in a very tricky spot. Westmelon with the CZ. It's going to go to Decon, see if he can get a good reposition here. Making a lot of noise. Techno's going to be able to hear from above. And there's still the capacity for the Mongols to go back up the vent if they want to, with Techno holding that space.
Yeah, they've got pretty much every option available at the moment here. And for Lynn Vision, it's also worth it to save. And with the rifles here, oh, Saka goes down. That's the AWP. I'm gonna say, if you're supposed to CC, that doesn't really matter. Nice spray down from Techno. He had a very slow start, right? 5 kills, blitzes on 2. But this is a big turnaround moment. No funds on the CT side. So the Mongols, they're going to get to 4 here, but they are likely to instantly make that a 5 rounds. And that's enough on the T side of Nuke. You're going to be quite happy with that. We'll see if Lynn Vision can find some way to surprise and upset the situation here. Otherwise, this great lead that they build is slowly evaporating.
They're hearing the shouting in the distance.
Yeah.
The other game. Yeah, it's definitely a great moment. In fact, it might have been the last possible moment for the Mongols to find their way back into this game, stifle the momentum of Lynn Vision, to make this actually feel uncomfortable suddenly. Lynn Vision was so close to having so much dominance.
Just to say, the last times they played Nuke, even though we have to go quite far back into 24, they basically played it twice, and it's 13-3 and 13-5 in favor of the Mongols. So it's not even a question, right? They just get blown out the water, but today already, Lynn Vision are improving on those results, and it's no surprise they come into this game with a lot of momentum. See if Blitz could do something in the yard here. This is a 4-1 split as well, but it's sort of inverse from the earlier one. So they've got 1 guy holding lobby, and then 4 people pushing outside. It's been spotted. It's actually an enormous amount of damage from the USP. What on earth is going on? Starry pushing in. They've got more bullets to take down Masinio. How could this fall apart? There's nothing here on the CT side, and yet they've almost blown up the round. M4 on Starry. Semilia loves something other than a USP, but he can't really pick it up here. Panic stations for the Mongols. They have to convert this. Bomb's been picked up now. He knows that peak is likely to happen, and Starry very nearly got his head taken off, but Techno, don't die.
That's so scary. Oh my God. Zaka, I think he just got dink, dink, dink with that USP, unbelievable damage. And this is just so scary right now for the Mongols. You cannot possibly give this round away. 40 seconds to go now, and they've cut enough time, cut enough noise that it could suggest that they could have done anything at this point. So that is forcing Lynn Vision to consider their positions, playing essentially 1 to a bomb site at the moment.
So Emilia saw them go down. He calls it into Saka, or Starry, sorry, who's down here. So just that tiny bit of information is absolutely pivotal right now. He's in a great position. Heads are going to be walking in. He's looking for it. The spray down is there, and the one he's trying to duck away. It's great work, Starry. Amazing counter-strike. He knows he has to get Amelia into the fight or he can still lose it. 8 seconds on the clock and a fake plant coming out. Techno, he picks up the one and now he has to commit to the bomb plant. It's Amelia sneaking in, USP in hand and trying to use that smoke for a bit of coverage. Can he get one more headshot dink here? That's all they need for Lynn Vision to steal the round back, but Techno's got the better position. Out of bullets, so now it's the Glock and straight to the forehead.
Oh, that's a huge sigh of relief there that can be let out for all of the MongolZ players. That round almost just destined for complete catastrophe after Xhaka connects all those USP headshots. But still, damage was done. I mean, it's not going to matter at this point, but it damages your confidence a little bit, just a little bit. And I think it helps Lynn Vision feel really good going into this final round. Well, those small things do matter, and I mean, Lynn Vision will have a bye. And for the MongolZ, I felt like they haven't had a stable base, despite managing to do a great job getting to 5 rounds. It doesn't feel like they have a base of comfort within, let's say, a default or something where they're reliably getting wins. It feels like anything at any moment could potentially happen and go wrong.
Sensu ends up getting a couple of good clicks there to kind of get them back into it here. For Techno also, I mean, this is great work towards the end of it. But yeah, I think you're right. There's no real stability here on the Mongol side. I think 5, though, is good enough. Even if they don't win this last one, I think still it's an interesting game that we've got on our hands, and I hope that it's going to be close. I want to see these two teams really battle it out. It's another lobby push, not really a crunch this time, but just an early aggression there from Kolmisu.
And that's so helpful too, because it really indicates that there's more of an outside presence, because there's no trade really there, not enough numbers in the lobby, so they got to be elsewhere. Oh, the HE just gets the information, 1 credit card. Let's see if that player is going to be able to survive out there. Holding down this garage position. The MongolZ looking for these fights, these potential picks. This will be a really good way for them to get back into the round, but Xhaka finds Blitz. And now it feels like the MongolZ are really invested in this outside play, but they cannot kill Xhaka.
They haven't really tried to do that wraparound at all in the half, so it's impressive that Lynn Vision are actually aware that that could still be happening, because they've already been a feature of the game so far. Sensu, love a spray down, but that is not going to happen. Kolmisu will take him down, and 9-10 here. I think because they get Techno early in the lobby, they know what's coming. He's always the solo player in those kind of positions. 9-10, he doesn't know it yet, but he's in so much trouble. Even if he gets this fight, they're going to be on him right away. He pulls out the Molotov, and Amelia is there to take him down. 7-5 in favor of Lynn Vision at the start of Nuke. Welcome back, everyone. We've got Lynn Vision, we've got the MongolZ playing. It's a best of one on Nuke now. Lynn Vision going to be on the T side, and it's almost too much to talk about for what they like to do. Here's an astonishing fact for you. In the pistol rounds, 83% of the time they go to the A bomb side, and about maybe 40% is just a straight A rush. They love rushing inner on this map. Don't know why, but that's what they're going to be doing once again. So here we are, straight in and through the hut, or up on top of the hut. Techno's still here. Sensu gets the first. Some really smooth headshots are ringing in, but he's running low on bullets here. Does he get a chance to reload? Actually got one more, and Westmelon, and they can't take out Call Me Sue. It's great defense. Sensu manages to hold on to the sheer speed and force there coming by Lynn Vision. That could have been such a powerful play.
Yeah, it looked, I mean, there were all the opportunities too, right? Sometimes those Glock bullets just don't quite get those kills quickly enough as you would like, and so that could have gone really poorly here. You had a spot at the back of the site here where, you know, Sensu's taking, like this fight in particular, got to take a lot of extra shots there, confirm these kills, and Sensu's an absolute menace. The first bullet accuracy is pretty wild, so you don't ever want to give him a chance.
I'm going to be honest, if I was, you know, reviewing a team and I see that, you know, okay, guys, you know, 83% of the time we're going, you know, straight to A. Should we do it again? I might be like, actually, maybe just don't play straight into that. You know, it seems like it's very, very readable. Nice little burst coming out from Blitz. That's his third kill of the map. He really did not have a great time lurking around outside for the majority of that first half, but we know that he could play better. Let's see. The MongolZ, I think, winning that pistol round and denying the bomb plant as well, it set us up for a very, very cool map of Nuke here. We'll see what Lynn Vision have got. I said they are a really hard team to read on the T side, and I'll explain why in a couple of seconds. This one should be straightforward.
There they go, into the other side. See if they get any kills at all. Easily shut down there as expected. 7-7, we're all tied up as we get into the rifle rounds, and this is where the fun stuff will happen. And I have to say, Anders, you know, one advantage Lynn Vision might have over some teams is the lack of familiarity with them. That's not really going to be the case against the MongolZ. The MongolZ are going to know how they play. They're going to have they're going to be more comfortable in that sense, as comfortable as a game against Lynn Vision could be. But Lynn Vision, as you mentioned, also do seem to really prioritize what feels good to them. Even if people know that it's coming,
they don't care.
They don't care.
They have this, so when they do the 4-1 split on the Lynn Vision side, sometimes they'll it's Emilia playing that lobby position. Oh wow, they are going to be fast. I'll come back to this later. Westmelon's already taken a bit of damage. Very aggressive. The grenade's going to find it. That's on top of the silo, and Starry, he's so close to the AWP. He really wants to find that kill, but now instead, they've lost a couple of players already. What a banging start to the second half this is for the MongolZ, especially if they can get away with some of these rifles here, which right now is looking doable. They've actually escaped the yard. They're kind of out of there.
It's definitely comebackable, this situation, but it's going to be so difficult. I think the AWP is always the problem in these 5v3s for the T side, because one big advantage you have is your element surprise. They don't know precisely where you're rotating to, but that means to maintain that, you have to walk into angles, and the AWP is the absolute counter to that. Exactly, right on cue. 9-10 able to take down Emilia off that drive peak. Looking for more fights outside though, just to at least get some damage in. But the MongolZ looking very steady right now here on the outside. And 9-10, he's queued up for another one. Being teased by the Shadow. It is no problem at all for him.
This is a dream beginning. If you had a bit of a tough first half, you didn't really have a lot of money on that CT side. It was a bit rough in general, or on the T side. But now it's different. You get to keep everyone alive. Even better, you get to pick up some of the AKs. Unfortunately, Techno's going to still be left with the MP9, but the rest of them is looking good. 9-10 has got 15 kills, sounding off on that AWP right at the beginning.
Yeah, and it's 5 alive 2 times in a row. That goes far on Nuke. That really does. That's exactly what you need. And I mean, with that said, it would just be so par for the course for it to be this round that works out for Lynn Vision with just the Tech 9s, with that pace that you can get, that you can find with the pistols. But outside, you've got Blitz once again. Ready with some of those pre-nades, trying to catch those timings. Good evasion there from Lynn Vision to get ahead of it, but Starry, I don't know what he can do against 9-10. AWP as Deagle. Well, Blitz is going to have him first, and the AWP is not even being revealed on that line just yet.
Yeah, you can tell it's not happening. Sensu catches Emilia through the smoke there. And again, Emilia is going to be that solo lurker whenever they're doing this 4-1 kind of a split. So, like I said earlier, one of the hard things to read, at least in my opinion, is the fact that sometimes Emilia is still going to be the first one to push ramp or regional PA bomb site, which is just kind of crazy if you are in the European Counter-Strike meta. A shot from Westmelon should be pretty much the end of the road for him here. He's got very low health already. He will be taken down. But yeah, just... you got to think of it from the CT point of view. If you find Emilia in the lobby, you can't be 100% sure, but you're pretty sure that it's one of those 4-1 splits. It's a nice indication that it could be happening. But if Emilia attacks you in ramp, you're going to think, okay, that's going to be Emilia plus 3 or 4 other people, and it's a 4-1 split the other way. But it isn't necessarily the case with Lynn Vision. I just think that's so interesting to think about that. Like reading that from the CT side is just very, very tricky. By the way, that's all their timeouts burned here. So Lynn Vision kind of, they need to make this work here early on.
I feel they do a good job of making adjustments. So hopefully this will be the adjustment that they need, because they are very much struggling here. They haven't even gotten any rounds started. And it looks more hopeless than it was looking for the Mongols when the Mongols were struggling against the disruptive plays from Lynn Vision's CT side. So with this timeout, we might see an alteration in how they're running their opening. 910 is looking way too fired up at the moment on this AWP.
Lynn Vision, I mentioned this, the getting through the mini splits onto the A-bombs. Like Lynn Vision are the team that really like doing that. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of them, I think it's their most used strategy, in fact, on the T side here. So we'll see if the Mongols are going to be ready for that kind of a play. We saw how it worked once in the first half, and I think Lynn Vision's version of it is actually more impressive, in my opinion. So that could be kind of a go-to. They need to manufacture something in the second half, and pretty early on here. They finally got a real buy together, but, time's going to be running out for it. Emilia is again going to be solo holding that lobby position. Everyone else is focused on the yard, and they've got 2 people up on the silo. They'll probably keep one of them up there. They both jump down. Okay, here we go. Straight jump up. They actually stomp on Sensu. But it doesn't matter here. Blitz still swings out of secret for a couple of kills. And Emilia, even if he gets that fight, look at how low he is. The Mongols here, they almost got caught off guard out there, but some great shots from Blitz.
And so far, the Mongols have been so good at just forcing these fights that round to end so soon. And it's all Emilia could do to really survive here, but he's going to get caught. This is, don't do it. Don't do it. Not a, okay, all right, 910. He's just going to assassinate him. Just nice, quick, and clean, painless. No knife shenanigans. Respect is shown.
Yeah, it is. I can appreciate that, although I'm always in the market for a good stabbing for tonight, okay? It's too brutal otherwise, damn, I'm sorry. Blitz. Pretty good work, I must say. 10-7, which means Lynn Vision have had no rounds in the second half. They just haven't been able to put it together. Mongols instead have won 5 in a row. Just really great work coming out here. Again, they sort of are the big brother team in the Asian region, but I don't know. Coming into this one, I was ready to say it's probably a 50-50 because Lynn Vision have so much momentum, but the Mongols are kind of re-establishing some of that control, saying, hey, listen, like you said, they played so much, so we know how you guys like to play, and we are going to be ready. Techno making a mad jump in the middle of the execute onto the hut, but he still finds a kill, and Sensu's picked up a couple as well on the other side of it. Even gets one for the smoke, a headshot onto Saka. How did he actually find that? Don't tell me that was in the hut. There's no way. I don't think it could have been. I think it must have been something. I'm dreaming.
I don't know, Anders. I can't help you, I'm afraid.
If that was a stray bullet headshot, just like, just catching some poor guy through the hot wall, that would have been crazy. 11-7, my God, they're speedrunning the second half.
They are, again, Lynn Vision just can't find a stable base of control. A lot of teams will do so by having really good outside takes, and that kind of be, maybe how they have most of their rounds. Like the majority of their defaults will be there, and then they'll have like versions of like lobby defaults, and you'll be able to like play something off of that. But Lynn Vision can't get to that point, getting shut down time and again. And this time it's more of a lobby-focused defaults.
They want to go for this ramp. The fact is nobody's really holding it for the Mongols right now. I think Vicinio was kind of in the area. You might just take a look and say, okay, yeah, they're definitely taking lobby control. But apart from that, there are no CTs here. They was an early rotation from 9-10. He went through lobby and then all the way into the B hallway, so he's playing all the way by secret now. But again, like people have said many a time, the ramp is not a bomb site, so you don't have to die for it on the CT side.
Yes.
You can just let them have it.
And the interesting danger is potentially trying to wrap through the upper position, because the Mongols respecting this, playing basic Counter-Strike. They've got 2 players that did drop lower to just respect this ramp take. But Lynn Vision, it looks like they're not going to mess around. They're going to keep it simple too, going straight for this ramp position. But Senzu, he's been a nightmare.
How do you escape from the Senzu? All right, they're going to smoke it off. I was going to say, if he just stays here and tries to fight, sure you can win it, but it's hard to get away. Call me Su with a bit of a bullet. Straight clean through the smoke, takes down Senzu. 35 seconds, he opens the door, and Emilia is ready on the other side. Not buying whatever he was trying to sell there. 3 versus 4 now with a bomb plant and a quick kill for Techno and a headshot onto Emilia. It falls apart in a second here. Lynn Vision now down to a man. Call me Su trying to tap away, but all this is doing is buying more time. And he knew eventually someone else is going to come and fight me. That's the Mongols up to 12. This second half is flawless.
So well played there. Love the bait at the end. And I mean, showing that, even if some space is given, even finally if some map control is there to work with, for Lynn Vision, it's still so hard to win a round. And it's really cool because Lynn Vision did have the opportunity to do a lot. After throwing the smoke down into control room, getting the pick, they could still have tried to go back upper. Like there was still the possibility to do that through the ladder, and so definitely stuff there for Lynn Vision to work with. But the Mongols really heated up at the moment on the CT side. But here we go. At least the last chance here for Lynn Vision. They have a good buy to work from.
So impressive for the Mongols. Just, I think you basically, already told us, but the fact that they played so much against each other, you can feel Mongols are so ready. They just understand how this T side works for Lynn Vision. And unfortunately for Lynn Vision, they haven't even had the momentum to try and throw them off that trail, right? They're so confident right now on that CT side. Could be sort of one of those, mini main splits that I was talking about earlier here. They're setting up some of the grenades where they got a lot of people, and they're not really by the red container. They're a little bit closer, and they run through their own smoke when they do it. It's Emilia, again, engaging a little bit in the ramp, which, like I said earlier, is kind of strange to see him that far forward in a fight. Normally, if you're the sole, lobby lurker, you're just trying to stay out of any fights. You just don't want to be engaged at all. And
like you say, how well can the Mongols read that? As you say, it should be quite a good indication of what they want to do. Lynn Vision, seeing Emilia make moves like this.
The wrap around outside towards the CT spawn. 9-10. Definitely seeing that one. Westmelon ends up going down, but it's a pretty decent shot as well. Techno's going to be dropping 1, and 9-10 with the kill on the Sacker. It's down to 2. Holding on to it. And the 2v3 now just was a 2v4, but the clock is running out on this one, Dan. It's not looking good. 24 seconds here. The Mongols, they just might have a clean run towards a victory on Nuke. I don't know what Starry and Call Me Su could do at this stage. 15 seconds. They're not even on the bomb side. It's lost outside, and so is the map. Senzu at the end with the final kills, and an absolutely beautiful CT side from the Mongols.
Yeah, as soon as they hit that second hop, they just look so confident, so comfortable. Of course, it's going to be hard to play against Lynn Vision on their CT side when they're playing so disruptively. They're forcing all these fights, they're dictating the pace, but they weren't able to do that on the T side, and that's very interesting. But that's Nuke. That is Nuke, and that is the Mongols showing their class.
Yeah, and that's nice to see. I feel like there's been some doubt about the Mongols recently. Some high fives are coming out, that's good, but yeah, just unable to really get anything going, unfortunately, on that T side. Lynn Vision, I would have loved to have seen that. Okay, no, different, all right. That shows you something about, the camaraderie between the teams. I appreciate that. Great work, obviously, for the Mongols. They're a step closer to the next stage of the major. They haven't qualified yet. They've got to play best of 3 at some point, but we're slowly but surely getting there. Now, our next game here is going to be a best of 3. That's going to be coming up, so I'm really excited for it. We'll see how it plays out. It's in a couple of seconds, so stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Fallen, it has been an excellent result for FURIA so far here in Stage 3. Can you describe to me the emotions that yourself, the team are feeling, knowing you are potentially just one best of 3 win away from making it to playoffs in Austin?
Hello everyone, it feels great to be in that situation. The first group stage we played was a little bit harder and we had to go through a defeat. And now we know that we have to win a very good BO3 to go to the playoffs. So we're feeling very excited and feeling that the team is growing, so it's a good feeling.
Tell me a little bit about MongolZ's integration into the team, because he has been all guns a-blazing here so far on Stage 3 of Austin. How much progression have you seen from him since joining FURIA to this day?
I feel like he's been able to show abilities that we already knew he had. Once we played some practice with him and we saw some of his games previously before joining the team, I knew he was a very explosive operator and he could impact with the big gun. So yeah, I think he's been delivering so far. He's a very, very key player for us to be at this position on this stage. And I hope he can continue today and help us win another game.
Now, you've got Virtus.pro on the cards, which are objectively, when you're looking at VRS rankings, right, could have been worse with the likes of, Vitality, Spirit, MongolZ, who find themselves 0-2. How tough of an opponent do you view Virtus.pro at the moment?
I think Virtus.pro brings a little bit of something special about their team, that they're one of the lowest teams playing CS, so they're very methodical and they know how to use the timer and the clock on their advantage. So there is some specifics that you need to change in your own game to be able to have a more comfortable game against them because of the pace they play. So I think it's quite a what's the word in English? It's an exclusive game to be playing, and it's a little bit different than other teams. So I think that can be a little bit challenging for us, but I think we have what it takes to beat them, so we'll see.
Well, I'll let you get in the zone then, Fallen. Thank you so much for your time as always, and good luck. Flamus, it was a great day for Virtus.pro yesterday. 2 competitive games, but 2 games that you got over the line. What was key for you guys for keeping focus when things got close and making sure you got those 2 wins?
I mean, we've been just trying not to focus on the negative things that happen inside of the game. We've been just trying to focus on the round by round by round, like focusing on the next, how I win the next, how I win the next, and yeah, just managed to win.
Now, you're going to be taking on FURIA today in your best of 3. First of all, are you surprised to see FURIA making it to the 2-0 bracket when you've got some other teams like Vitality, MongolZ, who are down 0-2 now? Is it surprised to see FURIA here?
No, to be honest, no, because in BO1 can happen whatever can happen, and we already have seen that a lot of the times on a lot of the majors, so I was not really surprised.
I just spoke to Fallen and he said what he's looking out for from Virtus.pro is the pace that you guys bring. What should we expect from the aggression of Virtus.pro today?
I mean, you will see. I don't like make any predictions. I don't like talk about the future, but you're gonna see.
And how much do you know about FURIA on the other side of the equation? They're a team that you've, practiced anything again, had many officials against?
I mean, we practiced against them. We did, how you say, I forgot the word. I mean, we did the preparation to them. I mean, we're ready, but we will see. We don't know, how it's gonna go. It's you never know.
Can I get a confidence check from you? How confident are you?
No.
Keeping your cards close to your chest. I respect that, Flamus. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
The confidence check is no. I like it. I mean, I understand what he's saying, though. Obviously, that's kind of the sense that we've had so far in the majors. It's really hard to know what you're going to run into on the server. I think VP they're going to be a hard team to bring down here. Vito, right in front of your eyes, it's Mirage, then Train, which I think is awesome, and then we've got Dust too. So great selection of maps, in my opinion. I'm definitely ready for this one, and we'll see how it goes. FURIA or VP? Dan, if you had to make a choice, if I forced you to, who's winning this one?
I would probably pick FURIA if I had to make a choice. And it's just because I feel like FURIA is on the up. At PGL Astana, we saw them make a really good run. I think outperform everyone's expectations, and it was with very little practice. And I think the key thing there for me was seeing how Fallen was on the rifle roll, and then seeing how MongolZ would perform on stage.
Yes.
Were 2 things, because it's a debut event for MongolZ at his home city, so all the attention was extra on him as a rookie, and he did a great job, and we know his ceiling's really high. And so I feel like that was the perfect primer for this team to be really confident and on the way up.
Well, in terms of the odds, it's pretty much a coin flip. I think there's also a decent chance in this one that the first 2 maps are, I don't want to say they're a given, but just if you look at what the teams actually play, Mirage, I mean, it's not the best map for VP, but it's a lot better than it should be for FURIA. Train is a map that VP have played twice, and I don't think they've won it at all, and FURIA played a lot more. So it could be that in this series, we're going to see some very one-sided games, and then we end up on Dust 2, which both teams know how to play. So this could be a bit of a marathon game, which I think is definitely what we want anyway here. There's a lot on the line. It's absolutely everything on the line. And we're going to see Fallen a little bit further back here with the USP. They are ready for a really fast B hit. So obviously some studying that's been done for FURIA. They were expecting it, but it doesn't look like VP are playing into that at all.
Yeah, VP looking to get onto that A site, and there's not a lot to stop them. Let's see if they can dodge these USPs and get some position. Now, Serato, I mean, all these players are demons on these pistols. And up they go through connector. Okay, able to evade any shots there, but that's Serato. In comes Flip. Beautiful timing there from the window jump up. And now MongolZ at range with the dualies. It's not going to work out there. Try to control the shots, but Fame gets the bomb planted. And indeed, very hard retake now for FURIA.
That's pretty well played. You could see a couple of those players, Fame and Electronic, could have gone down, and it would have been a very different scenario here. FURIA on the retake. They don't have that kit and smoke combination that we all love to see, or at least I do. Get makes sad every time we don't actually see it picked up on the CT side, but they're gonna escape to save the armor, and I think that's a reasonable choice here. There's not much really to be done, so nicely done for the VP side. I think in some sense, I think I would probably predict that whoever loses this game might not make the playoffs at all. Even though both these teams are obviously in a 2-0 situation here. So, winning and you're qualified. It's crazy to imagine that's how it's played out. But I think the problem is, if you start losing now, you're going to run into some even stronger teams. Like, for both sides, they must be thinking, wow, this is a huge opportunity. All I have to defeat is FURIA or VP, and I'm through. You go on now. Who knows if you run into a mouse or whatever else is out there? Like it could be super wild. So
best of threes, yeah, yeah, you're totally right. And to get here, VP had to beat Mouse and Legacy, and to get here, FURIA had to beat the MongolZ and Aurora. So they've both taken down big opponents in the best of one format.
Yeah, but that's not going to be the same later on. I think I really could see that even though you're really close here, this could be a complete slide out from one of these two teams.
I'm totally with you on that. I think that's a great point. The competition really changes shortly, so make the best of it whilst you can.
Look at this. Some damage with the Scout and the Deagle. They've got 3 MP9s. This is already a bit of a dangerous position to be in if you're VP.
And FURIA getting active. Oh, the HE absolutely perfect there. Set up by Cat. That's actually such a sick play. Takes down Icy, thins the numbers. Now, this is very scary for VP right now. They do have that one Palace player. There goes that smoke to help deal with that for the moment. That is split with the AK. And now in comes MongolZ. He's been set up with the Scout. Gets a tag onto Fame. These players have MP9s and pistols. This is perfect there. They are going to leap on top of the connector position. And still that player Palace is isolated. He can't help right now. And Flip's going to be forced back behind the smoke. FURIA. This was a gorgeous round from them. Completely dealing so easily with VP's buy.
Yeah, that's a real gut punch, isn't it? It's already a bit weird when you get tagged a couple of times, even if you haven't lost anyone yet on the T side, but just the Scout is out there, the Deagle's doing a bit of damage. It makes the whole team nervous. And like you pointed out, the setup with the HE to blow open the window smoke to just land that shot is so good.
That's so sick.
They're going to steal whatever rifles they can scavenge in this round. VP slowed down at the beginning, and like I said, this is a map that you expect for VP to be able to pick up with, I don't want to say ease, because like I said, FURIA do play the map. It's just not one of their strong maps, to say the least. But sometimes, you get an early round like this, you get everyone fired up, maybe that could change.
And the communication in the team has to be amazing to orchestrate around like this, because you are all having to listen to each other and you have to be able to react and trust who is making the call like immediately, and that everyone has to be really in tune with the read of the game to know when that call's going to be coming and precisely what the team wants to do and how they want to capitalize. Because that's a very small window that they took of timing where they leap onto the connected player. And there was layers before that. The HE play in mid, setting players up through the window, blocking off the player with the smoke in Palace, and then finding the timing after the scout shot connects from MongolZ, and like that's the go time. So there's a few layers there of things that happened in sequence where you have great team play from FURIA, and that's a great sign if you're a fan of them. And I mean, who was not a fan of Fallen?
I mean, I've got a lifetime membership at this point to the Fallen fan club.
Right.
Yeah. There's a couple of us out there, you know.
Reinventing himself as a player, that's not easy to do.
No, definitely not.
But proving also that if you are able to reinvent yourself as a player, you can have longevity.
Yeah.
And that's always been a question that has existed.
Well, I mean, at one point, I think it wasn't even a question. People just automatically assumed that, you know, once you hit like 28, it's like it's time to quit your career because you're probably going to be too slow to play. That was like, I think in the beginning in like 2014, 15-ish, I think we almost assumed that. It was like, oh, that's probably going to happen. And now we've got a whole range of players that are challenging this. Not that we have to make a list of all of the old people, but I'm just saying that some people are playing like, you know, quite deep into their 30s.
I try not to make lists of people, Anders.
Yeah, it's not a good idea, especially because I'm going to be on that list, so I just try not to do it. Yeah, so tied up right now. I actually want to steal a talking point that we had when Yekunda joined Liquid originally. One of the fun things that we were sort of hoping for, which I think, unfortunately, because that just was a whole giant mess of things happening over there, but one of the cool things that I think was promising that could have worked out for Liquid, and maybe in some matches actually did, is that Yekunda kind of comes with a sort of inside track on how CIS Counter-Strike is played, right? He comes from the region, he understands how they all play, like he probably has a more intimate understanding of how a player like Electronic or somebody like a Flit or a Fame, how they think, just from being a little bit closer to that space and having played there for such a long time. So I think that's interesting, and I think it's something that he can be an interesting second voice, especially in games against, like, you know, a VP, or, you know, maybe a little bit later on against a team like Na'Vi or whatever. Like I think there are options like that for him to step it up and really do something. So I think it'll be fun to see how this plays out a little bit down the stretch.
And it's fun too because, you know, this rematch that we're having, you know, these two teams, they have a history together, but because FURIA's core has been, of course, you know, changing, or rather not the core exactly, but the team has been changing. The results in the past, it was always, often the case that Virtus.pro were getting you know, the number over FURIA. But this is a different FURIA.
I think so.
And it's otherwise a same VP since PJob Bucharest at least.
Yeah, and you know, because we have a little bit of time here anyway, we can turn it into sort of a halfway podcast. Why not? I think one of the fun things about VP, and also one of the frustrating things, is that I don't really think they necessarily have like a superstar player. Electronic is obviously past his prime in terms of that. He's still a very strong rifler, don't get me wrong. Flit and Fame, I think, in my opinion, also really capable riflers. But none of them are a Nico. I mean, that's maybe also a crazy standard to set, but I'm just saying none of them is like, you know, like we don't have that same kind of feeling, like a Heavy God or somebody else where you're like, oh, this could be really exciting. I think they're just all, like, you know, above average, but that can be good enough sometimes. If they all come together and they all play really well, I think they're a hard team to put away. But I think they could be lacking some of the real spark, and I think that's what the current FURIA lineup have with MongolZ, the way that he's playing. Obviously, Yekunda is kind of a superstar unto himself, just even though, you know, the community sometimes criticize him quite a bit. I still think he's like a huge X factor for a team like this.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of explosiveness on the roster. I totally agree. I think, you know, K-Serato too, super explosive player in his history. And so I think I do really like this FURIA lineup. I do feel like it has... Is that a sentence? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I feel like it has, you know, a bit of everything. That, you know, the things that you need. You know, if you're going to concoct the cocktail that makes a Counter-Strike team that can go and make playoff runs, I do feel FURIA has the pieces and they have the ceiling. And I think, you know, what we're seeing as well is how, because Fallen's interesting in the sense that he's in theory he's like the Carrigan, but really for the you know, the South American, you know, scene.
I think
and
it's fair.
you know, being able to be an older player can bring players in, understand how to integrate them. He understands the game so well, and he understands players' strengths so well. He understands how to position a team well with what he has, and he has actually a lot to work with right now. So I feel like this is also a test for Fallen as he changes his role, but in his leadership too. And I think if he's on point with that, as I think he's shown the tenure to be, then we should have a great response from FURIA in this tournament.
We're going to find out right now. Shout out to the admins for getting us back on track right away. Third round is here, and there actually is an investment for VP. So they want to go into this forced by war scenario that I think Chad managed to coin at some point. It's an accurate term, I think, for what sometimes happens. If VP can win this round, then, you know, more power to them. Going to be a very nice shot from MongolZ in the back. Flammers is already out of it, and Fury actually a bit of a spray down there. They're catching every single position. Nothing is left a chance. They've taken no damage on the CT side. So we'll see if Icy could at least land a kill here. That which would be, you know, kind of nice for them. Wow.
Denied.
An actual flawless round from the CT side. Nothing is lost.
Yeah, that's perfect. That is perfect. That's
the uniforms are intact. They can just, you know, just iron out the wrinkles for the next day.
Yep.
They're back on the job.
There you go. I did like that, you know, you have the SAS models with the CTs, because you know, with the Union Jack flag on it as well. You know, you got to have some representation in Counter-Strike for the Brits.
Yes.
That's the best way we can do it.
That is true, especially our service. Pretty good stuff. Even if they're being won by, unfortunately, Brazilian players at the moment. We don't worry about that. Fallen trying to take a look here. I don't know what the Brazilian Special Forces.
I don't either.
In Denmark, we have the Frogmen, who routinely win the Inter Special Forces championships that exist. They're pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Denmark #1, as it turns out. Not in Counter-Strike anymore, of course. That's in the past. Dead now. Round number 4. I try to smile my way through that, but I'm crying on the inside. Just there's nothing much to talk about here. As long as FURIA don't make mistakes, which they seem pretty committed to not doing, there is a bit of a push towards the top mid position, but that's MongolZ, so we don't mind that. He's got the MP9. Who cares if he's pushing? If he dies, it doesn't really matter either. So I think just sensible, reasonable Counter-Strike here coming out of the FURIA camp.
They're going to get a bomb down, and I mean, there's not a lot of Molotovs or incendiaries. I think that you'd really like those for the retake here if you're FURIA. So it might get hairy if the bomb gets planted too easily.
I feel like the lack of armor is still going to make it very, very tough. Yuri in an interesting position, and all right, very well handled. Back just in time. Nice headshots.
Yeah, they suddenly just managed to get themselves in the right positions right in the nick of time. Not even able to make it out the choke points. So they did a lot worse than I thought they were maybe able to do.
Yeah, I definitely thought, like, looking at the Nemiga more than Palace, I thought at least a bomb plant was somewhat doable, but just not available this time. Ooh, wow.
Yuri is looking very nice at the moment.
It's also back-to-back rounds where nobody dies on the CT side. So in some sense, VP have managed to construct a pretty bad position for themselves where, again, the CT side has a lot of money. The momentum is with them. This is the map pick of VP, and like I said, the win rate for FURIA on this map is just not that impressive. Not that it always has to, you know, play out that way, but for VP, I think they are expecting to come into this map and saying, all right, this is our map. Like, Short Train is going to be hard as a second map, but this one, we've pretty much got locked in, and right now they're having to reconsider that whole mentality and think about just one round at a time. Just try to get something on the board here. They've got 4 kills.
Yes. Well, okay, we've got mid control for VP, working on that at the moment. Now, MongolZ is towards the cap position, so they might walk straight into this one. There it is. And that's always a danger. You don't know where the AWP is on that CT side. And there will be a boost into the window for VP, so still trying to gain some space, but it's going to be questioned here. Yekindar knows what's possible as he moves closer. And that CT smoke will help prevent any push from the 8 ramp. Might still have to do it, though.
Trying to get in there towards the window. Fame on the one side here, but Yekindar is a nice kill on Flammers. 30 seconds, shot in the back of the head. Again, the round is just disintegrated for VP. They're getting nothing done in this one. Flit is going to end up going down, and Icy will find a kill, but it's the first kill that they have in basically 3 rounds. There's just an ungodly amount of money that's being accumulated on the FURIA side, and for VP, this is a real big issue. They're going to take a timeout. I totally understand why. There are a lot of things that should just be easy to do. You see, wow, Electronic is not happy.
No, and it makes sense. FURIA are playing, I think, in a frustrating way for VP because they're not giving VP anything at all. They're forcing VP to go into very committed positions before FURIA start to then take the initiative. And FURIA are getting to choose when they take the initiative in a way where they keep advantage. And so that's just not, like you were saying, VP are not in any way positioned well at the moment on the money or just strategically. So hopefully Electronic's able to either get the adjustment that's necessary in there, or they'll find a way, maybe speed the round up, or like find a way to actually force bad fights onto FURIA.
AK onto Flit. It's already Captain Dart jumping through the middle. He wants a bit of a forward position here. Definitely going to be hearing it, so they had a player on that catwalk position, so they know that there's someone in the underpass running up. Yakunda actually now in a bit of a weird position, could get shot in the back, but he's got some teammate with him. Yuri, his first death off the half here, and nice turnaround. Yakunda could have maybe had that click away. Kesarata wants to fight in the middle. It's just Flit who's left, and Molodoi will show up to defuse the situation. A couple of deaths this time, but again, it's so different if even going on to lose 5 rounds in a row here for VP, if all 5 rounds are 2v2s, 1v1s, it's such a different game that they're playing. But right now, they just have to dig their way through, you know, just a wall of cash.
Yeah, it's getting close to them never needing to eco.
They're not even wearing Kevlar anymore, Dan. They've just got, you know, stacks of dollars just, you know, tucked in underneath their shirts to stop the bullets with. That's how rich FURIA are at the moment. Bad news for VP.
Stacks of greenbacks. Yakunda back at it again in mid with that early pick onto Electronic. That is frustrating. And VP desperately just want to try to get something to happen here.
It's just awkward. Robinson T-spawn.
It's like FURIA just at all times know precisely what's going on and precisely how to answer. Molodoi taking that position, catching the fallback, and now it's 3v5 and nothing has happened here for VP.
What's the plan anyway? Icy gets one there, but there's about a minute left on the clock, a minute and 10, and the bomb is still all the way back. Even if you win this fight, someone has to run all the way back, pick up the bomb, and then go on to the A-bomb side. It's a long ways away. Yuri, good job in finding Flit there. The bomb has been picked up now, but again, it's going to cost them time. And, you know, they lost another player before they can really get close. Confusing round here for VPs. Molodoi, hardly a shadow of himself showing there, and Flammers just gets blown up. Icy.
Yeah.
What can you do? What's even the... I mean, you can't do much here. Unfortunately, scoped up and taken down by Yuri, who is currently 10-1.
Yeah, this is rough as also because VP, in a lot of these fights, they're not in positions to trade each other. Obviously, you can't do anything really about that one. Already, I guess that one.
Yeah.
That's kind of the problem, I guess. It's very difficult right now, Anders. They just can't seem to find any engagements. It's rare that you see a team have such a hard time on the T side creating engagements, because that's often what the utility is there to do. It wins you some position, and it allows you to attack into a defense position by the CTs, and the CTs have to mount defense there, or they have to fall back, and so you're winning something, but VP are unable to really seemingly do either of those things.
I think you're right, and to be honest, I'm mad because it kind of is undermining my position, which was that even if VP don't have the superstars, they have just good players that will show up in most games, and like they have a really good average, and I feel like this should obviously be completely undermined. Where are Flit and Fame to just find some kills? I feel like they always find a way to do that. So I'm really shocked right now, and I'm sure VPR, they're gonna half buy into this round. It's a pretty decent investment. Tech9's armor, it looks like a straight A execute, just the most vanilla play you could make, but I kind of like it. Unfortunately, they're being intercepted and caught in the air. It's Kesaratu and Yuri just pulling the rug out from under them.
Oh, I have a big grin on my face because it's actually so epic to see that move there from FURIA.
Yeah.
It's just, you don't, I feel like you don't often see that too. They were so ready, it's as though they were truly to a high percent expecting exactly this round.
And I actually think it's an easier guess as well, because it is kind of what happens a lot. Like those A default executes are worth trying almost, you know, like at least 3 or 4 times and a half, because everyone knows how to do them. It's like it's on everyone's bones. You can just run in there and you know what corners to clear. Like, it's not very complicated. And all you really need is one entry. If you get that, it's on. So yeah, the interception here coming in from the FURIA side, so well played. And for VP, I mean, imagine what it's like with them. Like, you just feel like red, like, oh great, like we can't even get an A default execute. What's next then?
Yeah, it's like, are they stream sniping? What's happening?
Exactly.
Yes, okay, VP can still turn this half around. They just have to find something to work with at the beginning here.
They might be setting like a, I don't know if we have these numbers on board, they might be setting like a record for the amount of money that's been had on the CT side. Like, just if you average it out across all the rounds and a half, I can't remember the last time I've seen a team so rich. Again, there are no kills happening right now, really, on the other side. There's 8 in total for the VP squad as we go into round number 9. It means they are averaging 1 kill per round as a team. That's obviously not a winnable strategy.
So late take, VP slow down the rounds, and Yuri is going to use that slower pace to find a kill in Palace. Before the push comes in here for this split onto the A site and connector position, it has been taken, but Fame, he's been spotted, he's down to 10 HP. At the same time, you know, VP, they're still struggling to work their way in. The ramp players now, hugely important. They've got to punch a hole into the site.
And because MongolZ is on the other side, they can have 4 people at the A defense. They have that 4-1 split because they all being B early on. Good headshot, Yuri out of the mix. This is it for VP. They need this round, but they're running into more trouble. Flamus, one of the swings that opened up for his teammates. Electronic's going to be going down in the middle. The pain won't end here. Icy, there's no time. It doesn't matter. He gets the first one in case Serato. It's a little consolation kill. And Yakendar just knife out on the hunt for him. Missed opportunity, and yeah, they're getting closer. They want to circle in. They got 10 seconds. Might as well push on the other side. If you're Fallen, why not try and join, see if you can really take this orb away. Smoke is there. I don't think Yakendar is going to stop. He really wants to punish him. Fallen has slowed down a bit, so that kind of sucks, and looks like he might just live through the tech 9. All right. Icy gets to keep the orb. That's at least something.
And just for context, just to remind you guys, you might be wondering, like, why VP looking so bad right now on Mirage? They don't have any answers. They're getting picked to pieces. The first win that VP got in this stage was against Mouse on Mirage. They won 13-11. Obviously, Mouse are incredibly good on Mirage. So this does seem like a bit anomalous that VP are struggling to get something going.
Yeah, you know, but it's not the first time that we've seen it. It's been, I think, the story of the major to some extent is, you know, forget the numbers, forget the, you know, the history of the teams and all the rest of it. Just how do you play when you show up on the server? Like, you sit down in that chair, how locked in are you? And right now, FURIA are showing they're absolutely ready to do this. Yuri with a 14-2 scoreline is obscene. And the pressure is on here. Yakendar back to playing that fairly aggressive Counter-Strike that we all know and love.
That was close. If Yakendar had dropped there, that would have been an AK that FURIA would not have been able to protect. And suddenly the round could have been built off that, but just barely avoiding that disaster, FURIA. They're going to instead force, because of the clock dynamic, they're going to force the T side of VP to have to move closer now, either to mid or to a site.
Yes, they're going to go A again. Setting up a little bit of a smoke there to try and control the information in the middle. But the fact is, FURIA are on the other side of the smoke, so they pretty much know not everything, but a lot about what's happening here. We'll see which of these arms of the attack go down. It could be a late split as well through the connector, but I feel like they have to get in onto the ramp. They actually have to find an entry to get something done here. 35 seconds, setting up the last bit of the smokes here towards CT spawn, I believe. And Icy's hoping for a peek as that smoke is not even coming yet. I feel like they had one. Maybe I'm just totally wrong about that. MongolZ goes down. Electronic gets a kill onto Yakendar. Okay, this is looking way different. Great openings. With just 15 seconds, they're finally going to get a bomb plant.
Really good timings there. Nice shot there from Electronic. Good peek. And good connection. Yeah, the timings there. That was masterful from VP. And, you know, 4 rounds, definitely workable if they can find their way there. The only question is what's reliable? What feels reliable? This was a round with a bunch of pistols. They picked up so much, but can FaZe.CDT drop some of these guns? No. Electronic finishes it off, and 2 rounds there for VP now, so maybe we can end with a competitive half if they're able to get a couple more.
Yeah, FURIA obviously can buy for the rest of it no matter what here, but that's interesting. I really thought they were going to use more utility. I thought they had one more smoke, but maybe I'm just hallucinating that part. Regardless, it does work out super well, and it kind of catches FURIA off guard.
They used that initial smoke, or that last one on Palace, because I think it really felt like an A pop or a B pop from Palace or Apartments.
Double up. Fallen can't keep his hands off it for too long, even though he's been replaced in the role by MongolZ. But I mean, if you were going to have a secondary, let it be Fallen, of course. MongolZ in the middle, playing it not like a sniper, but like it was a shotgun. If anyone was going to come around the corner there, might have got their face blown off. They'll reset the middle part of this, and we'll see what VP decide to do. They do need the last rounds here. They need to make this an 8-4.
Things slow down slightly. Do they expect a double AWP there, VP? Walking into this one would be really painful, and they might end up doing it. Some utility there to force Fallen back. But how much do FURIA respect the utility? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a lot of players behind this just yet. VP have shown that they're willing to play very slow rounds, pressuring connector as well.
It's actually a pretty good counter incendiary coming out. It's going to slow down things a little bit. Fallen over here, flash going up, but he's going to repeat the position here. They try to make the cross. FaZe.CDT is down there in the crossfire, and he will drop Famis just as his feet touch the ground. He spins around again. FaZe.CDT, 3 kills, and now he's got the USP out. I don't know how he got the last one. That is so quick on the sensitivity. 25 seconds here. They're trying to run for it. They want to get back away from FaZe.CDT, and whatever madness he's throwing at them, he's going to hunt him down, find one more. A quad kill now. He's on the hunt for the ace. It's pretty aggressive. The round is already won, but why not try and get the job done here? He's got 5 health left, but look at it, the bloodlust. He just wants to find Icy here. AWP waiting for him at the end of the hallway. He's jiggling it out. He peeks for it. You have to respect it, but the ace will be denied.
It's what a fun perspective we had there. In Fallen's perspective with the AWP on the B side, and it's like, okay, Fallen's, he's whiffs the shot, he repositions, comes off the angle to support FaZe.CDT, who's like covering him, getting the kills. The flash doesn't even go off. FaZe.CDT's killed 3 people. Fallen's just like, oh my god, this guy. What a teammate to have with you on the site. FaZe.CDT with a great defense in this round, and that's another hard thing, Anders. When you're a B player, you're often going to be cold.
Yes, it's a very boring position at times, isn't it? Beyond Mirage. Either the A-bomb site's dead and you can't do anything, you're just saving, or they rush you and you're not ready. Kind of the life of that anchor.
Oh, whoa.
Well then. Electronic sick of losing rounds. They still, they have so few kills. Icy's got 7, but everyone else is so far away. Round number 12. It's the last of the half here. So for VP, I feel like the comeback is just not doable at this stage. But as always, we repeat it all the time. If they win this and they win the pistol, then sure, anything can happen.
Absolutely can. I think the double orbs, even though we saw Fallen not have the best time of it on B, I think it's really... VP have to show that they know how to deal with it, and this is the last round of this first half.
Well, just to add as well, Fallen is the kind of player that typically, if you put a lot of pressure on him, he's going to be really good. Like, if you hunt him down, he'll probably take a couple of people with him, so yeah, that's dangerous. It's a hard push to make here. We're in 45-second range. Fallen gets the first one this time, slows it down. The second AWP is rotating in. What a flick from MongolZ! And Fallen, he's finally alone on the side. Or he's actually going to be dead already. Never mind. I thought he was still alive back there somewhere. MongolZ gets a couple of kills. Grenades are going deep. And it's a 2v2. Another afterplan here. A chance for VP.
FaZe.CDT will swing around the corner there from window to assist Yuri. They can both come in from the shop, see what they can get done. It's a good setup also here for VP. They're going to try to play the time as much as they can. I see this is such a strong position. AWP knocks down Yuri. FaZe.CDT gets to get a bit of forward space with that one, but it's going to be tough. It's going to have to force some misses here from Icy, playing the clock to perfection. VP, it is so good for the 3rd round there. At the end of the first half, we'll have to see if they can come back in the 2nd.
A best of 3 for a spot in the playoffs here in Austin for the Blast Major. And at the moment, FURIA are looking red hot. This is the map pick of Virtus.pro. They're pretty good on it, a lot better than FURIA are statistically, but that doesn't seem to matter right now. It's 9-3 in favor of FURIA. Their CT side is rock solid, and for VP, we need, at a minimum, probably one miracle in this half. They need to come out strong on this one. They really were not even ready to fight at the start of this game.
No, they were definitely not awake compared to how awake FURIA have been so far. FURIA definitely a different team with, with Fallen and MongolZ. And of course, Yekindar as well. Nice opening coming in, but Fallen, speak of the devil, he shall appear. Nice trade. And connector into the A site is the ticket. They're definitely going to get a bomb down, and looks like they'll get another kill as well.
I mean, this is completely disastrous right now. I actually don't know how you successfully retake this one. They're far away. If they run, they're going to get hurt. I mean, they might not care. They don't have the kit. They don't have, well, they have a smoke on electronic, but 10 seconds is a long time to try and do it. Smoke goes up. I think it's their only choice anyway, but before they can even dream of it, Yuri's found a couple of great shots, and that will be plenty enough here.
That looked a little bit too easy, didn't it?
Yeah, I think electronic is pissed right now.
Smiling through it, though, or no? I'm not sure.
I think that's more of like, I obviously can't speak the language, but I'm guessing he's saying, this is so ridiculous, guys. Come on, like it feels like that's the kind of attitude you take when you're like, it's unacceptable, and it is unacceptable. He's not wrong. Assuming that I'm, mind reading him correctly. And 3. We're going to be in round number 14. They have forced into the round. I think that's totally reasonable here for VP. Like I said, they're so far behind already. It's going to be a wacky comeback if they can make it. So, yeah, just get it started now. Just try and find a way. Fallen. Finding one more. Yekindar just runs right into Fame's face. 3 versus 5. The bomb is going to be planted. The round is going to be over.
Yep, all they had to do was breach those initial choke points. Flip. He's found himself an AK. That's a nice one to save into the next round. But yeah, this is the worst case scenario for VP. You'd hope that they would be able to create a different look after that first half. But the first half was impoverished. It was just so desolate of opportunity.
Yeah, there wasn't really anything to speak of. It was just miserable. And that's, after winning the pistol, right? You win the pistol and you get 3 rounds in total because you lose the second round. And I mean, part of it, obviously, Yuri is 18-4, so that's hard to deal with all on its own.
And that wasn't even, to be fair to as well, that was actually such a cool second round that they lost. Not obviously for them, but oftentimes it's like so upsetting how someone with a 5-7 in the corner, someone sprays a bunch of people down or something. But that was actually, like a lot of really cool layers to what FURIA did. So
that was a wild angle for Fallen to find that kill.
It's not bad.
Yes, in the market on Icy, I think he had a scout too, maybe. Regardless, 11-3, FURIA on track. The fact that Train is the second match is devastating here to VP. At least it's not elimination, but like I said, the problem is for VP, it's so likely that if you lose this, you're going to be playing teams that are twice as good as FURIA later on. So I just don't think it's going to be that much easier from here on out to really, this is a big opportunity. And right now, VP are kind of giving it away.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a fun time. Might be up against Mouse again. Don't want that. In comes FURIA into the B apartments. Good find from Yekindar, taking down Flit. He wants to have a piece over. The protection from Yuri comes from Connector or other Cat, and it's going to be an easy take largely at the site. But that said, there are some CTs here that aren't going down easily, making things happen, but it doesn't matter. Still too many players left for FURIA. 12-3.
Yeah, and they basically had 5 people in the B region. They had the boost up inside the bomb site with the MP9. Like, they did as much as they could to try and distract from that boost so that it would have been able to do something more. And it still just wasn't enough. They can't win these rounds. It's 12-3. FURIA with the money. VP, they're going to buy. Got the AWP out on Icy here, but my God, they're getting destroyed on a level that I just don't think anyone could have seen coming.
Definitely not, but they're looking to try to get aggressive initially there. The util is too good from T-side. FURIA able to dodge that HE play in the window. Oh, and that's a crazy opener to get so early on. And when VP can't afford to make a mistake, it's looking unrecoverable almost at this point.
Great connection. I mean, Fame getting outdueled by Fallen in that fashion, but just not expecting it. Fallen's only got 6 kills, but because there just haven't been more kills available for him on the side, like his team is taking all the rest of them.
Look at Yuri go, he's 20-4 right now.
Yeah. Okay, so Rato, in spite of being on the B side, still doing very well. Yakindar active in the middle in the first half. They're gonna finish at the A bomb site. 3 people over here. Electronic anchoring the B site alone. Some pressure on the middle. Smoke going up here. We'll see if Flammus can get the first fight. He's gonna be swung by 2 people. Oh, it's Fallen. What a niche angle. Takes him down. Icy's gonna drop next. And now it's just down to Flip trying to hold on. They're all gonna be coming for him. 35 seconds here. An easy trade, and it's just an electronic shot in the face by Yakindar. The opening map here. A 22% win rate for FURIA, but you know what? Sometimes 22%, you win it every time, Dan, and it's going to be that for FURIA. An absolute blow to VP.
And anyone going into this tournament treating FURIA like the old FURIA would be mistaken. I think right now it's going to be very hard to read where they're good because they've done so much work, you know, in the last few weeks since the addition of these new players, and it's looking good.
Yeah, I'm just impressed. A lot of trouble right now for VP. We're going into Train as the second map, and they are going to have to take a real hard look at themselves in the break, and so will we. We'll be right back after this. We return. We're on a third map now. It's Train, and this one is for qualification. If FURIA can win this one, then they will get a spot in the playoffs at the Moody Center here at the Blast Austin Major. And right now, I mean, this is their best position they could possibly have. They actually won the map pick of VP. That was on Mirage.
Ooh.
And now we're heading into Train, which is their own map pick.
Those odds,
The
though.
odds are looking very, very solid for FURIA right now. And that's totally reasonable, right? There's almost nothing to speak of for VP on this map. It's not a map they really play. I think they have 2 maps on it. It's just so uninteresting. And with FURIA, they played it 8 times. They got 62%. There's so many reasons to believe that they're going to be better on this one that we need to see a brand new VP. Like, it has to be a completely different setup.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And, you know, FURIA, they've shown that they can play this map even right when, you know, we first saw this edition of the lineup, you know, a few weeks ago in Kazakhstan. You know, we saw that they actually can play this map in a very decent fashion, and you can only imagine it should have improved since then.
Yeah.
And VP, yeah, a lot to question at the moment based off of the previous map's performance to see if they can turn it around here as they start off on the easier side for Train, the CT side, but in comes FURIA, a very fast outside pop.
Yeah, a double pushing the ramp on the B side with dualies. So some of these players are going to be really far away. Great shot. It's very important that they slow this down because the reinforcements are going to be quite a bit further away because they were aggressive on the other side of the map. Now they are getting close to that pop dog position. Bomb being planted now. And let's see if they can get out. 4 pistols looking for just one opening here. And they still have a player on Icy on the other side. So actually the setup here for VP for the retake is not necessarily that bad, but it starts with a goosh, a little bit uncomfortable here. And Yakanash not even moving from that, so they're moving closer. In through that team main position as well. It's going to be, or from Icon, it's going to be Flammers going down right afterwards. Up to Icy and Fame to try and get it back, but they're dropping low already. Fame, what can he actually do here? Pushing forward into MongolZ is not enough. MongolZ with 3 kills in the pistol. And a very solid take for FURIA.
That's very nice. Again, FURIA just looks so focused. They already look like they're gunning for playoffs. And to be honest, as well, like you say, nothing is given. If you lose this series, you drop into Bane's pit effectively. You're down there with a bunch of like hardened criminals who are looking to you know, to shiv you in the back. You got to be so cautious. It just gets so treacherous. So FURIA, they're going to be looking to play their anti-force buy. These rounds are dangerous, though. We'll see what VP can do.
Again, if you had a lot of confidence in yourself on this map, I don't know if it's worth it to force buy in this round, but honestly, for VP, why not? I don't think they're going to be very confident on the CT side of Train. You know, if you can get in early here, then that's a source of celebration. That's a spark that can get the team back online. Got to give it a bit of a shot. Okay, Serato, it's a nice little flash to know. Just to set up for a bit of a peek here.
It's really good, too, because it's so common, I think, that we see these crunches from the CT side on the force by trying to push in and pop at the same time. So they've eliminated that possibility. And VP don't have any crazy setups. It looks rather standard at the moment.
Yeah. Smoke going over. Surely going to be a flash. We all know this setup by now. The split onto the A side with that heavy pop-up presence. Good with that first shot on the scout. The team kill. I don't know why. Flick's out here. You can see eventually they were going to be able to hunt him down. Unfortunately, Flick just can't really help out his teammates. Really far away there. So bomb going to be planted in safety. There's nothing Flick could do here, unfortunately.
That was chaotic. That looks like it has some potential for VP. Is Flick gonna try to find an extra kill here? There's certainly AKs to be stolen. Obviously, you know, he's working his way around into a position where maybe he can pick up some of those guns, or actually, okay, well, actually, never mind. Flick's going into the B-bomb site instead of pop. Around the back.
Yeah, no guns to be found on this side of the map, so that is kind of a shame. I feel like, don't disagree, it would have been nice to pick up an AK, steal something on the ground. Yeah, but they're all the way out here. Actually, they are exiting towards his position anyway, so maybe in the last second if they get close enough. Just dropping a bit lower from that, and looks like there's going to be no more fighting happening at the end of the round. I have high hopes for FURIA on this map, because Fallen is a player that's obviously played Train way back into 1.6. one of my big complaints about the map has been that a lot of those older strategies that I really love and I think make Train kind of an iconic map, we just haven't seen them from the new generation of teams. Like, they're not trying to go for a lot of this Ivy stuff, so I've got my fingers crossed that Fallen can, you know, can bring some of that back.
Revive it, rejuvenates the old ways of Train. Yeah, we might see it. They just have to deal with this round as they did with dealt with the previous one. And we do get a similar opening, cleaning up any inner pushes, ensuring that Pop Dog is cleared, there's no setups there. And they have managed to traverse those early dangers. And okay, so it's a later movement around the pop position for VP. Actually, no, not deciding to commit into that spot. Maybe feeling that pressure from team main, wanting to maybe catch those players as they spill out of this position. There's the bait from long distance. There's the close peek. VP looking to convert here, managed to do just that, taking down one player. That's nice early work, but it's going to trigger FURIA to pick up the bomb and make their way in and out. And there is a very vulnerable player, MongolZ. It's given up the AK.
Really sick work from Fame, just listening inside, and as soon as the grenade was thrown, he was ready. A fiery death for K-Serato. And 2v3, still a very dangerous round. There's only armor on one player on flick here, so you have to be very careful. More damage onto Yuri. Fallen is sneaking his way out, and with the bomb on his back, he can actually turn this game quite a bit. See if he plants for the C connector or for the other side. It kind of depends on where, how, oh, he's not gonna, he's actually gonna connect with him on just walking through. This is pretty cool. They're completely dodging everything. They're going to go into B-bomb, so they will definitely get the bomb planted. It'll be a lot harder to retake. Again, the lack of armor on two of these players just is a very big disadvantage for VP.
The game sense from Fallen to find those gaps and really give it an opportunity to save this one. Now there goes the push outside the smoke, and that's going to force Icy to get taken down, and now it's all down to Fallen. They don't know where he is around the back. The good Lil from Fallen. Incredible play. What a save on a dangerous round.
Quad kill in total there. And you can see how quickly they fall, so nicely done. It's obviously a much more scary round than it needed to be, and I think for VP, I mean, we talked about, you know, regaining any kind of a confidence. That might even be around. Even if you lose it, you're like, okay, listen, we got real close. Let's try and see if we can't make it work. Now they got rifles picked up. AWP on Icy. Let's see if maybe there's a chance that VP will have practiced this. We saw that now V picked this map in spite of the fact that they have, you know, no maps really played on it before the major, and they've taken the time to really prep. It's possible VP have done the same. I think it was really cool to see that the Navi camp had realized that their current map pool just wasn't deep enough. So in secret prepping for the map, and well, maybe VP could show something similar. This first buy round will be absolutely everything, and they're already ready for a B hit here. They got 3 people on the inside. It's Yakendal lurking Ivy, but this could be a strong defense. It should be a strong defense for VP.
Yeah, this is a pretty classic T round. We didn't see this much from some of the previous trains that we've casted so far this major. But this is certainly classic stuff here from FURIA. Let's see if it's holdable by VP. There's that M4 finding its way in front of the push. Good damage by Fame. And this is looking awkward. Oh, the find off of the HE though. That's going to allow them to move forward, or at least they thought that they could. Electronic getting in a position, holding that one down. And you've got FURIA now on the reset. They're going to have to change it up.
They don't know it yet, but it's actually really doable right now. They don't have a smoke, unfortunately, for that C connector, and that's annoying, because otherwise I think the bomb plant is so much easier to get here, but not in a position. They're clearing out the yard slowly but surely, but that time is being spent for VP to rotate around all the way to the back of Ivy in this icon position, and actually Yakendai is checking it. A lot of footsteps being made. He still finds the headshot. Going to be too much at the end. No bomb plant happening either. Electronic there to shut it down. VP, first round on the board here. This just so important for them, and even if it's just 2 people alive, we'll take it.
Great initial work by Fame. You got to give it to him. Again, that fearlessness, that's really important to see. When you've got a team that, I think it's fair to say, have had their backs against the wall, and nothing's really been working, to maintain the fearlessness and approach, doing what you know you have to, without second guessing it, getting the result. That's what you want to see from VP. Earning their way onto the board, and I mean, this is a dangerous round too. Hero AK for Yakendar, and they're going out team aim real quick, and Yakendar finds 2 on the entry. That's so crushing for VP.
he loves those aggressive plays. One of the things that really bought a bit of a name for himself at the start of it. Yeah, because FURIA lost so much in the previous round where they almost lost it. They just can't afford, otherwise they would have had a naked on everyone here, but VP did so much damage early and then they won the following round that it's kind of a nice setup for them right now. We'll see what happens. Icy very nearly lining up a 2-for-1 shot. Just be falling going down for now, but that's good enough. Don't really have to surrender yourself here. 3v3. Nobody at the B bomb site, but I think Icy saw 3 people, so he's pretty convinced that they're going to eventually show up.
The pause from FURIA. It's always a good move on the T side.
Yeah.
Using some of that clock, and it forces the CTs to question, especially with 3 players. Oftentimes CT sides might get passive, but we actually have activity here from VP. Just clearing around the pop dog position, seeing that, hey, there's nobody in a halls just yet.
Yeah, and like you said, the pause has given them, one, a clear path down Ivy. Yuri, isolated fight against Flammus. This is awkward. The Tech9 can absolutely win this battle, and Flammus is starting to get worried. Icy's no longer holding that position, so he knows that it could be coming for him. A flash to set it up, but I think he peeked into it. It doesn't even matter. Yuri, he still picks up the shot there. Icy with a nice scope up. 7 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is being planted back there. No one to stop it. Another grenade to try and slow them down. If they lose this round, VP, it just would be heartbreaking. Straight for the smoke. It's Fame to get stopped, and now all of the weight here is on Icy. He's already been isolated. Yuri finding 3 in the round, and FURIA steal it back with nearly nothing.
Heartbreaking. I think that's certainly a good way to put it. VP, it just doesn't seem like they can get just the variance going their way, the luck going their way. It feels like the individuals are there. You know, if the opportunities are presented, I mean, look at some of those connections from Icy. Icy's definitely ready to play the Yakindod. This is just such a beautiful opening. And this Tech9 battle, like you say, it's very hard to deal with as the M4 is very uncomfortable. Frustration for VP, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, they force into this round, which it's definitely a sign of desperation. They know that this is slipping out of their hands for FURIA. Just keep going in this direction. You're going to secure a spot in the playoffs. I think it's so wild to see that FURIA is going to be one of the early teams to actually get there. That is, I would say, somewhat unexpected if you look at who's actually in the 3rd stage here. But to be fair, the whole major has been pretty unexpected so far.
True. Yeah, I love it.
And we have a whole Counter-Strike saying, expect the unexpected, and none of us ever do anyway.
True. And that's why it is so beautiful. In and out, actually being tested by FURIA, making their way down. Into Fame, though, MP9. The MP9 can sometimes over-deliver. Oh my god, what a torrent of kills coming in. A waterfall of frags on the top right of the screen from FURIA. And it's just a wipeout. Icy again, just left alone in these situations which aren't winnable.
Yeah, not even remotely. I mean, there's only so many ways that we can say it, right? There's nothing that's working for VP at the moment. Not really the A defense, certainly not the B defense either in a round like this one, even if they have limited weapons. And even the earlier success that I think VP, we were sort of highlighting, sort of silver lining, okay, listen, at least the money is low on FURIA. Well, rounds like these, where from the looks of it, everyone's going to end up surviving. Got to be careful. K-Serato's still pretty close to the bomb, so not close enough, though. They will lose just Yuri in this round, 5-1. And with enough people surviving that the FURIA economy is going to start to balloon pretty quick. And for VP, what do you even do? I mean, dude, I feel like they've already forced in rounds like these, but I can't imagine anything more demoralizing if you're a team and you just keep having to force into, you know, MP9s and 5.7s, and it's just like the whole half is going to be wiped out with no real buys. It's kind of suffocating.
And we've costed quite a few trains this tournament as well, and it's actually been, I think this is the first time I've seen the T side look as clean as this. It's usually the case that everyone has struggles. Some teams can find round wins on the T side.
Yeah.
But a lot of it requires some of the variance going your way. But this level of consistency is really worrying. And I want a third map, Anders. Selfishly, I want a third map, so VP got to get it together.
That was the whole setup for it, because the third map on Dust 2 is the one that they both know how to play really well, so that was kind of what the story was from the start. I think I said it a couple of times, and I feel like we're getting robbed of that right now, which is terrible news for VP, but if you're a FURIA fan, then you've got to be smiling right now. There is a crunch coming in, and Yuri is alone here. And they've been so careful, FURIA, not to have that happen, so it's a bit of a shame, but at the same time, they're trying to take Yard in return. So if you can trade Yuri for a bomb plant in A, then it's fine. Nobody cares. Yakindar close to getting caught off guard there, but Flitz won't quite succeed in getting the kill. The bomb is only now just picked up. They had it in main, so they had to go back and pick it up. So yeah, sure, they lose Yuri, but they take everything else, and that is a worthy trade.
Yeah, VP. Can they at least keep this AK? Electronic has it at the moment. I think Flit had an opportunity there. He's going to try to go big or go home type of play where he was waiting with the 5-7 for the perfect moment, get a bit closer, but
right.
Sometimes those pistols, it's so awkward when a player's not facing you as well. Sometimes that first shot just doesn't seem to connect onto the head. And hitboxes get slightly strange. But looks like the AK is pretty good to be saved here.
Yeah, I would say so.
Got the bodyguard there. He's sounded the alarm bells. Ooh. He said it. You can really spam a lot on this map, so it's very scary stuff. But they managed to keep the AK, so small consolation. But the scoreline is still growing in favor of FURIA. 1-6 is VP's reality.
Yeah, you can shoot through a lot of the walls on the map. You can also throw smokes through a lot of the walls on the map, which is, I think, an unintended consequence that just hasn't been patched out. Just for those of you at home who want to, try and throw smokes, I think I can smoke the pop dog hallway from T spawn. I'm not talking about like the front of it. I'm talking about like almost the middle of the hallway. So there's a lot of stuff to be fixed on train at some point, but it won't be now, and it certainly won't be by VP either. 6-1. An aggressive move from Fallen, catching Flit. He was not ready for that lightning speed. FURIA in the yard. This A defense is in so much trouble. And even with the flash, he's actually got flashed by a teammate, and he has still found the kill on Electronic. And they're going to run away. I mean, there's nothing to do here. You've got the weapons on the CT side. You can't afford to lose them.
And I think this is something, even though VP are not mounting much of a defense for these plays from FURIA, we are seeing stuff again from FURIA on their T side that we just haven't been seeing from other teams. The way that they played Ivy there, for example. I've been pretty. I feel like vanishingly. There's vanishingly small instances of seeing any proper plays coming out of Ivy this tournament so far from the games we've covered.
Yeah, we haven't. At least not the really fun stuff. We're still missing that. Fallen wanted to make an old commentator happy. He would go for one of those B splits through Ivy and CT spawn. Those still, to me, I think are what define train as a map in some sense. Well, especially now that you can't crouch under the trains anymore, because that also would be chaos in a current modern Counter-Strike day. Yakindar actually shooting through that. I did not know that was possible. I don't know why anyone would ever test that either. It's CT spawn, but he actually was doing damage. That's kind of crazy.
And it is also a crazy scoreline, 7-1. It just keeps growing. I
mean, I hate to sort of have to say it out loud, but it feels like it's already over. What is VP giving us to show that there's anything to return them into the game? I can't really think of it right now.
No, that's kind of the problem. It's hard to say that there's much because they haven't created any opportunities for themselves. Anything that FURIA wants to do, they just do it, and it goes perfectly every time. No resistance, instant kills, instant entries for the FURIA side, and the money just builds like crazy. That's like a good way to tell how dominant things actually are, is how well the economy is going.
I mean, VP and FURIA ended up playing in PGL Bucharest this year, and it was on Anubis and Dust 2, and VP just won outright. Like, it was somewhat close, but...
That was the old lineup, right?
Yeah, true, but still, like, just as orgs, right? There's that sort of... They don't play each other a lot. Last time they did, at least VP came out on top, and at the moment, this is so one-sided. Yakindar trying for some aggression, they're not even ready for it. They don't even think about it. Icy, he'll get one in return, but... still, that trade is not bad.
And we get Flick going for the T main position, digging in. And right now, FURIA resetting the rounds, you know, shuffling their positions, leaving one outside Ivy, MongolZ with the AWP. And Ivy's been hit a lot, so it wouldn't surprise me if VP would make an info play there. MongolZ would punish it, but there's nobody there for VP. They are playing into B instead. They're expecting this, that this offer, this reset, be likely to be a B play. But KScERato's walking out. They're contacting out into the outer yard. This is so smart here from FURIA, but good defense from Flit, and that's what you want to see. Get these headshots connected. VP.
Yeah, but the backup needs to get there really soon. Icy starting to get a little bit closer. Knows that there is a player by that E-box position. I can't believe that he's still alive back here. I feel like Flit should have been dead a long time ago. KScERato probably should have won the fight. They finally get rid of Flit here. Bomb being planted, but the backup is there pretty quick. Doubling up through the pop dog position. VP need every single round. Might as well start with this one. Fame tries to get the job done, but it's a quick couple of kills in return. And Icy, he's like, I'll pack it up. Never mind, guys. Nice try at the retake, but I am out of here. 8-1. And the gamble there for VP and stacking all those people at the B bomb site, again, I think it's more than anything is a sign of desperation. I don't think they had some great insight. There wasn't some big read, I think, of what FURIA were doing that allowed them to do that. And Flit way overplayed his position. I mean, the fact that he got 2 kills there is pretty impressive.
Totally agree. Flit did so much lifting in that round to give them a chance into it. Again, another heartbreaking scenario because it was a 3v2. So, you know, advantage on numbers, but you know, numbers don't necessarily mean everything. You know, position can sometimes completely trump it, and that's what we saw in this case. Both Fallen and MongolZ ready to respond. And yeah, Fallen's been connecting with the rifle. Fallen's the play on the team, as you would imagine with an in-game leader. You're not necessarily expecting or wanting Fallen to go crazy on the rifle. You don't think about it too much. But the fact that he is, it really adds a lot of extra pressure because everybody else on the squad is also hitting hard at the moment from FURIA.
8-1. We're seeing a push down Ivy. VP hoping to catch somebody, but actually, that Molotov has already slowed them down a bit. I don't think they walked into it, so at least I don't think anyone's heard that they're there. Yeah, they didn't. But MongolZ is still watching the angle from the other side. He's well aware that someone could be doing it. Oh, they're going to feel so red if this happens. He does come off the angle just at the wrong time, edging through, but yeah, he's still aware. And FURIA on the rest of the map, they're slowed down, waiting. Every single time there's an opportunity, MongolZ walks away. Oh, he's going to be so mad when he watches the demo. He had 2 chances to definitely get the kill there, but it's Icy instead to pick it up. Well done.
And now it's about building on this building block of that opening kill, but it's going to be KScERato that takes down Electronic on the bomb train. This is devastating. So much position here for FURIA to work with. It makes things uncomfortable for VP.
There's also a flank, right? Flammus was with MongolZ there in T-spawn, and he's still walking that way. So in 3 or 5 more seconds, they should be able to close this up. They line up for the smoke. Are they just going to go B? They pick the bomb. Oh, if he could have made it in. There was nobody at the B bomb site. But now the bomb is lost on the other side here. Fame stopping them from retreating that C4. How sick would it have been? KScERato against the world. He does swing into it. Honestly, some terrifying kills. He made it a quick 1v2 there, but they do win the round. VP, second one, finally.
And it is so nuts how much it came down to the timing around the Ivy play from the AWPers. It's so wild. And also looking for the elbow there, because if you obviously you don't want to leg shot them. That is so frustrating. He knows for sure that that was a big battle of timing. Good work from Fame too. That's incredibly important 1v1s.
And you could hear he called out the bomb was down, so super important info for everyone else on VP to know how to play around that situation. Running in with the rifle out. MongolZ is just going down, but they traded. It's absolutely fine. Icy's on the high ground, but it's a weird position to play. If he misses a shot, he could be dead. They don't know about it yet, so no one's really worried about this one. KScERato goes down to the grenade, and Icy, yeah, you can see Yuri's not even looking for that high ground position. So the speed there for the round, I mean, it's a nice idea, I think, for FURIA, but they actually get really hard countered.
Yeah, I think that was a great call from FURIA to go speedy. They haven't done that. You know, like the fast pace, they're unpredictable. So it can catch your opponents off guard, but sometimes if your opponents have good spots and they're dialed in, they're going to catch you, and that's exactly what happened. I think MongolZ missed his quick shot.
He did.
And that gave an opportunity there for the VP defense. And they maintain great positions, good slowdown from Electronic, and good team play on that B site. And that's going to give a lifeline here to VP. 3 rounds, and they could make it 4 before we go into that second half. And what a turnaround that would be.
I mean, Flamus is trying to get them fired up. You could see every single victory. Obviously, they know what a terrible position they're in, but somebody kind of has to be the motivational engine for the team. See if they can bring anything back here. Round number 12, the last of the half. And they actually are coming into this bit of a weird economy, FURIA. They finally managed to run out of money on the first half. Tech9s still have the AWP on MongolZ, though.
And maybe that's all they'll need. We'll have to see what he might find in terms of those initial engagements.
Are they just going to do it again? Are they just going to run back there with the AWP? MongolZ, okay, he slows it down.
Kidlo's out into the yard too.
Yeah, into that all-off position. Very fast. It's actually easy to overlook on the CT side when they are that quick. Electronic is the one that's about to sort of walk forward and maybe take a bit of a fight. Okay, good info. Wants to take the battle as well, and he just comes out on top there. Yakandar not quite ready for it. I like that from Electronic.
That is such an important clearance. Shows good cognizance as to what the FURIA side like to do. And we're going to see FURIA now forcing their way around Ivy and VP. They've got very forward positions on the inner side of the map right now, so they have, I think, all of the information that they need to know generally what should be coming or what could be coming here. FURIA, they're waiting for a push from VP right now.
Surely they must know that's not going to happen. Not in this situation. Sneaking up. I see just a pixel angle here. Right in the thigh of Fallen. But he somehow, well, he was alive. The shrapnel will get him. And end up exiting the round a little bit early. 3 versus 5. And I think VP looked like they found a way to a 4th round here. I don't see this one really slipping up for them. There's just not enough time at the moment. Yuri gets one, but Flam is quick on the return. And now MongolZ back here through the smoke. Might as well give it a shot, even though they're all coming for him. And it will be flipped to get the last one. So an 8-4 finish in the first half here. VP trying for the comeback.
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his AWP were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah!
Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm good Fallen.
Okay.
I left you a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
All right.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better AWPer.
Okay. Who?
I got us MongolZ.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yakindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We might have got rid of Bad Fallen, but this current version I will definitely take. He somehow managed to revive the team. I don't know why Cold Zero is catching strays, but I do think it was a great skit nonetheless. FURIA with an 8-4 lead as we go into the second half here. They are very, very close to qualification to play the Moody Center here in Austin, Texas. They just need to win this pistol, and I think it's pretty much locked in. VP, they need to resuscitate this team, and that is very hard to do right now. They've been on life support for a long time.
Yes, and look, right now we've got them working on that inner play. And we've got, I mean, the potential also for this to turn into a pop. Okay, they're going to go down to pop. Obviously, that makes sense. You've got the bomb making its way through Team Main as well. FURIA fast to respond, though. 2 players connector, 1 deep Ivy. That's going to be an interesting timing.
It's going to be the flashes from Icy that will really settle this play. If he times them right before the CTs get to do anything, then it's all good. He's going to throw a smoke as well.
Push.
But yeah, the issue is those flashes. Oh my God, MongolZ. There's only the smoke out. The flashes are gone. How did they get out of Pop Dog now? This is a disaster. Yakenda shooting one and Yuri on the follow-up. They've absolutely decimated them.
The timing there is unbelievable, Anders. Just to find that kill just at the perfect moment. That just tells also everything to the rest of FURIA as to what precisely is happening. Just the key couple seconds before the play even comes in, they are ready.
That's so sick. They were setting it up. Think about what the round is like from VP's point of view. You're hearing it on the radio there. Icy is calling it out, saying, okay, guys, 3, 2, 1, smoke is, and then he's dead. No flashbangs are coming. There's no help anymore. The whole round is dead. 9-4 now. FURIA so close to making the playoffs at a major. Who would have thought? Yes, they played well in Astana. It was impressive. And MongolZ on a stage in his own country managed to show up, but I'm not sure if I really believe myself that they were going to be able to carry this through, but it's been so good here.
And the aggression there from Yakenda, the confidence shown, that's going to make things very difficult here for VP. They're looking for a fast bomb plant onto the inner side, but can they scale position? Well, Flit's going to find one, but the bomb is now only just now making its way forward. Pop Dog player is delayed by the Molotov here, and some space gained by VP. They are in with a good chance here, but with that said, Fury, or rather Fallen and Yuri, coming out with a vengeance, and it just does not seem possible here. Everything on Fame, and in the back with the MP9. FURIA get everything they want in this series so far, and it's just never, ever looked better for them.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit shocked. I feel like that was potentially quite a hard 4v4, but they just got the kills on the retake so quick. You're right. Whatever they've wanted here, FURIA, they just get it. 10-4. They need 3 more rounds. And they get to play on another stage for some of these guys. Something they've never done before. Like, well, at least for MongolZ. Could you imagine just being picked up into this, you know? And then suddenly you're on the stage at a major. What a story.
It feels like there's a fundamental difference between how the pressure is being felt by these two teams. FURIA looking at it like this challenge. They are really confident, and it seems to be otherwise wearing VP down like a big weight.
Yeah, they are drowning.
They are.
It's not a good look. Oh, Yakenda. He wants to risk the MP9. Again, it's such a powerful position. This is something that the CTs need to fight for, and it's something that VP didn't do very well at all in the first half, but you must have some control of this, or at least put pressure on the T side. He's gonna dance around it here. It's got the incendiary out, and again, it's just buying time. Now they have to spend more grenades, more utility to try and get rid of him.
Yakenda, how much will he get? The confidence is so high. Any kills at all, devastating. And there is the feeling he's on the other end from VP. This is such an important engagement for both sides to come out the better of. Oh, timing found, and Flower still gets it. That's huge for VP.
It's so close. He almost had the timing. How mad would Flammers have been? But 45 seconds. They've left Fallen alone in the yard.
MongolZ just rotated through CT spawn for this B push, so VP might find a timing here.
It certainly looks like it. Fallen probably has to get a double kill and stay alive for this round to be more viable. They're quite far away. That early burst doesn't really do that much, and to be honest, it's not a crazy round for FURIA to just save in here. It's, you know, a little bit anticlimactic perhaps, but they just need 3 more rounds. Like, why force yourself in a position where you have no money going forward? Just keep the rifles alive and let it be that.
Yeah, good gamble coming in from VP. It's very hard to know what the right play is at that point. You don't know how FURIA will respond. So both teams doing the gamble a little bit. You got FURIA obviously just stacking towards that B site, expecting a rehit onto B, because they didn't. They gave up the information on the forward positions in the initial reactions to the VP opening. And so good calling there for VP. Everyone's going to survive. 5 to 10.
Honestly, pretty nice shots coming out of Fallen as well. Even just, saving the M4 there, but that was clean. It's 10 to 5. Yeah, still such a long runway here before there's even a worthwhile conversation about what VP could do in the second half. They will have still some interesting weaponry here, in spite of the fact that they win, right? It's an MP9 that they stole. It's a Mac 10 on Flammers. It's a Galil on Fame. Kind of risky when you are with your backs to the wall like this.
Looking for that T main control potentially here, FURIA.
It's not an ideal smoke for Yakanda.
No, it's not. KaSeRato at least keeping tabs, looking over the top of the bomb, rather just the train. Not quite the bomb train. And VP on that late Ivy. Looking for the info play, expecting a pop flash, potentially got an anti-flash play there to, catch any aggression, should there be some, but they've waited long enough now. Moving forward, MongolZ on the other end of things. Can he pick off one? Oh, is there a gap? It's enough of a gap there if they try to move up on MongolZ.
Yeah, he really is sticking around. I love this. He's not quite going to know whether or not they're hiding somewhere, but he's certainly committing to finding the information. And that's pretty good all on its own. Smoke goes pretty deep enough that it would hold anyone back there on that side. 45 seconds. It can't almost be anything other than A play right now. But where's the entry? It's a three-way split, so I think a late flank or a late lurk that's going to be coming in from Ivy on Flitz, and then everyone else will be responsible for really opening up and taking the attention away from Ivy. That's how this has to play out. We're under 30 seconds now. Oh, I don't know what to say. I mean, the car isn't going anywhere, but that doesn't really affect the bomb side. Unfortunately, Yakanda is here to shut down Flammers. Another great headshot. Fallen through the smoke. He's going to find Electronic. He's playing a sublime game, even finding a third. 16 kills in total here, as Fallen wants to qualify for another major playoff to extend his career far beyond what most people would have expected. Flit, nothing to do. Bombs far away. He was the late lurk, but the entire rest of the push failed.
Oh, the collapse here for VP, it's hard to see. What it looked like towards the end of the round before we see the missed smoke is, okay, FURIA played relatively passive on the CT side. This has actually allowed VP to set up the push in the way that they want to set it up. And it's quite dangerous if you're able to find your way through the choke points, the nades hit correctly to prevent the challenge on you moving through the choke point. You get beyond that point, suddenly the T's are mega favored. But FURIA just shut it down so easily again.
Nade onto Icy. Oh, and he's going to be followed up on there. I respect Icy for trying to find an opening for his team. He has to try and do something with that orb, right? That just unfortunately backfired here. 4 on 5 to start with, and Fallen is creeping around. He doesn't quite know if they have pop door control yet. Oh, they do actually. KaSeRato's back there, so yeah, Fallen could just stick here for forever, basically. They're going to lose KaSeRato, so... Oh, Yuri was back there. Never mind. 3v3. And now the smoke goes up. Bomb is still in main, so not really committed to anything. There's plenty of time on the clock here. And Flammers falling to Fallen. How are they getting defeated? Call him the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, but, sometimes also the grandfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike in that sense. But it doesn't matter. The kids are still getting beat up out here.
Might be a chance here. Fame coming in, just down to timing. Might catch Fallen. Oh, the timing does not favor Fame in this instance. Electronic gets taken down by MongolZ. 12-5 for FURIA. 1 round away. And I don't know who had FURIA on their 3-0 on their pick'ems, but oh man, they're about to be there right away. 3-0.
Yeah, just if you did, I suppose, well played. I'm going to maintain the position that if you get, you know, the correct pick'ems, it actually means you just know anything about Counter-Strike. I think getting the pick'ems wrong is a sign that you kind of understand what's going on, basically. In my opinion.
Yeah, I like that.
Hashtag not mad. Round number 18, FURIA. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. K-Cerato has slaughtered Flamus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but K-Cerato's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it. The USB out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs here in Austin, Texas.
A 13-5 finish. It's devastating for VP, but for FURIA, this is a team that is definitely on the way up, and I don't think you can easily read their map pool right now, and I think this team can go a lot further. What we saw here today was every single individual on the entire roster, not just doing their job, but overperforming in certain cases, being really confident, firing off and looking in great form. This is a team to watch out for.
Shocking situation here. 13-5. Maybe on this map, that's an expected outcome, but certainly not a Mirage. FURIA showed up today in a way that nobody expected, and they absolutely crushed VP. It wasn't even a question, so very well played. Obviously, for Fallen, it adds to his legacy here, qualifying with a new lineup, you know, finding these players, especially MongolZ perhaps, but also, I think to a large extent, even though the skit was a bit of a meme there, he really has managed to revitalize Jekindar. He's playing much better once again, so yeah, this is just absolutely outrageous, but also, you know, it has to put a smile on your face to see him, you know, carry this for such a long time.
And I'm so excited because the Counter-Strike they're playing is just truly awesome to watch, and I cannot wait to see that new dynamic maybe run into some of the teams that we expect to do very well. You know, how are those fights going to happen? We don't know, because this edition of FURIA going this deep is largely untested. So that's going to be very exciting for the upcoming games.
Yeah, I don't think they have a lot of pressure on them either. So in some sense, you know, it's just all party from here on out. So very, very exciting. It's there's more Counter-Strike still to come, so stay tuned, and we'll return soon.
Xanta, you had incredibly tough games yesterday. Na'Vi into Vitality. I know it's not maybe the normal teams you face in officials, but how would you guys as a team rate your performance against them?
That's not... It was not a good performance because like nervous second map versus Vitality, I guess. We just cannot play our game, so like we were screaming, we were like running on the map without any things. So
wow. So do you notice a difference? Like you said, is it maybe pressure? Is it some nerves in there as well? Does it start to get you? And is this the first time you really felt that?
I don't really feel pressure versus Navi as my team, I guess. Okay. But versus Vitality, it was like aura, you know. Yeah. I don't know what to do.
Okay, I'm glad you said it's the aura. They do have a lot of that. Now, for you guys, right, people didn't have you guys even making it to stage 3. Does that relieve some of the pressure from yourselves, or do you have pressure on your own performances to say, like, well, look, we made it here, we want to go far, we still believe we can go far?
For sure we can go here and go far and to playoffs as well, but we just need to play our game and just don't be so pressured. So
yeah. And you're already facing Pain already once, right, in a best of 1, and now you also played them in a best of 3 during EPL. You lost both of these games. Is it a hard team for you guys to play against?
I think not yet already.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I think it's comfortable, but best of 1 it was like kind of unlucky because we lost pistol round, etc. In EPL we have like a difficult matchup. We won 1 map, and it was like 50-50, you know. Yeah. Now I feel better about it, and we have good maps, like Ancient Anubis, so we feel comfortable here.
Do you feel like you've improved a lot as a team as well that will help you be able to take them down?
Yeah, for sure. We've improved like a team on the major as well during it.
Well, good luck in the game. Thank you very much. Snow, yesterday was tough. You only managed 9 rounds, but okay, you faced Spirit. We know that's a crazy matchup to go against. But then it's G2 also with their lineup that's not going to be here in the same way anymore, and Dust2 that you guys like. I just wanted you to explain to me what you felt went wrong, why you were not able to succeed in the opening day.
What I feel to the last day was we didn't come to the stage 3 already, but today I think it's a different day, and the match against G2 will not happen anymore, and we will be good today. We will be more prepared today and more aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah.
More aggressive.
Yeah, I hope so.
This is why I like speaking to you, Snow, because you're always positive, you're always full of confidence with it. But I got to ask you, what did Big Uzera and Rick say to you guys last night? Was it like a tough, harsh conversation about performance?
Yeah, it was a good conversation. But in the last match, we didn't play our game. We didn't communicate well. We didn't play together in a few situations. And in this game, I hope we can do this better in situations and in retake moments, you know, to play together, to communicate well. And yeah, I think if we can do this, we will win this game for sure.
Those are big things you need to succeed with it all. And today you face Nemiga, who you already played in a best of 1. What are your thoughts on them as a team?
I think Nemiga is a good team, but if we can play our game, we will win against them for sure. Because our game is strong, our lineup is strong, and we just need to focus and communicate well and listen to each other.
Yeah, and they've also been very loud, doing a bit of trash talk at the same time. Does that bother you at all?
This don't affect me, but if I listen to some trash talk, I will respond, bro.
So you're ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready for this. We are Brazil, bro.
That's a very good answer. Thank you very much, Snow. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
I know I'm excited about this one. This could be good. Pain Gaming. I was very surprised to see how comfortably they graced through the second stage of competition. Here in the third, it hasn't been sunshine and rainbows though, Chad.
No, look, a change in opposition for both of these teams. I think the main conversation for me is more around Nemiga, another one of these stage 1 teams who has made it all the way through to stage 3, and they're the only one who find themselves in the 0-2 basket. Lynn, Vision and Legacy definitely not. Those two have been making a splash continuously, whereas for Nemiga, if they take down the likes of Pain today, it'll mean that no stage 1 team was eliminated whatsoever. So that's Kind of crazy, right? At least in last place. Take a look on the screen right now. This is curious as far as the video is concerned. The traditional perma-ban for Pain, and this can't go understated, is Ancient. They pulled this off last major as well, back at Perfect World against Imperial, right? That was a domestic opponent, and it just shows me that they have some real holes in their map pool right now. It is going to go into map number 2 that has been picked of Pain of Anubis. That's also a map that they have 0% on in the last 3 months. So their map pool is just kind of in a bleak place. So right now, the fact that they've taken the risk of Ancient, this is something that Big U0, as mentioned, has done before, but we're about to see what they have to offer. They haven't played it with DGT, they haven't played it with Davideus, so this is a black box right now to call into if you are on the other side of the server as Nemiga.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Ancient, they're a 0 in the last 3 months. We haven't seen them play Ancient.
It's not 0, it's their permaban, right? So this is a scenario. We've got the odds on screen right now. Pain is still the favorites. I would be taking that out of the equation because this first map, if Nemiga lose this, I think their confidence will be shot for the rest of it, right? This is them with such a weak map pool at the moment. If you go and look on HLTV, a lot of the maps for Pain are in a losing record. So right now, going up against Nemiga, they could have picked into Anubis themselves. They could have picked into Train, but they had to go for the punish. If a team like Pain, who doesn't play this map, is going to leave it open, you have to pick it, even if you're an underdog like Nemiga are in this head-to-head. So I respect the fact that they're going to challenge Big U0's risk that has been taken. Fighting mid. They're setting the tempo. All 5 going to fight.
Let's see what they get. Snow looking for that early tap on elbow. 2 players bide their time. Backing away for now, as it is going to be an excursion into A. Mr. Davideus.
All 5 through donut.
Very good performances. Mechanically gifted is Davideus, and in combination, DGT, Davideus locking it down. There isn't a single frag back. There it is. It's just the one from Lynn.
And that one means a lot, right? The fact that this is not a map that they play. I'm expecting to see like key pieces of utility missed, like elbow smokes, maybe the mollies aren't going to be perfect.
Caves.
So there's going to be ways to exploit it. But the problem is for the prep work that Nemiga have done, it wouldn't have been any, right? You couldn't have done any prep work. So you're essentially coming into this having to play your quote-unquote own game. And then if you're getting shell-shocked, if there's some fast calls, if you lose a couple of clutches, that's really going to start hurting an inexperienced team like Nemiga. And I want to talk to that inexperience, especially on LAN. So this roster's been together for a decent chunk of time since Zwei replaced Flammus. They've played 281 maps together. 124 of those maps are this year alone. So they play a lot of online Counter-Strike. And to symbolize that, well, only 27 of those 124 maps have been played on LAN. 14 of those maps have been played at this major. So that's right. 50% of their LAN maps in 2025 have been played in Austin.
Well, that's a very good way to encapsulate the story, isn't it?
And I think, unfortunately, right now, we get a tech timeout so we can talk through some of the other stories. Now, Big U0, he's the journeyman of Pain. He became the in-game leader over the last couple of years, and that's actually seen him flourish even more so. He has been a part of Pain, and I don't even know if there's a player who's been part of an organization for longer than this man on the screen, for 6 years and 4 months. He is Pain. Right, the other pieces around him, it's NQZ the next longest at about a year and a half. And then after that, you can go all the way down the list to the newest edition of DGT. He's only been there for 1 month. And then this takes us to the next set of drama as far as Pain are concerned. They've attended 8 Tier 1 events this year. They've had stand-ins, they've had roster changes, they've had the coach on the mouse and keyboard, they've had visa issues, they've had medical issues, and all in all, they've had a disappointing season. So if they go out 0-3 right now, they were one of the most promising Brazilian teams last year. And coming into this year, they were put under the microscope. Poor Rix here has had to jump in the server more often than he'd like. And for him, you know, he can only deliver so much. He was a player in the past, right? You're going back in the Wayback Time Machine, sure, but he's not expected to deliver. So for a team that's had a relatively disappointing season, they've started to show some glimmers of the Pain that we can hopefully know and love. I think DGT and Davideus are great pickups, but Davideus has only been there this season. DGT's only been there for a month. And if they go out now, that's going to just be a crushing blow going into the tournament break. If they can pick up this win and then fight, you know, in a 2-2 game and maybe they don't make the playoffs, sure, but then we have the glimmers of what we know Pain can be coming out the other side when we finish that tournament break and we get underway with Cologne. Right? Yeah. So for Pain, this is like a last-ditch attempt to salvage a sucky season, but even still, they come into this one today after 2 back-to-back losses. You heard from Snow there in the interview with James Banks talking about the game against G2. That one's not going to happen again. You want to make sure that they can find some fight. You don't just want to get run over today. And I think with these two going toe-to-toe as well, it is a head-to-head that we saw before. This happened in Stage 2. Pain should have some confidence. They won that best of 1, 13-7 on Dust 2.
Yeah, Dust 2, however, didn't go so well versus G2 and Spirit. Different kettle of fish altogether, and they didn't even manage to break 10 rounds altogether combined in those Dust 2 ventures. So that's probably why their map pool was so shaken up as well. They felt like they didn't have enough to stand on and had to head towards less charted waters of Ancient and Anubis. I just want to return to that point you started us off with. Second map being Anubis, first map being Ancient. Is the logic there that they are just so uncomfortable elsewhere, or is it that Nemiga's maps are coming in as more potent?
No, they're weak in the map pool.
They just don't have anything that's good. Is that really, is it that simple?
Well, there were so many things that Nemiga could pick against them in this matchup that didn't have to be Ancient, right? Like the Train would have been a map that's another map where Pain have really tough time upon. They have a 0% win rate on that map, so they're worried about getting exploited there. It's one of the better maps for Nemiga. So they try and take it to what could be felt as a more middle ground. But as a map that's your permaban, right, you can watch a lot of demos. Maybe you play it in the pugs, but really you don't have any reps on it. You do not have a single rep with Davideus or DGT in the server. So it's a Hail Mary.
Yeah. I mean, well, you don't want to be doing Hail Marys when your life is on the line, you know? This is a 0-2 matchup. One of you is going home.
Again, it just speaks to the lack of pivots that they have available to them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. It's bleak. However, I will say that, like you said, you've already kind of framed it. Pain Gaming, as a season, maybe bleak, but as a South American team, they were seen as one of the ones vying for the top spot. FURIA, however, just went and got some expats, pulled them in. They're doing absolutely fine now.
Yeah, look, obviously having to change to English is probably one of the biggest burdens for them, but for Fallen, that's not a problem. He's played in an international team before.
Fallen was actually top 5 rifler in the world. He was just kind of sandbagging by AWPing.
Exactly, yeah, slowing himself down. The AWPing is a zoomer's game, isn't it? You got to be quick. So MongolZ is a great pickup there, and I'm glad that FURIA pounced on that possibility. And then Yakinda's having a resurgence. You know, what probably happens here is, you know, you get Yakinda in, it's a stand-in, there's no pressure, and then you sign in full-time because you have a great result at the major, and then, well, I think history could tell itself. But we can be clipping this in 6 months' time to see what happens. But it's great to see Yakinda, who I think is a fantastic personality around Counter-Strike, getting an opportunity back in a jersey, back at a major, and back in a playoff, because he was one of those names for showing his colors and talking about how he saw the game and the way he saw certain moments, got beaten down by the community.
I'll tell you what's really good as well is that we're back underway. If you did just tune in and you heard us yapping, we had a small technical hitch after the pistol, but Pain comfortably defended an Nemiga all in on A. Let's see what happens into the second round. Just a nice conservative economical bomb plant at the high end. And, well, 4 MP9s, Chad. That's an abundance.
Yeah, it will work well into the bonus, into the next. Again, we're going to be looking for the details of how well they're able to take the map control. But if they just play in-your-face heads-up CS, that's one way to try and level the playing field. You saw the odds on screen favoring Pain. You know, I'm not sure if that's taken the veto into consideration, but so far so good. We're talking, what, 2 kills in 2 rounds, and that's, you know, out of the pause, so not getting caught by momentum. Nemiga are one of these teams who infrequently go for the force buy, and especially if they don't get the plant on the pistol. You keep your eyes on Lear. He's got a hot hand as far as trash talk is concerned. He's the in-game leader, lowest rated player for the team, but he calls the shots. And I really like some of the pieces we've got to see coming out from Nemiga throughout this run. Stage 1 all the way to Stage 3. For me, Zwei, he's the talk of the town as far as his aim is concerned. Xanta is a nice aggressive piece, and Khan on the AWP. But here we go. First gun round.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see from Zwei. Immediately gets the AK in his hand and manufactures an opening. DGT caught off the run boost, trying to get up heaven early.
And they don't have any B lane info. They've actually done a smoke to block top of B ramp, which tells me that Pain don't know that they're about to lose this A site. NQZ needs a multi.
Yeah, if he doesn't, this round's over. NQZ called upon, and, well, Davideus gets output. Finishes what NQZ started,
it's
softening him up.
So you could flash and give it a go. I think Big User is calling for that right now. Here comes the flash.
Be one hell of a flash. Risky Bob. Ooh. Gets away with his. Despite a flashbang, solid connection onto his face. Snow just left alone and put down. And that's one extra thing I will say about Lear is he's got a very good guttural, raw
It's a deep voice, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Now, for them, they also had the jump in caliber of competition coming into this stage. Their losses are to Na'Vi and Vitality. Vitality trying to turn their fate around after that opening shock loss to Legacy. Na'Vi just went down to Spirit in a 2-0 game, so they'll join the 2-1 bucket. I believe there's rumblings of the possibility of a FaZe versus Na'Vi, a simple versus Na'Vi matchup tomorrow. So that one is extremely hyped. Keep your eyes peeled for that as we do turn into our Saturday. Only 2 days left after this one for Stage 3, and then we get the playoffs coming at you thick and fast next weekend. But that was a bonus round. They're able to get a couple of investments again, but there's a few omissions. MP9 and the Deagle around these rifles. Yeah, that's so much damage done. Snow.
He knew what game
put on notice.
Snow was playing there. Nice little free fire. Oh, and the wallbang connects even heavier. And QZ hanging on by 5 HP. Good solid posturing to start him off.
Now they can take their time because as soon as this utility starts to fade, you can see right now on the radar and perfectly highlighted by our obs team, they're reading my mind right now. Big Zero and DGT have to back off. You can't hang around. You're susceptible to too many things. Elbow as well as Heaven. And now they go through the pacing of U2. Get on the Jewel. No red smoke.
Yeah, and Jewel they shall. DGT sprays down both of them. Oh, dear.
It just shows they don't know the damage they've done to these B players, but they're still just going to walk in. So this round is still on for Nemiga. They can win this because NQZ's on 5, Snow's on 23.
Yeah, if you get anything out of NQZ after that wallbang to start, the Deagle headshot would be such a valid contribution, considering what he's working with. Xanta as well, very susceptible to this MP9. Yeah, that's all you need, and there it is from NQZ. That should be enough, you know.
Not the man you want in the clutch.
They are low, though. Lip does manage to isolate 2 of the first.
He didn't get a reload in before the plant. He's going to be under so much pressure.
Yeah, you're right. Actually finds himself a fresh one. 26 bullets to work with on just 9 HP. But oh, what reactions! Just turns on a dime, spins into Davideus, and now high pressure onto DGT.
Really?
Goes for the 10-seconder.
Halfway through it. Molly's good.
Yeah,
Molly's great.
Money. Can't hold that one.
This is the man you want in the clutch.
This is the man. What are you saying? How is Lear doing it so proficient as well? That third shot is something stunning. And now, yeah, he hears that sound. Here's the steps. He knows he's done it. He's got something for this. Hang on, I'm going to shut up.
Okay, Lear. What do you got to say about that one, mate?
Oh, that's a big win.
I don't fucking hear you.
He doesn't hear you. I definitely hear him. I can't believe he won that clutch.
No, mate. No, that's the third one. I thought Davideus has him booked.
He should be. His back was turned. The fact there that kill doesn't come in is insane. You've just been pantsed there by the in-game leader, and this has got nothing to do with your lack of reps on the map. This is Lear being given the opportunity to take single fight after single fight. Both of them on low HP. This one, Davideus should have had him dead to rights, and then the molly comes in, forces him off the bomb, and if your in-game leader, who is the lowest rated player for the team, is winning you rounds like that, and that's going to inspire the rest of Nemiga with confidence.
Oh, that's that's an early blow to stomach early.
I can't believe he's won that.
That's crazy.
Okay, so the M4, it's saved. There's just going to be the eco around it. There's a flash for NQZ to try and set this up. DGT opened the last round with a double kill. Can he do it again?
Especially if you're trifling with Zwei. I don't fancy his chances. That smoke now fades. DGT feeling that pressure. And down he goes. Lear opens up this round. He closed down the previous, came up clutch, and now opens up.
I can't get that M4 back either, so this one will just be peeled apart at the seams as the eco will be brushed to pass. So this is going to be 3-2. Score now going to favor Nemiga. Anubis is yet to be played by Nemiga here at this tournament. They've played 5 maps. Nuke is their ban. Anubis is the only of the map pool that we haven't seen, and that's likely why you see Pain picking into it within the series, thinking it could be a weak point. But you haven't seen it, so you're going to have the same experience. The black box, what have they been working on in the lead up to this? But I do love the ability for Nemiga who come in and go, oh, we're sure they're going to ban Ancient. They leave Ancient open, you pick it, you punish. But if you go for this, you need to find the follow-through. You definitely need the victory on this map. That's going to put you 1 up in the series and in a very comfortable position to close it, potentially in 2.
I think Big Uzera's kind of got a feel for this round and realizes there's absolutely no additional gains to be had other than the save. Just that Galil can be brought through. Davideus is looking for something else, but yeah, just a bullet. That's all he finds.
Yeah, it's important for the save in this one. Only 2,400 into the next, right? So we always talk about the importance of utility on the CT side. It's that constant balancing act between firepower and utility to help crowd control some of these key choke points. So next round, we'll see if there's any SMGs that come into the mix. Snow, fortunately, as the B defender, Should have himself enough utility to block the ramp. It's going to be that lane control util if they want to go for the classic full mid press. But keep your eyes on NQZ. When is that AWP going to get equipped? It doesn't look like anytime soon. He's going to be $100 off of the glass cannon. This is some nice, comfortable stuff early. This is the culmination of your season. I discussed the fact that one has an awful lot of reps online, and this is their first real foray into LAN, their biggest event of the year so far for Nemiga, and this would be already one way to cap it off. If they go out in last place of stage 3, nobody would have expected them to get this far anyway. But for them, it's still going to be a hollow feeling. They always want to deliver more as a competitor. So how long can a stage 1 team like Nemiga keep things kicking? For Pain, the disappointments are there, but you've already seen the glimpses of what the team can be.
One of the more impressive scalps, being heroic in a best of 3. I think that was a team that many people had higher expectations for than Nemiga. But besting them for their spot here in stage 3 was quite the accolade.
I love the tempo and timing of this from Nemiga. They're not playing all in, right? We don't know how they're going to open these rounds. We don't know what the rhythm and rhyme is to their game because, well, we can't. The last time they played this was last year in another similar situation against Imperial, Vinny's boys.
The timing is crazy for Khan. I think he just started getting cautious of someone up close. And it actually allowed NQZ to get across. Now, maybe that means NQZ isn't going to be so cautious if he was to return into the angle, but missed opportunity for the sniper.
Okay, so they've just put pressure towards red, which is going to have to get picked up. So for NQZ, for him to get that, it's going to be from the most passive angles, or they have to gamble it. Not sure if the boost in Donut was able to see over the smoke. Either way, it is going to be a B execute with 50 seconds left. Smokes, flashes, and mollies to work with.
Okay, well, that boost on the box works for BiguZera. Would have loved a second. Important from Zwei. Just gets brought down by Snow. That double up in cave pays off. Into the site. There's disadvantage now. Pain just picking them apart. Nice catch from NQZ as Risky Bob tries to make space to the side. They're in the open, getting caught by the spam. Just can't. Good luck, have fun. You're surrounded. You've hit the first on the flanker. Now NQZ lingers in that smoke. Fades now and overlooked. Important from NQZ. That's twice they've come to the B site and twice he's had output.
Yeah, and that's one way to get your AWP. Just pick it up over the corpse of the enemy right there. So fantastic work on that hold. Sticking to their guns of 3 on that B side. And, well, there will be the buy available to come out of Nemiga once more. Lear will be down on it a little, but everybody else with AKs, no utility for Khan. And I wonder now if we get a bit of a pace change. Because you have the map advantage of actually being in your wheelhouse, you don't want to play into too many 50-50 scenarios, but Ancient is one of those maps that can play with a flow. Starting 3 mid to secure it. Davideus and DGT are able to grab that control.
Same pacing, different position. BiguZera is going to go asking questions of that cave hold. Xanta does deliver. DGT with the response. Good and important balancing act for there from DGT. Can fall away now. He has avenged his fallen comrade in BiguZera. Lear will park in cave, mid under their control.
NQZ's coming over. I don't really expect any cave re-aggression. Once you've lost it like this, it's tough to get back in. Like, Snow does have a flash. DGT's getting closer.
He might flash. Yep. Lear's anti still was exposed.
It's just too much to worry about. You have to hope that the flash is perfect and you can see a player can play behind the wall and then step out. Could be behind the box as well. It's one of those moves that there's too many things to account for with just a simple flash.
Unless you hear, you know that they're just going to be caught in the open, in the limbo as they progress.
Now that one smoke is drawn. Davideus back over towards A.
Yeah, they're playing this very well, Nemiga. It just leaves Snow with the only fight.
Oh, 15 seconds, need the trade.
Yeah, and that's nice. Wow, they even had the patience to let the flash come through. And with truly only a couple of seconds to spare. Oh, Khan was planting. The bullets did connect. It put Khan low. Woof, that could have been round winning on the wall bang.
They're still giving this one a go. There's a chance back in.
They can. Oh dear, that was a bit of a misstep. Risky Bob exposed, expecting it to be covered by Khan, but no harm, no foul. Lear will swing out. Low HP on the two of them. Oh, yeah, he's scary.
He doesn't have anything, like, so we'll get him some new stuff. He'll have the tournament break to work on it. So when we do see Nemiga getting a chance to play next season, hopefully he's got, I like the taxi bit. That was good, a great evolution on the fly. Might need some other things, you know, like you could talk about double swing, that's teamwork. You know, like you ain't got any of that. Nice. It's a bit verbose.
Yeah, but, you're on the right track.
Yeah, I think,
you're on your way.
Bring some situational Counter-Strike into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't even play this map. What are you doing?
That's nice.
You know, really try and get under their skin. So tactical timeout is going to be called. Now, it's not VP or FURIA. It's Nemiga versus Pain. So it is a Russian team versus a Brazilian team. So it works out in a way.
In a way.
In a way.
Necessary cover.
Baited in by that situation, but Liev, he's doing a great job, isn't he? He's hitting some big shots, winning clutches. I didn't understand all of that.
T-side falling down. That's why there was something in the middle.
Okay, well, they're on eco now, so tough. Tough indeed, as they will just change the pace, but against the lighter buy. So knowing they're up against something that is not going to be too strung up regarding the firepower, it's going to be an explosion down the B ramp. Zwei, stay. Come on, put your aim on. Come back up to heaven. Come on, Zwei, turn around. Come back, bud. This is your chance.
Yeah.
Come on, Zwei. Could have been flashier. Could have been a bit speckier.
You know what's cool? He still has his AK, and he can get some more.
Okay,
you know?
yeah.
Didn't
I just wanted this like long range.
I see it. But three
and
tap.
this is Zwei.
Oh.
The flank's not considered. Oh, yeah, it is.
He has his Zwei with them.
All right, well, the eco has been dealt with now. NQZ and Snow. The last two to find and fall, as we have 5 rounds about to be posted on the board from Nemiga. Oh, okay, he could get an ace. Not going to be the most, like an eco bash 1 at a time is kind of the worst possible ace
you wouldn't even put it in the frag movie.
It's going to be in the stat category as
an
ace. Second ace of stage 3. Let me make sure that's right, because when I checked earlier, it was only Rops who had an ace at that point. It was on a pistol round.
Yeah, we saw the dual Berettas.
Oh, it's the third. K-Serrato got 1 against VP.
Come on, Chad.
I'm not up to date.
The fountain of stats. You've got to be better than this.
I've let it fall through. I apologize to everybody out there who expects better of me.
Oh, yeah. Everyone expects you to always have your finger on the pulse of the number of clutches at each stage of the tournament. Come on now. Come on now.
I hope that they can forgive me.
I think that, you know, over time, I think they'll be all right.
I'll try and come back stronger.
Let's see what happens with a deliberate Mac 10. You love one of these, Chatty B. A cheeky IGL on a Mac 10 with a call and a plan.
I do not love it when he goes in first with the bomb, though.
No, I would hate that too.
It's like, hey, we're coming.
Yeah, why has he got... Unless that's part of the plan.
Oh. Now
Bomb
we're playing 4D chess, are we?
Yeah. Like Flusher jumping half wall. With a bomb on his back.
Okay, NQZ's orb. Found the opener. It's way down.
Yeah, he was trying to jump up, I think. Yeah, you can see it was just by the boxes mantling up. Heaven. Good pick off from the AWPer, and now focuses main, and Red Room's the test. Risky Bob's asking DGT some questions, and he's got no answers. Clean headshot, 4-on-4. Access to Red with the bomb lane. Important hold here from Davideus. Can't let them cross B. Bigger Zero and Snow, not worried about it for now, thanks to Davideus' positioning.
They keep running the clock down, don't they? This is going to be problematic this time around. It's a strong lean from Pain. They're reading the situation, and big bad Bob. He's got something to say.
The pause, it really got into their head just as he starts to move.
Snow's been noisy.
Very far now, and yeah, Snow, his position noted. He does stay in the open, which did lead to the first isolation onto Khan, but NQZ's AWP was last seen A, and they're going to plant.
What a horrible way this would be for poor Pain to get eliminated from the tournament. Your map pool being so weak that you think that you can play Ancient against a team who actually plays it instead of playing Train, unless they're trying to move away from it, right? That could be something, okay, yeah, you know, we're trying to move away from it, we're trying to... Either way, it just seems like a crazy situation to find ourselves in. But either way, this is where we are. Last TV, Austin Major 2025, day 2 of stage 3. We've already had 9 previous days of competition. This is day number 10 as NQZ, now noted with the AWP, I think will get an opportunity to hold on to this. They haven't played Train either at this major on the Pain side of the server. And I guess in the best of ones, you're actually able to hide your map pool a little bit better. So when you go up against... They went up against Lynn Vision and they banned Train in the opening round there. So they had left Ancient in that best of 3. So they've obviously been putting the reps in. They're trying to change their map pool.
Hey, boss! It's a risky bomb! Remember his name!
It is Risky Bob. Remember his name.
Risky Bob. One of the strongest nicknames.
Yeah, they left Ancient as the 3rd against VP, which was that series that we covered that actually had it all. Mirage went OT. Duster had some cool rounds. So it's clear that they've changed their map pool on Pain, but it just doesn't feel great, does it?
No, not right now, it doesn't. Ooh, the boost was a nice idea, but now you've got some pressure coming up the ramp. Santa turns up the heat, swings through, got your pin now. Nice flash. He's not going to feel too bothered about it because he's got 2 on the way in. And he's still alive. The site is lost. The round is 2.
Getting run over right now.
Yep, can't complain.
I'll take a breath, Pain, because there's a big difference between practice and officials. And I think you're feeling the scrutiny of that right now. 7 rounds to be dotted on the board in a moment's time. So 7-3 with a 7-5 possible. Now, this was just the partial investment behind the AWP. Next round, they will be able to get to the full-fledged buy, but you'd love NQZ to hold on to this. He's going to get hunted down. Temple surrounded.
Flash work for each other as well.
Just the vibes right now are immaculate.
Just yeah, watching the way they play this Ancient, you can just tell like this is just something it's very comfortable for them. You know, like this is going to be a bit of a very clear contrast. The juxtaposition between a team that's played a lot of Ancient, has synergy plans, backup plans, versus a team that's typically banning it.
Yeah, I think there's so many woes, right? I'll add this one to the list. I read it out before. Stand-ins, roster changes, coach on the mouse and keyboard, visa issues, medical issues, and map pool issues. We'll add that one to the list, will we? Because it's like Pain, clearly with all those things that came before, haven't been able to refine exactly what they're hoping to play. Ancient clearly being a change in their approach, but right now, it's not so good. If they can get 5, the game's still on. So these next 2 rounds of key importance.
They've elected to once again play this 3B defense.
It's so heavy B from Nemiga, though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Big Zero is really playing with fire here.
Right. He's stuck.
Way should have him. GGT, though, he's got 3 people about to swing him. He's trapped behind the flame. He gets absolutely nothing. Zwei has his way. And a 4v3. They're in no rush here. Let's not forget we've seen
the last 15 seconds just waltzing into sight.
They're very comfortable with the low clock.
I couldn't think of anything worse.
It's the most high cortisol Counter-Strike you can play.
Hey guys, if one thing goes wrong, we lose the round.
Yeah.
Oh, let's just have nothing go wrong then. Oh. Yeah, okay. I never thought of that solution.
So check this one out, Chad. This is the play, right? You cut noise, and you get it really awkward. Like to the point where Snow feels like, I should probably push around. They're not coming B. Yep. Okay, well, it's still one cave.
Oh, 3v3.
And NQZ just killed one Heaven. Santa.
Well, they missed the molly. They missed the site molly.
Okay, now something's going wrong. Now something has gone wrong. Now you can't find him. Okay, you've got him, and you've actually got plenty of time.
I think NQZ give this a go. It's one of their better opportunities at a round right now, 2v1.
It's just, I mean, the fact that he didn't get a chance to, like, get info on the player planting and where he's gotten off to, the smoke was just up for long enough. And so just Santa picking his moment. And held by the AWP of Khan. Well, 7-5 was available, no more.
Now the best they can get is 4, and I think in a round like this is a great opportunity to maybe go for an early A main push with your MP9s or your Famises. The loss bonus is going to aid them into getting out at least a couple of rides. But all in all, I think you should just have an all-in round. Instead of letting the game come to you, just take the full fight, get the elbow smoke in, maybe smoke the doors, and just go for the full press and see if you can turn it into a coin toss moment. And right now, if they're actually just going to rush A, that would throw Pain for a loop.
Yeah, after all of this,
Yeah, so
conditioning.
much B pressure. Well, early info because of this boost for DGT's coming through, playing for the fight. Xanta might get caught off guard.
I think he will.
No.
Oh, what?
Not at all.
What?
Well, now this A site becomes even softer. Sway's going to line up the smokes, and away they go.
Oh, wow. Thank you, the Endeavors. We're still panicked about middle. Meanwhile, the whole team strolls into A.
They've even taken their time about it. Xanta could get more down here. So boosting to clear the lane. They've been diligent with the U-tilt, making sure they use those mollies and smokes to proficiency. Now the bomb goes down. Xanta's going to get a great opportunity at 2 while they've stopped the plant.
Oh my god, the denial is crazy.
Xanta's dead.
Oh, and then Xanta falls as well. There is a little sign of their humanity here. Finally, something goes wrong. Couple of smoke spams from the Donut defense. They were mid players. They only just got there in time. You had to jump on them, but well-placed bullets through the smoke has put Khan and Zways, two of the highest-rated players on this team, into a really tough one to turn around. 40 seconds to do it, and so Khan gets cheeky. Eye on the scope, starts walking all the way through spawn while Zway pauses.
They have to take some fights. You can't let this one go so late. You don't have a 3v3. You don't have a number advantage.
He was hoping for something here, and now the penny has dropped. And in the absence of util, you're just going to have to hope that they can step a toe out of line. Just retrieving this bomb, you're going to have to put yourself in the sight lines.
Okay, CT plants, a bomb will go down.
Yeah, Snow late from CT, 3 from Donut.
This would be highway robbery.
If Khan hits Snow, oh, Snow's patience will be rewarded after all. Khan's looking the wrong way. Good restraint from the young gun. Zway, however, is in it to win it. A 1v4 seems like a big ask. And it is. Big Uzera secures a must-win. 4 is all Pain are going to have at the halftime. This is looking like one-way traffic. Nemiga, 8 to work with.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Untitled. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. Yeah. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9.
To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
2 maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major? PGL Copenhagen 2024.
Natus Windsor.
There we go.
Navi, Natus Windsor, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, MongolZ.
On Cash?
Ah, on Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kosterev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, yeah, I'll just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CIS. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, Oh, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing. Congratulations.
A season of woes worsened by an insufficient map pool. Pain having to play into Ancient. They've been leaving it open in the vetoes. They're yet to play it. The last time they did was back in Shanghai versus Imperial, and that was pulled out in a desperate time. Right now they are being tested, put through their pacer. They get the pistol, but that's about it. A couple of scattered rifle rounds as Nemiga looking like they're going to run away with their map choice before we have Anubis coming up next. Will it be 2 from 2 with the pistols? Well, the odds don't seem to think so. Nemiga, can they get this done? CT side stacking B with 3.
Should be impossible to break through 2 dual Berettas in cave. But not for these two. Daffodilus and Snow have managed to break the defense.
Well, you can reroute now. You can get another smoke and a molly.
I can't quite believe how easy and effortless that was. And it's just a little bit of summon from Khan, trying to keep the dream alive of a 9th immediate.
They're pivoting A. Bomb's already on the way. Not going to get cut off right now. The response isn't there from the CTs. Liz starting to cheat back, but they're going to be chasing Ghost, and there's players here to deal with this. Beautiful work from MongolZ. He's going to grab a double, and that should be the round. Unless Leah, I counted him out at 1 clutch. Should I count him out again?
Has he got another one? Yeah, say it again.
He's got no way of winning this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
This isn't the type of player you want in a clutch.
You don't want this guy in the clutch.
No, not the guy with the smoke and the kit. Why would you want that guy in the clutch?
I think
no way.
The bomb's not there.
What, you got go-go gadget arms, bro?
The bomb's not there.
Imagine. 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 Oh. I was imagining.
He actually found the hang. He actually found like a little bit of an elevation, a little bit of a weird diagonal.
Yeah, the stakes from this one are grim, even though the state of this one is a little bit comical just because of the map situation. Eliminated, your major hopes and dreams are over, and the season ends. So then you get to go into a point of reflection for the next 5 weeks before we get back underway with the second half of 2025. But you bang on. That shouldn't have been so easy. Those dual Berettas in cave are quite truly destined to deal with exactly that, and they just get crushed. So that is 2 from 2 for the pistols in Pain's pocket. And will be another Nemiga eco. So these pistols are worth 2 against Nemiga. They like to take the eeks as they're trying to boost over the smoke. Lots of bodies to go down. Xanta dead, and they know there's more behind that. Not bad for his way.
Yeah, nice shot.
Can he get any more? Bit of damage done early. That wouldn't go remiss as Zway catches the transition back over towards B. You do have the linger over towards red. So this should be the round sealer to patrol these rotations. And there you have it. Big Uzera in-game leader takes matters into his own hands. Another kill, okay. We don't really want to be saving a MAC-10. Well, maybe Lear would use it, to be honest.
He might, that's true. Or you could get like a little bit more of a $600 kill. That would be nice. Get one on the exit, get a Galil. Dream state of affairs. He's lost his Galil.
That's the opposite of
dreamy. Yeah.
Well, Khan's picked it up, so as long as he gets to retain this, it's all good. We don't need to worry about the MAC-10 into the next. And there you have it. So it's going to be a 2-round game. If Pain can pull this off, I wrote them off before we even started, but this is it. If they win this, and then we go into Anubis, and then we see what they've been working on in the lab for their map pool and how they want to approach the game going forward, this would be great.
Yeah, I mean, the CT side from Pain left a lot to the...
It was very static.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you get 4 rounds in your CT side and 2 of them is the pistol and it's a second round conversion, you weren't defending as best you could, or perhaps you were, actually. Yeah, perhaps that was what
considering
they had.
the circumstances, yeah.
Maybe they did.
Okay, well, a tactical timeout called. This one is going to come in from the CT side, so that is Nemiga. They're going to be taking their first tactical timeout, getting boxed on the mic. Been in the Nemiga jersey for some time, this gentleman, but the coaching realms is where he finds himself now. You might remember some individuals like Lollipop21K.
I do.
All right, so they've all been the individuals passing through Nemiga once upon a time.
Lollipop, that's a name I haven't heard in some time.
16 kills for Zwei, 10 for Lear. His big 1v4 clutch is the statement piece for him so far. On the other side of the server, 12 for Snow and 10 for NQZ. Those are the double digits. So 2 Famuses is right now looking to be U2 heavy on this CT side. That's going to be Lear and Xanta equipped with those. Khan brings through the Galil and rifles for Risky Bob and Zwei. And those last 2 are fighting middle.
Yeah, Big Uzera's already lost 50 HP just from trying to get out early, and now they'll swing around their own smoke and claim middle for themselves.
I think that's a good position for Big Uzera, right? He's normally very good at reading those type of plays and decisions, so I think for the leader, this is a great spot for him to take some territory, and if he can get up towards red, which he is, he's able to patrol these rotations and call from the front lines.
Well, he heard that stubborn defender. Makes no secret that he's slipped into red room, and Zwei 2 minds as to how he approaches this. Lear, forward position. Davideus just tugged. He heard DGT towards heaven, but oh, that's a jump scare for him. Wasn't anticipating Davideus up close, and he nearly found 2 there.
Important trade from Xanta, though. You were bang on, right? That smoke that didn't land on doors properly actually gave Davideus a bit more of a safe haven. Now we've got 1 for 1. We know that red's a problem. Bomb is starting to head back over towards A. Risky Bob in Donut has a lot to do.
Yeah, let's see what you can get done here. Isolating that walk up there from Big Uzera. DGT can come late, especially now you've opened up the site. Risky catches him. He's done very well from this donut position. Really solid output. Peeking in though, and ooh, gets the early info. Very safe. Well done, Risky Bob. Valiant defense of the A site. Everyone approaching makes it clear donut is his position. That's Risky Bob.
He's a legend, if you ask old mate Lear. So Big Bad Bob with another one. Going to get 3 kills to his name right there.
We should do a Lear Batman skit where he's just, I am Lear.
Okay, yeah,
You know what I mean?
he's definitely got the voice for it, and he's got enough English for it too.
Yeah.
The good thing with him, if you haven't caught some of the previous matches in Nemiga, is Lear would do the banter in Russian, and then he would transition into English as well. So everybody understands what's going on.
Which is really nice. You know, it's a feast for everyone. Oh,
and Portuguese.
And some Portuguese.
He's a kind guy. You know, he has everybody covered. Don't you worry. We've got a translator in the banter department, and it's the man in the server.
Wow, he's doing it all.
Oh, this is a tough-looking buy for Pain. They didn't take too many casualties on their second round, but it's enough to hemorrhage them right now. 2 AKs, a MAC-10, a P250, and an AWP. That's the odd man out, especially if you want to do something poppy. So you're going to have to set NQZ up, otherwise it's all in vain. And missed the opener, under pressure.
So much pressure, amplified now. Oh, Lear swings in for 2. Xanta and Lear claim lane for the squad. And your round just ends like that. Big Uzera walking with an armored P250. All of your weaponry, teammates lying idle on lane.
And the map as well, right? Because you force sport into that. Next round you get 1900. This is for 10. Next will be a freebie into 11.
Bleak.
And then you buy back in, you lose that. That's going to be 12, and then it's a partial. Oh, it's not a partial, it's whatever you can afford for the final round to defend your honor. People in Twitch started calling them, they're saying, our war chief. Is that a World of Warcraft reference?
Maybe.
Maybe a Warcraft 3 reference?
Maybe he is just, Lear is the war chief. I want to do some research because I just noticed.
Look at the blur on this camera.
Yeah, you like it?
Very cinematic.
Well, just like the major, you know, we've got depth of field.
You're so black, guys!
That was good, but that's more like charades, right? You know, what am I doing? What am I doing?
That's good.
It's you guys. Yeah.
How many words? 2 syllables. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. He's thinking on his toes. I'm respecting it more and more. He's been an impact man. That double, putting it in the bin. Great utility work is going to be that economical. Here he is again.
You're so black, guys!
It's creative.
Yes, it is.
He's up there, right? He's got to be top 3. Carrigan's number 1, I would say at the moment. I don't think Apex has really had a time to warm into things, especially after the shocking loss to start the tournament. But they've course corrected. Vitality at 2-1 today. They dumpstered 3D Max. So they're back with a vengeance. I think there was a big discussion about Vitality. Okay, that's not a great opening death, and that's an even worse follow-up. Guys, careful now. This is meant to be an eco.
Okay, you got Risky Bob on the case.
Still a 2v2.
Yeah,
Still slightly concerned.
He would have liked that finish onto BigZero, but I mean, we can't ask more from him. He did that so much.
Yeah, okay. So it's Xanta and Lear who are going to have to put in the headlights for the blame if Nemiga lose this one. Now, DGT, he got the kills in cave. Khan respects that possibility. BigZero throws a smoke towards A. That's the information that Nemiga are working with right now. DGT and BigZero have no armor. 19 points of health for the in-game leader, 37 for the newest addition. And likely communicated because Khan's waltzing around with the USP in hand, split up. Way towards CT, ready to react to information towards A.
This is the only way Pain get back into this game, is turning around like this on its head. And you're closer than anticipated. However, Khan is eye to the scope and maybe even heard. I don't know whether that's to be heard by DGT. I think
yeah,
he's acting
has.
like
He's
he has
scoped in
processed that.
Trained in on it now even.
Yeah. So if BigZero tries to come up the ramp, DGT gets to slip out, confirm that he's likely long side.
God.
And it's just a wall bang straight to the head.
Time. You need to die, BigZero. You need to go down.
He realizes that now. 4, 3,
oh, no.
2. He's going to have to save it instead.
Get him, run at him. Take him down after times. Way could do this. For BigZero.
2300 is all he will have to work with. No gun, no armor, and now no round.
Adding insult to injury right there. An opportunity that never should have presented itself actually worked out worse. You get these multi-kills. Right, DGT with the 2 frags. They take down Risky Bob towards middle. You give yourself a 2v2, but you just take too much time.
What a perfect wall bang.
And that is going to sting. BigZero is just going to have to operate with something less. That couldn't have gone worse for the big man. 11-6. This was meant to be the full rifle round. Now it's going to have firepower missions as well. Oh. All right, take 9 for BigZero. It already feels like quite a hollow situation. Timeout taken, conversation had. Is there anything left in the tank to try and press this? Remember, 4 of your 6 rounds have come with the pistol, and then full eco conversions against the next. So it's really quite a damning stat line. Guess not a chance, does Khan.
Yeah, but not for much longer. Oof. Sway's there to help him out. No, now he knows. He's got Khan trapped, rattling off shots. DGT is just picking
missed every
Khan's
shot.
Teammates off around him as he keeps firing shots. Finally, he goes down. The HG to finish it.
Got so many opportunities there, Khan. It doesn't hit a single shot, so really poor output there from the AWP, but they're just going to waltz into B. They've gamble stacked correctly.
Yeah, the bomb is late, so I guess this is just like a little bit of a recce party. Trying to find answers, and answers they find, as do they frag. Sway, 1.
Whoa. Okay. Xanta's normally quite sharp.
Yeah.
That's a whiff and a half right there.
That's suboptimal.
Shield your kid's eyes. You don't want to be showing him that type of gameplay.
Yeah, that's ugly.
Oh, dear. That's bad from Khan, and arguably worse from Xanta. He's under pressure, I get it, but he has support. There's extinguish going on for the molly. There's teammates throwing their bodies on the line. You got to get one.
Yeah, lost 2 teammates in the meantime, and yeah, that's just a frustrating round for him to process. And a little bit of a lifeline for Pain.
Yeah, BigZero's happy he gets a gun.
Well, DGT had a gun. Sway gets away. Oh, he actually backed his aim for another one. BigZero profits.
Fast into A right now.
Yeah, they pushed late though, so that they know. They know.
Can't push out Brokey right now. Got to wait for the teammates to come through. Risky Bob just takes down Snow in a head-to-head. And you even have this Xanta flank. They're boxed in. The bomb's down. There's a kit in play.
It's almost impossible for 2 of them here. I just don't see a world where...
Khan has to miss a couple more and there's a world.
Yeah, maybe. But like coming in from main, I think Xanta is just going to be the one that really seals the deal here. Risky Bob catches NQD, and BigZero is just going to be caught off by that slow crawl. Nice methodical approach to the finish.
Okay, no risks taken in that one. Just making sure they're putting it in now. We're not going to do anything too crazy. The defuse comes through. 12 is secure. It's a 5-round gap, and you just need 1 more. Now with the bomb down, it is going to put them in a position to bring out 2 AKs and some lighter investments for Davides, NQZ, and DGT. So they could go Mac 10s, they could go Tech 9s, but they're going to have to go util. Snow should really facilitate the firepower. He might think he needs to go Galil because of nades, but that's where his other 3 teammates should probably be chipping in that department. They need the guns to be able to try and crack this open. So it's an AK for Snow, 1 for Big U0, and the rest, yeah, Mac 10s and Tech 9s equipped. Insta door, insta elbow for the defense of Nemiga. And this is them about to put himself 1 map up. A stage 1 team. They're not going out 0-3 without a fight.
Yeah, they still got hands.
Damage done on the HE.
Really late lane util, love that.
It's just so quiet, isn't it? So this pensive start out of pain. They're allowing the initial util to be rifled through, and now they're going to take mid control back. So Big U0 and Snow partnered up with the AKs. The 2 of them are going to have to see if they can pry this open. Zwei on the jiggle from Donut could be the first point of contact, and that's if they don't just go jump up heaven. Liz starting to push ramp.
Yeah, he's got Xanta. Oh, 3-man unit pushing down.
Made a step.
Made a step, and so Davideus, an informed swing. They're pushing on the flashes. This could go wrong, and it has. Xanta's the next victim. Okay. Overstepping the mark. Do Nemiga.
Yeah, just save. Don't give this one a go. Don't throw everything away. And they're making this step, right? Hey, we're coming. You really don't want to be the bull in the china shop right there. So fumbling on the movement, that's going to give that one away. So getting to draw it ever closer are Pain. And if they crack into this late, remember, because of the winning nature that Nemiga have been operating with, their loss bonus is bottom of the barrel. So for them, this is a scenario where it can be very, very brittle going forward. So you're going to save these 2 guns, or hopefully, Zwei's actually playing very close. He could lose this. This is not the decision you'd be hoping for the coaching chair. Zwei, are you trying to do too much? Yes, you are. So he falls. That would have been huge, right? Because with 1,400 coming into the next, they would have had this all. I don't even know if they're going to keep that. This is some sketchy business right now. So Lear would have been able to buy himself. Zwei would have had the gun, and then he could have dropped a FAMAS. Risky Bob would have been in territory to go for an M4 with armor as well. You're going to force anyway, right? Because it's 1,400 loss bonus, or at least you think they're going to force. So it is a tactical timeout call. This will be the second used from Coach Box. And that's just a micro mistake with the sound cue. But a great response there from Pain. Can't fault them for the way they've operated. You get 1,900 into the next. You don't have to buy in this one because everybody has some cash left over. If Lear sells back, you could... Oh, they're going in. Okay. This is where it gets sketchy down the stretch. You lose this, you have to take the eco, and then when your first buy comes out in a couple of rounds' time, it will be lacking, right? Because you think about 1,900 plus 2,400, that's definitely not a buy with the CTs having all the goods. A Big Usera, he can smell blood in the water. He knows they're teetering financially. They win this one, the dam breaks open, the water floods in, and Nemiga, under the pressure, might start to drown. Heavy mid-start, calm with the AWP again. Risky Bob and Zwei.
NQZ is going to flash him. Big Uzera and Snow, they've got some firepower, some punch, and can't hang on. Quick start. Dispatches of DGT, and they're looking for the trade, but there should be some cover. Where is it? That's what you want. Lear swings out a K for it.
Xanta's ahead of this. He's already cheating over towards A.
Oh, you're right. He might get there just in time. Tucking into Temple now. Snow just throwing out that CT smoke that delays them. And now Zwei, Risky, they're all here. Good find, NQZ picked off, looking good, and that's theirs. One away now from knocking them down. Nemiga a map away from making their mark on stage 3, all the way from the very first.
Yeah, right there. It's like a solid way to get that done on the force buy. As mentioned, it could have got a whole lot more stressful down the stretch, but those map pool woes are showing for Pain at the worst possible time. The best of one's a great opportunity for them to insulate themselves after a season of heartache, of stand-ins, of coach having to be in the server, and right now their back is against the wall. We have Anubis coming up next, and they can push it to Dust too, a map they've already won over Nemiga in this tournament so far, but they got to get it done on their map choice, or they're going home and waving goodbye to Blast TV Austin 2025.
Well, we've got a very intense affair ahead of us. A map to the good are Nemiga coming into Anubis. Pain are on the verge of elimination. They started the tournament all the way in stage 1. In fact, both teams competing today, Pain and Nemiga, started their tournament in the first stage, finding themselves in the third. And now one of them, their tale and their journey ends here at Blast TV Austin. Anubis, a specifically interesting map that Chad's been telling us about. Would you mind reiterating for those newer to the stream?
Yeah, Pain have had a couple of issues, right, obviously with the rosters. They've only played this twice with DGT since his addition to the team. And in the year, they've only won it once. They're,
those odds right?
Sorry.
That was giving Pain...
Well, maybe they believe in Pain.
Does that say Pain are the favourites, the lower number?
Yeah, with betting odds, lower number means the favourite.
Okay, just making sure.
It's kind of like golf. If the number is high, it means that you've had a bad day on the greens.
Right, understood. Okay, so they still seem to think that Pain have got a reverse sweep in them, or that was wrong. One of the two.
And a slight correction there, Alex. Pain have only started the tournament from stage 2.
Oh,
so we have 3 stage 1 teams remaining: Legacy, Nemiga, and Lynn Vision. Nemiga are the only team to be 0-2 from stage 1 after day 1 of player stage 3.
My mistake.
And if they don't get eliminated right now, that means that not a single stage 1 team of those 3 was eliminated in the opening round, which is crazy.
That is impressive. Damadeus, however, is at his bell rung, 10 HP to work with, but it baits them into MQZ. Holds the line clean with the clicks. Khan, oh, he spotted that low HP player. He could have finished off Damadeus, but he's not playing scared, despite the whole team being on his screen. Oh, Liz got a lot of work to do here. He's about to get quadruple swung. Oh, he needed the instant head. And that's the snow squeal we've grown to love.
Yeah, we know it's not over until the Brazilian screams Correa. So I think I pronounced that, I butchered that. Let's say Vamos. That's probably an easier one to pronounce. And one of them's an expletive. One of them's just let's go. But yeah, look, that's going to be the third of 3 pistols in their favor, if I remember rightly.
Yes, you are correct. Yeah, they got both on Ancient and last.
Yeah, quite convincingly. So right now, again, they're going to get a comfortable 2-0 start because, again, Nemiga are going to take the save. There you go. So Nemiga are the favorites in this one. Pain being a map down, understandably so, have to work their way back into the series. Now, I'm sure if they level the field, those odds will change because in stage 2, these 2 teams played each other on Dust 2 and Pain won 13-7. So if they can survive, that's the way I'd frame this, and push it the distance, they now become the favorites. And we also got to cover off some Pain games, especially the VP series in stage 2. It was for the 3-0 department. And they played Dust 2 there, and it was 13-10, right? They had their moments. They definitely could have won. But pipped to the post by Electronic and his boys, who were felled by a Brazilian team earlier today. That was a 2-0 game. FURIA became the first team locked in for the top 8.
Just like we all expected.
Just like we all expected. Yakinda's resurgent. MongolZ is the truth. Fallen's the best Brazilian rifler ever. And away we go. But let's get underway with we got Spirit and FURIA. So we got a Panther and a Dragon. What other creatures can we get in the playoffs?
I know which one I'd be backing, though, in a fight.
Not the horse.
No, not the horse.
The horse is playing right now. Chasing a mouse around a field.
Yeah, but you know, horses are scared of mice.
Of course.
Like elephants. We don't have any elephant logos, do we?
Someone said that the Blast major logo looked like an elephant.
What?
I'll show you it later.
Okay.
It was on the mic.
I'll need some help with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will need some help.
It takes a creative viewing.
Okay.
Maybe some special herbs and spices from the Colonel. All right, mid-crawl.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be Damadeus in this interesting investigation. He's timed it very well. Khan was looking at window, risky, late to the fight, so he'll draw blood and be traded out. A 4-on-4 with mid now smoked. Temple blocked. Big Uzera says B's quiet.
2 on A.
You can block camera here. Doesn't elect to do so. You might regret that. You've just lost the round.
Yeah. Last time they investigated and looked for a couple of exit kills. So let's see if they do that again. It's Big Uzera and Snow once more. If they go through middle, there might be better weapons to pick up. And I don't mean for Big Uzera. He's got the best one possible. It's for Snow. He's got a full battle utility. You'd hate to give that away. There's $400. Bang! That's a defuse kit. Thank you very much as he slurps that one up. Snow will get an AK delivered, and Big Uzera will pick up the Silence Down 4. So making the best of a bad situation. First round. Going to be posted now for Nemiga. Oh, why did you drop out window, Chief? Well, that's why. So you can get a kill.
Yep.
That just seems so risky, doesn't it? Like, are we saving or are we doing damage? Well, you're doing both right now, so can't fault it.
It's worked out. It has worked out all right.
I want to just check in right now, and I'm sure everybody else at home is doing the exact same. MongolZ versus Liquid underway. Second map. That one is going to be going down on Nuke, the choice of MongolZ. There you guys go and check in on all that action being brought to you by Scrawny and Launders. Final series of the day, both starting to simmer in. As once all of this comes to a conclusion, we'll have 6 more best of 3s coming your way tomorrow over both streams. We'll lock in another 3 teams. And then that'll leave us for the final day of play on Sunday to lock in the final 3 for the first major of 2025, the culmination of the first VRS. We'll see how it all shakes out. All right, well, the bonus is done with. NQZ in with the AWP. Mac 10 for Xanta. Another flash and a fight set up for Davideus, so just playing for info, not letting them crawl quietly. Util spilling in behind them now. Oh, braving this.
Yeah, he's pushing forward. Lear and Risky Bob taking initial engagement. As that molly fades, Davideus is elected to stick around, so he's backing himself, but they've got the wallbang lineups. He's been put on notice again. First in the pistol gets dinged, but again, he's got cover. Nice from Snow. Does get
B
caught.
defender. Do you pivot to B now?
You likely could. I mean, you could just drop out the window if you can pick up that bomb. Obviously, that's delayed them now. They're dumping Util. Where it could be re-aggressed upon, but now...
Again.
Oh, surely not anymore.
Yeah, they're all hitting a shot like that. It should really slow the roll. DGT has baskets control, so that A pressure's not felt. Davideus backed off from mid completely. He's worried about a temple slip, so that feels like NQZ's communicated it's a possibility, especially with camera smoke. So Davideus is playing very, very safe. Big Uzira, based off of that information, is also starting to play retake. So there are kits in play. It is a 3v4 situation. Now, Risky Bob and Zway just need to get across this long line and they can plant that bomb.
Yeah, they've got 2 smokes as well, so they could theoretically smoke both sides off. Oh, a HE break. Hoping to have exposed someone on the cross, but... Oh, wow!
Someone's
the bomb goes down, Xanta!
I don't think it's time. I think it's too late. 3, 2, 1. Oh, just!
Oh, he gets it down. They could somehow win this round. The Mac 10 swings in, and Big Uzera's done a valiant defense here. Spamming on the cross from Zway.
Oh, Big Bad Bob, give it a go. He had a look, and he's just going to go for the save in this one.
Fair play. Fair play.
We've seen in a lot of games Nemiga really love to run down the clock. Now, I don't think this was necessarily their choice. The fact that they were dispelled from that A split, they went into B, the time was just running low. Big Uzera perfect there on the break and the spam. It was a thing of perfection. It's 3-1, so going to keep their lead. Won't be tying it up just yet. Wow, that looks way too easy for Snow. Perfect timing. Tactical timeout called early. And you can understand that this is the T side of Anubis. Now, I have to check the stats, but I think there's been some of these matches at the major that have been quite CT-sided. So, and normally we're discussing this as a T-sided affair. Let's see if they can break in off the back of this 30-second conversation with the coach. It's a Mac 10 for Xanta again. Lear's down to just a Tech 9 now, but those AKs, there's 3 of which. Is it going to be faster in pace? And is it going to be mid-centric again? We're yet to get kills from Xanta and Lear. An extra cash in the coffers for 3 of the defensive side. Big Uzera, Davideus, and NQZ all in a extra buy territory. Starting 3B. NQZ's AWP. Looks like it's in the right place to deliver. Nobody towards water, sure, but they're about to come steaming in.
Yeah, let's see how Big Uzera and Snow's setup works out. Xanta managed to path very nicely to punish here, and oh, can't beat him to the punch. Snow down as well, quick turn. Nice shot. Two coming in from con side. It's Davideus and NQZ. DGT with a HE break. But oh, never mind. NQZ gets taken down. They're just ready to fight, ready to brawl. Great connection. A Tech 9 just rounds the corner at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and it's saving time. Or you might not even get that. Good shots. Okay. Well,
yeah, that couldn't have gone better, could it?
That's the most convincing round we've seen out of them so far.
Yeah, just swarming that site, even though it was stacked correctly. A couple of nice shots hit on the way in. I already spoke about the money, so the 3 aforementioned players can buy. It's going to be lighter for 2. Oh, that was a loud cheer from the mainstream.
What are they up to over there?
It is Nuke. It is Liquid on the defense.
Harosh.
That's the most jovial Harosh I've ever heard.
It is, me too. I didn't know it could be delivered like that.
It's a lot more aggressive.
Yeah. Good to know.
All right, well, Khan posted up on Con. Khan on Con.
Khan on Con.
Chili Con Khan.
Oh, not bad.
Spicy in Austin right now for Nemiga as Risky Bomb gets up to connector. Xanta gets the A main space. This is great. Early progressions. Block smoke comes out. Zwei and Leah searching towards B. This is telling right now that they might want to finish on this side of the map again. But again, there's 3 players stacked. It's that pesky 5-7 of Snow.
Yeah, they kind of missed through that molly. Nade, though. Bang on the mark, and then you combine that with this one. Love that. 10 points. Perfect.
Yeah, that was very nice.
Right? The back player, like a disruptive 5-7 on that, or MP9. It's so hard to get past. Not when you double HE it, though. Really, really neat trick.
Well, the Abominable Snowman is down. It's just going to be Big Uzera. He's going to have to see if he can...
Maybe they didn't miss the molly, and the molly was just to ensure he was stood on the pillar.
Oh, there you go. Systematic destruction via utility, and saving is probably the better of the 2 options unless you get a multi-kill lineup with 2 players having their boots planted on the A bomb site. And they go through a second wave.
Wow.
Left side smoke, they get the platform molly in. It's a thing of perfection. Beautiful util usage from Nemiga right now to guarantee the 3rd and tie things up.
So you can say beautiful, and I agree 100%, but also look from the other perspective. From Snow and Davidea's perspective, look how difficult it can be to defend this bomb site.
And that's why we talk about the CT sides needing aggression.
Yeah.
Right? Because if the Ts want to turn the screws, first of all, getting the map control, it's this seesaw. Back when the map was still earlier in the day, Snappy was one talking about this A main and connector. You just the push-pull of that, baiting out the util, keeping them strung out, as they're actually looking to remove these rifles. This would be a big hunt.
Yeah, this would be a big hunt. Oh, he had the perfect pre-aim for that Heaven player. NQC will get away with it. Lear really wanted to go hunting. Big Uzera loses his M4.
Yeah, that's not ideal. DGT gets to stay alive and NQZ as well, so it's a Famus and an M4. But when you think about this, the entire Nemiga side of the server are major rookies. And that was only facilitated because of stage 1. And if you want to use old vernacular, like you see a lot of people saying, oh, well, that's the RMR, and then that's the major qualifier, and then this is the main event. Whatever. The major expands. Counter-Strike change, it chops over time, and we find ourselves in a period where there are 32 teams who get to attend our World Cup.
Yeah,
Stage 1, it was online qualifiers, but Nemiga are proving that they should be here. The fact that they've been able to topple the teams that they have, they're now in Stage 3, and if they take down Pain and they don't come in last place, for 5 major rookies who have played a total of, I'll say it again, 27 maps on LAN this year, and 14 of them, that's before coming into this series, were at this major alone, right? These guys are what you would consider like the onliners, right? Because they only play online CS. Well, they're coming in and they're delivering a strong brand of CS as just some young guns. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, they should be proud of how far they've come, and they can go further. Map up. And a convincing round under their belt to make it dead even. Now, T-side Anubis, you would certainly be expecting to have, 7 at the minimum.
Yeah, well, by winning this one, you're going to get one step closer. Now, what are you going to do with these 2 saved rifles? A little bit of aggression off the back of a Davidea's flash, potentially.
Okay.
Oh, they're rushing into it.
And there's the FAMAS revealed. He gets a nice pick off. DGT dunked on, though. The HEs keep on racking him up. Caught with nades in your hand, but a flash on his screen doesn't stop him. Lear adjusts into the snow swing.
Okay, well, that's been dealt with now. A little fun fact with this match on our screens. Zwei and Snow are 2 of the youngest players in attendance in the major. Zwei is quite truly the youngest. Snow is the 3rd youngest. So in between the 2 of them is Mazinho over there in the Mongols. Picked up a win earlier today against regional rivals, Lynn Vision. And 4th and 5th are Donk and Jimmy. So some of Counter-Strike's best are the youngest guns. On the other side of that, we've got Carrigan. FaZe picked up another win today. Bit of smack talk coming out of Carrigan and Simple for those of you who didn't catch it. Madja suffered a loss in the Aurora jersey against G2. Do we get exits here? They're just going to brute force out main and mowing over Trade Wars as NQZ is just going to try and dip away. Does retain the M4.
Does he?
Does just retain the M4.
So, I mean, fair play to Zwei. You had an opportunity, you'll take it.
So just to go through the oldies, right? 35 for Carrigan, 34 for Manager, 34 for Fallen, just qualifying for a playoffs. He's a multi-major winner.
Yeah.
Apex, they've turned their fate around, having their Vitality back in the 2-1 column. And another team, Snacks. He's the 5th oldest, 31 years of age.
Oh.
G2 picked up their 2nd win today. So they're definitely not going 0-3. All right, a round with rifles across the board.
Not much con action for the CTs, is it? Just going to be the responsibility of Snow to stop the crawl of Risky Bob.
Yeah, when this lurk smoke goes down, it's so tough for the B defense if you're only playing 2, because the leak on the left or the right, you have to consider that. But what about straight through the guts? Exactly. And then you have con, so there's just so much that becomes a concern. So default spread. Oh, look at that. Sway?
Thank you. Fireman Lear.
He was just sitting there. He looked calm as a cucumber.
Yeah, trust. He only burnt 60 damage. He's got 100 to work with. And now Biguzera, understandably, is trying to use that smoke against them. He did have an angle. It's fading now.
He wants this kill.
He really wants to finish it off.
No.
And Lear, not only the fireman, but he's the policeman and puts the handcuffs onto Biguzera. Snow and NQZ. It's not perfect utility, but it doesn't need to be because the flashes are in. Khan and Zwei flash the boys into the B site. And an extended lead for Nemiga.
Oh, this is getting very worrying now for Pain. It's a tough season, and I really feel for them with all of the issues that they've had. Obviously, some of them self-inflicted. They've replaced Cowes, and that was by choice, but it was clear that they needed to upgrade in his spot. He had to actually take over some duties that he wasn't equipped for, and he was doing his best. He had some great Deagle moments. Stay on board with Xantia, see if he can take away either of these. They are postured in middle, so this is really not the best safe position, and a hard clear into Davideus. DGT was meant to be covering, but too slow to the draw as... Oh, he can't hold onto his rifle either. And that roar, that tells you just how much a round like that means, because sure, the loss bonus is there, but it's going to be hollow now for Pain.
I think I preferred the Harosh.
Yeah, that one
was a bit scary.
That one's a bit scary. And look, I can't believe this. Like, Zwei just stood, didn't move, took like his hand off the mouse of the keyboard, adjusted his headset like, Lear will save me.
We've been here before.
My boss will look after me. It's all good.
Harosh.
Okay, well, Hero M4. A rare CZ75 makes an appearance.
Oh my god, here it is. It's viable now, Chad.
Yeah, the PSA, in case you missed it, the kill reward is 300 smackaroos.
I actually did miss that completely, so that was news to me. It's no longer actually useless.
Yeah, I think just give it a little bit more reserve ammo if people want it. Like, it only has 24 bullets in total.
But I thought the whole... Yeah, never mind. We're not having a CZ discussion right now. Until he uses it.
And gets 3 kills. Yeah, let's see.
And he gets a rifle.
Whoa! Hey, guys, you meant to see your opponents to kill them?
Yeah. Sometimes, I guess, your opponent's just having a really good day.
Well, that smoke's a little bit deep.
Go on.
Invites Biguzera.
Through the smoke, a little boost. Oh, you don't see anything. Oh, this sucks. Or does it? Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Oh, no casualties in this round, or at least not yet.
You'd have loved to make this competitive. It doesn't even need to be the conversion. The AWPer throws the AWP on his back and just trades it out.
They're bullying them now.
They are. Chad, it's spiraling. It is spiraling. The T side, I'm seeing numbers like 11,000 after the buy on Khan. That's enough for the rest of the rounds in his half.
Keep those figures away from the crypto bros out there. That would be... get you to throw that to its quick demise. But this is already a strong T half. You said 7. I think you bang on there. 7-5 being par for the course, but it could be a whole lot worse if you're Pain starting 3B again or posted up. First shot taken. NQZ's pinned. They're going to need a smoke to get him out. All right, alleviating the pressure. More nades come through. He's away.
Yeah, no commitment just yet. The A little moment to peek through the smoke, but Khan fires off a warning shot, will back away.
Well, when that happens, you know you've forced out utility from the B defenders. Now you get to reroute. So just can group up and head where else they would like. It's still a minute 25 on the clock with all of this skirmish going down. B are under pressure. They need to correct their setup. They've actually scrambled. There's 3 here to defend this.
Oh, yeah. The flash again. Oh, good. Khan consistently blinding the screens of Pain. Again, puts his name in the feed in a non-lethal capacity. Good shots from NQZ on the camera cross. Takes down the spearhead of the assault. NQZ double. Make it 3. That's what you want to see. Bomb on the floor. Xanta ready to activate, though. He's managed to get this far. Khan draws attention. It's Big Usera to close, but look at Xanta go. Well, bomb is down, and with 45, Snow is right there. Xanta. Not ready! Snow! Calm! Quiet and delivers. That's a must-win round if Pain want to stay at the major. They need more of that.
Yeah, thanks to NQZ. They are able to pick up his AWP, and they'll get that back into his hands. So still can go 6-6, but you lose a lot of bodies in that situation. The buy is going to mean there's likely 1 SMG, maybe 2 in the mix if it's not going to be in lieu of a FAMAS. So it's going to be tough because you mentioned the cash and Nemiga. They are flowing as far as the money's concerned. So it's the saved ult for the hero NQZ. 2 rifles and 2 SMGs. So it's still touch and go. They're going to have to do this the hard way. Straight into the B barrage again. NQZ opens up the account. Space taken. Backs turn. They don't know that either are in water right now.
Yeah, that's back-to-back rounds, though, where NQZ has managed to take down Sway to start. Swiveling around the side, multiple bodies here, displaced. Snow goes down empty-handed. Davideus takes him in. Risky Bob's gone. Wallbang doesn't connect, but the spam does. Gets away with it for a moment longer. NQZ can't miss a shot right now. Okay, Xanta and Khan, good luck.
They got to burrow in right now. This is tough.
I don't fancy their chances anymore now because NQZ is
What's
just
he even seeing?
I don't know. I don't know. He's just hitting every shot he takes right now. A triple kill from NQZ. He may as well leave with another, but Davideus will steal it from under him. Solid work from the Pain sniper.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Right now in Brazilian Counter-Strike, talking about the strongest AWPs is hard to do. NQZ is definitely towards the top of the list. He had some big impact in that series I keep referencing. Just because I thought it was so entertaining, it was the 2-0 game from Stage 2, Pain versus VP. So here it is again from his perspective. So that one's beautiful. Lear just thinking, what the hell is going on? Another one straight through the smoke. Okay, NQZ.
Sure.
Well, getting some of his own back there, but now that 7-round bar that was set as the path for the course, it is going to be a timeout to discuss how they can guarantee that going into the halftime break. It's not like opening kills have even been flowing in the favor of Nemiga throughout this half. I think it just shows you the trade work that's there and the proficiency on the T side of this map. It's the biggest T-sided map we have in the pool. And look, there's some smiles on the faces. They're starting to believe right now. Remember, they pushed this to the 3rd of Dust 2, and they've already toppled Nemiga here before. Stage 2, best of 1. They know they can do it. They just need to get there. Clutch from Snow, impact from NQZ, a pistol round again. They're 3 out of 3 in that department.
Yeah, a rather unimpactful half from Zwei. What is the majority of opening deaths as well for Nemiga, 0-3 from him, and just a 4-8 scoreline. So it hasn't been flowing as nicely as he would have liked.
I think they just have him in a position that's hard to find impact. Even though he does play like these anchor lurky roles, it's just B main. Doesn't sound glamorous, but pop and go.
Wow, Xanta just walks in. Woof! This is way too much ground too early, and NQZ this time hasn't connected immediately. Snow on the side, cowering, getting spammed at through the smoke. The whole team's here.
Fast flank.
Yeah, Snow gets nothing. Is that enough of a distraction? Maybe Davideus does reveal himself from B main. Oh, they're going to flash go. Springs ahead of it. They get ahead. Lovely transfer from Big Usera, and it's hard to track for Khan.
4 bullets.
Nade hurts. No bullets. Still enough output. Jewel Berettas bring him down, and it's a 6-6 half after all. Pain have survived this brutality of the test from Nemiga. They can extend. They can take us the distance.
Hey guys, we are at Culture Clubhouse and we're gonna watch some Counter-Strike clips.
To keep mouths going.
I know this clip.
I don't remember this clip.
You don't remember? It was insane.
He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on. Oh!
We still lost this map. I think it's after the game I was shocked why we lost this. I don't.
You lost this map?
Yeah, we lost this match.
After this.
And I was full shocked. How we lost this?
That's a little bit unfortunate, otherwise maybe going to try to put some pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up that one. Oh, no!
We just came to this tournament. I don't remember we were like top 10 or top 15 team in the world. Nobody expect us to win this, and it was crazy because we just win every game, and it was crazy. And for me, all these moments, all these clutches, it's 10 out of 10 for sure.
No, we came to this tournament with big expectations, you know.
Yeah.
But we weren't in the good shape back in the days, you know, for this tournament. So yeah, we collapsed in quarterfinals.
Yeah, but
in their minds.
Your game against FURIA was crazy because, you know, simple showing middle fingers to the crowd, some fans spitting on you or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
He can actually save. He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on.
Oh, that smoke, it catches the rail, and that's a little bit unfortunate. Otherwise, maybe going to try to put some pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up.
I think for the whole CS community, this moment is not like 10 out of 10. I think they're going to put like 5 or 6 points. But for me, because I was here, I was there, I was feeling this, for me, it's 10 out of 10 for sure.
No, for me, bro, it's like 3 maximum, you know.
Okay. It's enough. Thank you for coming to the Culture Clubhouse. Next time I will bring Jane.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is do or die for Pain Gaming. They conceded to Ancient, and this is an elimination match. However, you know what? 6 rounds, CT side Anubis, that feels like a bit of an achievement in itself.
And if we look at the positives for Pain in this series so far, they're 3 from 3 in the pistol department. If they can make it 4, they're going to be knocking on Dust2's door. So they're heading heavily over towards A. That's going to be Nemiga still the favorites, understandably. 1 map to the good. Pass from DGT.
If they want to make it a 2-0, we need to see more from Zwei here on Anubis. And Xanta has not blocked A, despite being solo A.
I like the fact he's called the bluff, because if you drop that immediately, right, then he's... Oh, there's Zwei.
Hello?
You wanted Zwei, that's an opening kill.
Oh, and now he can back away.
That's his first so far.
This is a good flash, they can swing with this.
Oh, he's stuck.
Oh, he's trapped in the corner. Now Khan's got to reload. Okay, well, left out, like slaughter for Zwei.
Now you go A. The fact you've seen them push B main, you go A.
Has he got that smoke? If only he'd thrown it now, that would have been lovely. Instead, he's just going to have to peek for the disruptive first, and they'll be waiting out that heaven smoke. Xanta to bricks. 1 peek, 1 shot, all he gets. And he makes it count. Closing in on him. Support arrives. Lear trying to bail out his boy. Swings in for a headshot. Davideus. Drive-by from Lear. Lovely taps out of the USP. Big Uzera under scrutiny. 2 of them low, and he can't find Risky Bob's head. That's their first pistol of the series.
Yeah, I love that from... I missed that. Sorry, Lear. I apologize. I had the ace thing with Zwei, and now I've had the talking over to old mate Lear. So I've had 2 indiscretions this time. It's going to be a red card if I have 1 more.
That's right. It's a second strike. Yeah.
But I love the pathing there from Xanta. He gets the first and then stays close. Actually buys time for his teammates to come out cameras. Here's the first. You see the way he paths back. It's just like full. He doesn't go wide on it. He stays close to the wall. And then that allows Lear to come in and catch the player that was trying to hunt him down and punish.
I'm like a Michael Jackson. I can walk and shoot.
That is awesome. Now, Michael Jackson known for the moonwalk.
Yes, so I think that's what we're referencing. I don't think there's any documented cases of Michael Jackson walking
and shooting. Unless it's other substances.
Unless we're talking about shooting a music video.
Yes, that's true.
He was probably doing that.
Okay, well, it's going to be the 4 spy off the plant. Galil's heavy, contact B. Here's your boy Zwei, Alex, up to bat.
See what he can get done. I mean, it was a sliver gap. Just a couple of pixels of BiguZera visible, but risky bombs pushed into his demise.
This is a tough retake now.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Lear is really just the beacon of light for Nemiga. He manages to find one before that plant does come through. Xanta empty hands.
They're saving.
They have to.
That was just not a connected play with one another. They also could have waited out the smoke, so I think he just delivered them an extra smoke there with his demise. So that is maybe some of the inexperience in Nemiga showing in that situation, getting a little bit too hasty. And just going to hold on to their rifles aplenty. So Zwei fluffed his lines there, just had a shoulder to work with. It was a tight gap.
Well, you want some fun trivia about Zwei? I've got something for you.
All right.
Zwei, if we could look at his M4 when we next get into the save, because he saves his M4 A1S Knight, I remarked that's an old skin. That's an oldie but a goldie. And just for perspective as to how young this man is, that skin was released, and when it was, Zwei was 6 years old. It was in 2011. What were you doing in 2011, Chad? You were a fully grown human being.
2011?
Yeah.
Do you mean 2014?
Yeah.
There was no skins in 2011.
It was 2014. It's because he was at... Why did you say... What?
I don't know why he said 2011.
You did the maths for me. 2014, 2025. It was 11 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes, it was 11 years ago.
2011. We didn't have skins yet.
No, but that's where the maths... That's where that number came from.
Where were we before skins?
Nowhere really, Chad. Just a big green gun.
All right, well, they forced in behind the saves. Oh, it's messy.
It's worked out for Snow. I'm not sure about that kind of range from Risky Bob, but it sets up Zwei.
Good damage done. Oh,
wow.
That could be the round-deciding kill.
Yeah, I think he might have done a lot there. By removing BiguZera, getting away with his life. Davide's quick pivot. That was an audible drop. Get away from the flame.
Gotta respect it.
You're dead. You're dead. Oh, good work. And he even could spam another one here. Playing a very, dare I say, risky game from Mr. Bob.
Okay, so I thought Khan's kill in mid would have been enough to try and stabilize the situation, but this round is back on, and they've actually sold the A site. Lynn needs a kill, and that's huge.
Wow, and he even saw like the tail of Davideus going A with the bomb, so it's a race now. And with DGT so low, he wants to play for the numbers in the rotation. Fountain Molly will delay them. DGT at that low HP is going to be tempted to push through and get the info. Davideus is going to be a thrust into the clutch. It's just a question of what DGT can give him. Can you set him up for anything? Playing close to the camera smoke, very effective.
They didn't wait the util out last time, and this time they don't have a kit, so they have to actually hustle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be to do with Khan making enough space on his swing. Pull the crosshair away. Oh, he didn't manage it, but good trade nonetheless. And now Davideus in a one-on-one. Oh, Lear again! Swing it out from the heavens, saves it for Nemiga.
Oh, he said, yeah, gave him his teammate there gave him the finger, not in the bad way. And the hold up, I'm thinking of some banter. Let's see what he's got.
Guys, I'm 0.9 national TV. You need to step up.
0.88 at this event, actually.
Yo.
Maybe 0.9 overall. But with two maps, Lyra's had two massive clutches.
Yeah.
A 1v4 on Ancient, and now this that comes down to a 1v1. And I say massive because the impact for him was felt throughout. Probing window, it's a must-hit kill. Davideus takes the fight. Here it is again.
Massive.
It's 10-second defuse. Like, hold up. Let me think. What type of shit can I hit them with on the other side of the fence? Because these kids can't catch a bloody break.
Yeah, man, it's working. Nemiga are pulling it across the line piece by piece. Their first pistol round of the series in a do-or-die match for Pain.
But it's this force by war that is going to really be the do-or-die moment for Pain, right? Because we've gone back and forth within this rally of rounds, that came down to just one player staying alive. So they are obviously going to force buy back in, right? With the loss bonus, with the bomb going down, they can still wrestle for this control.
Yes.
So both teams have hemorrhage purchases. I think, fortunately, with Lear getting all those kills, they've been able to get Khan out on AWP, and that could be the difference maker.
You could be. I mean, we need to see Khan having a consistent connection. We've seen a couple of missed shots in that first half. He starts A. And Zwei's already pushed B. Hello. That's a very big bundle of information for a CT side. Davideus might find him. Can't holding for this contact into A. And he has that shadow advantage, so he gets it, gets out. And perfect on the reaggress. CDT was pulling out his nade. Risky swings in to finish the job. And now Big Uzera's ears are ringing, bleeding. 5-on-3.
Well, Zway's just blocked B main, and he is cognizant connector's the problem, and that's where they're all about to pipe through. Lear's rotated over in time. 2 players to defend this site.
Yeah, it's going to have to be bullets to defend this. Zway tucks in. And Lear, he might be able to be a perfect distraction if he times his swing correctly. He's just playing on the right side now. Little spot, perfect.
Can't see it too.
They double up. Isolating these 2 players, and oh, they both go down. That's massive from Pain.
They're back in it.
Into the site indeed. Bit of a fumble from your B defenders.
Yeah, that's really poor output there, and Temple was smoked, and now Connector is too. They're all still congregated. They need to make some space. You're going to have to swing together here, Pain. There's a kit on Risky Bob. You can't lose another one like this.
They're all next to him. Xanta has the whole team on the other side of this smoke. And as it fades, Big Uzera's there. Oh, so many targets. Info on at least another. He knows where Davideus was. It's the other, the unknown entity that is NQZ. Doubling up in COD. There's some more answers for you. Davideus still strong, but they don't know where NQZ is. He can't even hit this shot, Khan. Oh, down and out. Pain. Look at that sigh of relief. That was a genuine sigh of relief from Davideus, as a massive 4K from him has given them an opportunity for a moment's respite.
That's so poor there from those 2 B defenders, not getting a single kill. As Khan rotates over, he gets smoked off, and just one between the 2 of them keeps them in a position where they have the man advantage. And 2 openers were great. Khan actually started the round really, really well. He finished it extremely poorly, right? And in that scenario, he's probably thinking, I want to back off, I want to save, but he can't get out of there. And with this back and forth nature in this second half so far, nobody has won consecutive rounds. And this is what I'm talking about with the forced buy back in from Pain. They finally put them in a position where the buy on the other side is actually terrible. It's just going to be a couple of 5-7s, make it 4 of which, and 1 SMG in the hands of Risky Bob. They have 5 smokes. That is going to be the biggest issue. If the blocks right now are going to be perfect and corral them into a potential stack or soak time off the clock, that's really the only way, other than some crazy multi-kills on the 5-7, to get back into this. But Pain win this, and they're going to put themselves in the driver's seat. T-side Anubis down the stretch, Dust to around the corner. Game's not over yet.
They are fighting back. All you have to do is not trip over your shoelaces up against this force buy. Huge discrepancy in the investments here.
Now, both teams have had their shoes tied together at the moment. That's why we haven't had consecutive just yet. So 3 over towards A. Zway, Khan floating. They're blocked mid early. They really want to send them into this A plane at the moment. If we take a look, 4 out of the 5 members are gravitating to that side of the map. It's Snow just kicking up a fuss towards Connector. They're starting to push into baskets now. We're going to have a clash.
Oof. Who pushes first? CTs backing away a little now. Perhaps realizing that they're coming to you. They hear him now, and up close Lear draws the crosshair. He connects, so does Risky. And now it's getting messy. NQZ, oh no, MP9 running at you with an AWP, and you don't play scared. Big Uzera's flash fills you with confidence as you reaggress, tracking Risky, doing the flashbang dance, and now a 2v2. I like this from Zway. Take some proactivity here, maybe working on a flank if he's cheeky with it, or at least being able to report the pivot B.
He might get lost by a timing. He's kept pushing. They're going to walk back. If he goes stairs, he should be able to get the jump on them. They know it's the B defender, though.
Oh, I don't know. This is going to be a hard fight at this range. Back of the head. AK, 1 bullet. Could go wrong. Oh!
Huge. NQZ's fouled them out with a massive 3-piece there. I also think Risky Bob and Khan blocked each other. That's why the NQZ was able to get that second kill of the 3.
He couldn't get away in time.
And now Khan, is he giving this a go? He really should save. They have nothing in the next round. Or win it.
Or you could just win it here and now.
You gotta go fast.
He's only got 12 HP, but has the AWP. If he hits his shot, Khan is a dead man. That's all it comes down to, is if NQZ can finish this, what has already been impactful triple kill with 4, quad kill to keep his team in it. First Davideus, now NQZ, they're just taking it in turns to save their bacon. Massive work from the sniper. And Pain Gaming are fighting tooth and nail to hold on. Like, it shouldn't have been this close, sure.
Yeah, see that jump there?
Yeah.
His teammate was right next to him, so he couldn't act. Like, that jump is like a hop. Normally, if you were sprinting and jumping, you're going to jump with a further distance. Gets blocked by the teammate, and that's how he goes down. So indecision. If they had just taken the fight on main, they would have had a better chance, but they limped in one at a time, and now they're down to an eco. Double digits feels like a certainty right now.
Making it work. Making it work well.
MongolZ's had some hugely impactful moments, right?
Yeah.
It's not just these ones on the T side. On the CT side, he had that 3K over towards A with the AWP. Right?
Back-to-back 3Ks.
Yeah, so he's really done an awful lot of work right now to put his team in. I'd say the driver's seat is still going to be a tough way back in. The game's not over yet, but this is the T side. If they win the next gun round, they essentially win the game. And this is the problem with the force buy approach, is that if it does labor, if it extends to this point of the game, you're only working with 2,400 into the next, but we're 6 rounds deep already in the half. So you're just offsetting the CT reset moments later and later in the piece as your opponent gets closer and closer to 13. So the pressure has been amplified, and 2 of the players I've been the most impressed with from the Nemiga side of the server, Zwei and Xanta. Xanta's a great aggressive opening piece. Zwei is very sharp, plays some of these extremity positions. Both struggling, 6 kills apiece. It's been Lear's clutch. Khan's had a couple of moments on the ult. Risky Bob as well has been delivering. Setting up towards B early. Just Zwei and Risky Bob here. 3 towards A right now. The rotation is miles away, and this is going to come quick.
What can you do, Zwei? Oh, you've got a very wide screen getting swung upon. He's still alive, only for a moment longer.
Save.
Just as easy as that. A simple, effective B take for put 11 on the board, and you've already highlighted what they must do. All 3 guns need to be brought through if you want to have a little bit more of a voice into the end of Anubis.
Yeah, you can drop 2, but that's if you save. And I think that you should have that ability right now as Big Uzera to let a couple of hounds off the leash, because one of these kills is worth its weight in gold. And now that you know where they are and the bomb's only halfway gone, you could send in another.
Oh, they really want that AK, and you got to get out now. DGT could have been let off, but looks like he's going to play more restrained.
Okay.
The victory is theirs. He'd rather keep a little bit of a bank.
So right now, Xanta and Lear are the 2 that will probably drop. Or we see this approach from teams as well. You use the 3 saved guns. You just take some lighter investments, and then you go into the buy into the next. But if they make that choice, you're essentially giving 12 over, and they're going to go for the shove. So they're going to drop the guns. They're going to get the util behind it. Just Xanta's going to be lacking utility. Just heard double molly mid. Now, I don't speak Portuguese, but double molly mid apparently translates as the frustrations. Again, this is 5 major rookies.
Yeah.
And they were in a very strong position to knock Pain down, knock them out, and send them home and extend their life. Right now, it's Dust 2 next, Alex. They've already lost it to Pain in this tournament.
Absolutely. I think the pressure may be getting to some of the rookies. Oh, and QC needs help. That's a miss from Snow. And a leg shot from the AWP. Big Uzera has managed to catch Risky Bob towards the con side. Oh, Khan goes looking for trouble in mid.
Xanta's so low.
Way more progressive. Yeah, it is over. Xanta should be dead in a second. Just like that.
Great from Davideus. What a map from him. 22 kills. Him in combination with MongolZ has just been phenomenal to watch. And it has to be the save again. That hollow feeling that you had in the last, it's amplified now. And both teams not playing Anubis in the major so far, coming into the black box against one another. Obviously, Ancient, that was a whole different point of conversation. Pain, they've been wanting to play it, or at least they've been daring teams to pick it. They've changed their ban to Train. And works out quite nicely against Nemiga, who are strong on that map as well. Regardless, I think they go into this series thinking, well, we're probably down 1-0, right? You're not going to say that, but it might be in the back of your mind. And now you get to go to Dust 2. Your confidence is going to be brimming.
Yeah, this is kind of how you'd already discussed it with your team of how it may play out. And now it's becoming a reality. Another kind of Lackluster. CT output round. Trying some aggressions, just received very comfortably. 4 consecutive demanded of Nemiga now.
This is a great resolve building win as well, even if it is for the series for Pain, right? This is about piecing yourself back together after one that you want to forget. With all the different issues that have cropped up throughout 2025 so far, this is finally the team that you know has a lot of firepower. Davideus and DGT joining these ranks. We know what Big Uzira can do. As, yeah, those frustrations for the young guns showing themselves. But here we go. Is there anything else to be said? Do we have any more rounds of play? I think Leo... Oh, 1 for 1.
Wow.
Leo could have been spotted. Yeah, he was. He was. NQZ caught him there.
Oh, and that's opened up middle. Xanta has got a lot of work to do in very little time to do it. Big Uzera and Snow going to be asking questions of Camera immediately, and that's already softened him up. 45 damage. Now, in the meantime, sure, Khan removed the A lurk.
They can get into B. There's nobody home. Risky Bob's floated back towards middle. Now the penny's dropped.
Oh. Well,
that's it.
That might very well be the end of Anubis, folks. A single bullet to the rotating head of Xanta. 1 bullet, 1 shot. All he needs. Break as you cross. Oh, he didn't break it.
Too deep.
Yeah, he actually gets away, gets across. Nade'll hurt. Snow gets it in. Risky Bob and Khan to keep the dream alive on Anubis. They do contribute 1. Snow is isolated. Reload.
Smoke for the bomb.
Okay. Big Uzera coming in from Khan's side. Finds himself an M4. Better in this situation. The AWP pass to Risky Bob on that low HP to stay posted on main while Khan gets cooking. Smoke on the bomb. Big Uzera, he's got the kill. And it looks like we need 3. Pain will not go down quietly. Dust 2 required. A rematch with massive ramifications up next. Just one map of Counter-Strike and 2 teams with only 1 that survives. This will be the end of one of these 2 teams' seasons at the end and conclusion of Dust 2. Taking it all the way to the 3rd Pain. They were put on the ropes on Ancient, but perhaps that was something they discussed coming into the series. Chad has been highlighting throughout that they had some vulnerabilities in their map pool, but not in their fragging output. Anubis saw them reawoken. NQZ's impact continues to be felt. Nemiga, 5 major rookies in the server looking to pick themselves up a win in stage 3. That would be an accolade in itself.
And this is a rematch from stage 2 in a best of 1. Pain got the better of them 13-7. They won both pistols. NQZ had the most AWP kills. DGT had the most first kills. Biggie0 had the most kills. And Nemiga finished on the CT side, only picked up 2 rounds.
Oh.
And now they start here, so they're going to have to do better than that.
Yeah, well, especially if Lear thinks he can shoot smoke grenades out of the sky.
That'll be in CS3.
Yeah, that's the next patch, yeah.
Okay, well, going to get this short control. Considering how the pistols have gone against Nemiga in these head-to-heads.
Oh, it's gone bad for Zwei.
An opening kill would have been great. If you combine Dust 2 from stage 2, it's 5 out of the 6 pistols in favor of Pain. This is to be 6 out of 7 across those 4 maps.
Oof. Just, I mean, something about pistols versus Pain for Nemiga, it's eluded them.
Yeah, the pistols haven't been bad in the tournament, but just against this Brazilian side itself.
And they say they're a coin toss, clearly not for Pain in this matchup. Let's see if they can claw anything back, though. It looks like potential for a commitment into what would be the more well-guarded site.
Where does the Davideus Molly go? That's the biggest question right now. You can see the setup on A. If it lands Goose, Lear's going to be flushed out. He's got the flash at the ready.
Ramp. Molly. Oh, clean click from Khan, but finished off nicely. Risky Bob chips in. Staying active, and they have to get out. Snow is going to be the first man in. Xanta in the race against time.
He'll get there in time.
Yeah, he will. Risky Bob to catch the rotation, hold doors, hard shots, doesn't hit them, but the bomb needs to make its way in as well. With 18 seconds, this is time sensitive.
He's waiting for his teammate, DGT, they're going to swing in together.
Oh, that's a great contribution. Snow removes Xanta from the window, now Goosh, Lear is gone, Risky Bob can't seem to catch him on that cross. Big Uzera and the boys, another pistol to their name.
That's crazy, 6 out of 7 across 3.5 maps. It's wild. Like, that stat line is so condemning, and we know the way that these rounds function forward for Nemiga. They take the safe, they don't go for the force. There's the opening kill to Zwei. Him and Xanta were having a tough time on Anubis. They looked out of sorts. Looked like the pressure was getting to them. They lost the force by wars back and forth in that second half, and if they'd come out on top of that with some contributions from those 2 names, they wouldn't need this 3rd map of play. Now this slow start is just going to see a stack over towards long. Pain are going to take their time. DGT. Oh, gets the perfect timing just as Zwei had rounded the corner.
He's
he picks
had
it to his
rough start
demise.
to Dust 2, Chad.
Yeah, this is not good for Zwei. Well, pinned towards blue bin, and the AK's down. If Davideus falls too, they're in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to be back to Way. Xanta in hot pursuit. They really want to run him down, and it's worked out. Okay, well, I mean, 2 AK-47 save?
I'd say, like, unless you find this kill on Biggie0. Oh.
It was only 5 damage, but it was 5 damage you'd have preferred to have avoided.
And they still have to work out the bombs planted at B. So, yeah, definitely save the AKs now. If you took down Biggie0 and you didn't team kill, and maybe you had a chance, they're going to try and... Well, don't lose the AKs. Don't lose the AKs. Don't lose the AKs.
Ooh. That would have been really nice.
Well, Lear's going to get one of the 2.
Throw the other one out of bounds. Get going at them.
Well, Snow and NQZ will carry through what they have. So, look, as far as this is concerned, it could have gone better for Nemiga, but it didn't go terribly.
No, sir.
You get 3 kills, and now you're going into the guns. Lear will save you an AK.
Pretty good.
Yeah, Snow's going to have to drop one. Biggie0 can buy himself. NQZ can drop as well and hold on to the scouts. So they will have AKs. And the buy right now, Khan can actually glass cannon. So the AWP advantage is going to be on Nemiga's side of the server. Remember, last time, head-to-head, stage 2, best of 1, only 2 CT-sided rounds. That is not going to be enough. This is to salvage your season if you're Pain. This is to continue to keep yourself in the world stage of Counter-Strike if you're Nemiga. You're just playing in CCTs and Pineapple Cups. Well, right now, you're at the big boy event. and you made it all the way to the top 16. You don't want to go home yet. Khan, that is crazy. Jump spotting mid, glass cannon orb.
Against the scout as well.
You know, like...
Could have ended so horribly.
Well, they've scouted up quickly.
Okay. Now, surely he's so susceptible to like a flash play. He's going to hold for the fade.
You'd love to have the AWP on A against an A execute, and I'm not sure if he's going to get given the good graces of timing to get there. Risky Bob Goose, Leah ramp, Xanta anchoring longs way over towards B. It's really just Khan still posturing middle, looking for one of these fights. They can just explode, and sounds off. That would make me want to go A even more if I'm Big U0. Here they come.
Sir. And they've spot out Leah on the ramp. Risky, flash, push, and the molly in combination. Risky's done a lot there. Good output. Davideus and NQZ second guessing this commitment. Khan playing with that orb from behind the smoke. Won't last forever though. Could be exposed to a swing from NQZ. Smoke on the side, trying to enable a plant.
Oh, that's the AWP down. Good kill from Snow, 3v3.
Very awkward now. Good find from Zwei, put Snow on notice, but oh my god, in the smoke. Lear is on the site. And Davideus are just side by side on either end of these smokes. Xanta swings on out, headshot found, NQZ put low, look at the HP. Oh, and Lear's patience does not prevail. Zwei can win this. Rounds the corner, anticipating the first on the site. Only 4 bullets, will find a weapon on the floor. He's had a rough go of things as Zwei. This would really reignite that fire in him. 2 of the youngest guns at the major. Clashing, bit of damage, he can't finish off the job. 3 HP, Snow lives on and gets away with murder. Cheeky. Zwei gave it a really good go there.
He's trying to get the AWP. Does he get there in time? Yes, he does. Okay, so AWP retained. Zwei really could have won that round, but again, another best of a bad situation. They can get the AWP again, they can give it over to Khan. Just feel like the positioning there, so they've gambled 3 rifles towards A, and then for Khan to retake back in, that was never going to be an easy situation. There's a hard shot to hit with rifles, let alone an AWP scaling up from spawn. Great work there on the double. It's a defensive smoke from Lear that actually works as a shield and actually a buffer for Payne to start to stabilize Gandalf and Short. They are going to force back in.
Oh, I see some aggression from the CT side. Yeah, Xanta. He's going to give it a look in.
And Risky Bob will push up a tunnels. They're going to clamp down on Big U0 and Snow.
Okay, they want it. They want an early fight, and NQZ's already beaten him to the punch. Khan goes down immediately. That AWP save didn't last long, did it?
No, and NQZ's been the better AWPer in the series. That's not even a conversation.
Sketchy there. Big U0 didn't quite track as he'd liked. Xanta on the AWP and not a sniper rifler. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Payne gaming. They're definitely hitting their stride now. It's flowing very nicely and quite the opposite, quite the contrary for Nemiga.
Yeah, it could be a landslide at this point, right?
It's got that feeling.
Yeah, I think that they're kind of shocked out of their seats at the moment. Again, young names, first major for all 5 of them in the server right now, in a great opportunity in map 2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I just can't, like, he's not giving himself the best opportunity to use a game-changing weapon. Just the way that he's approaching some of these situations, it looks too out of the box, right? And there is a recipe. We're going to fight long. There's bodies here. Nades don't land. Very, very limited damage, and they've established blue bin boost. That's a strong way to deal with a reaggressor.
I really like that. Just good protocols as well. Like, you can boost immediately. Nade to clear. Now make sure no one's lingering in the fade.
Yeah, both these teams have played Dust 2 6 times. There you go again. NQZ continues to just out-position and out-AWP Khan. I know it was a scout, but still it was sniper versus sniper. Xanta, you're about to get pounced upon, my friend. You don't realize how in the open you are peering around the corner. That's a free kill, and the lack of them. That is what is the most condemning factor right now. Davideus, a shooting gallery, just 2 to find.
Yeah, man, that's fish in a barrel type-ish.
Another round done, 5-0 up. This CT side, still a problem. It's like crazy. At the start of the veto, Payne had the disadvantage, but at the end of the veto, they ended up in a position where they've already beaten this team.
Yeah, I guess that filled them with some additional confidence, but it just doesn't feel like Nemiga are comfortable right now.
Well, Nemiga opted to take it to Dust 2. It could have been Mirage, and they've chosen to take it here as can't get anything. Spotless! Getting slapped around. This is a rapid Dust 2 so far.
Yeah, it really has flown by. I mean, what, we've barely got started, what, like 9 minutes, I think, so far. in the server, 5-0 already, and the CTs will take a timeout. This is an emergency meeting now. Coach on the mic.
They have the full buy, Khan back into the AWP. Just go for a standard hold, boys. Just get your long control, post Khan up towards mid, long, or ramp. Get your A rotating rifle to chip in towards CT spawn, lock down B. If you're worried about the mid to Bs, we've seen ways that VP tried to deal with that. They boosted Flit in CT on the tall box. So there are solutions to your problems, but just get a standard round going. Put your AWPer in a strong position to actually try and find a dent and avoid that as NQZ. We've seen him heat up before.
I mean, he was one of the main key reasons that Anubis ended up going their way. Started really heating up towards the tail end there. And Zwei on screens. Of course, you know, a rising star, a name that people are excited to see develop. And at his first major, having a rather difficult game of Counter-Strike.
Look how quick this is up Cat.
Every time. I mean, it looks like Lear is solo short with the rifle. He'll back away. And Davideus is getting cheeky. Oh, wait, risky bomb on the reload. Yep, they're coming through on the reload. He's in trouble. Oh, cover from Khan. Needed that. There's more, though. Snow and DGTs. Wait, dinks on Snow. 20 HP.
This is it.
Oh, yeah, Zanta spots out. Missed shot from the AWP. That's good. NQZ's on notice. Big Uzera half health as well. Now, he has A, but the bomb is under Zwei. Bizarre turn of events.
Yeah, fortunately, there's a minute on the clock to settle back into this. NQZ is going to go all the way back through T-spawn. So once this AWP is able to get over towards Suicide or even back Cat, the field can be leveled up. So they tried to react off of the info, as you highlighted. They did punish, but there was some good trades. And, oh, necessary.
Big.
Now NQZ, this is a tough clutch.
Yeah, with this HP as well, this would be a miraculous clutch.
But they lost complete track. They knew that he was a B player, right? So that smoke comes in. He's trying to back away. NQZ had been noted earlier in the round over towards B. Through the smoke.
Fade on the fade. Oh, wow.
What a great way to play that clutch.
Game. Damn, the impact out of his 2 kills there.
You think you'd just play the bomb in that situation, force NQZ to actually have to get out of the mid doors to pick it up. But Xanta, as the smoke's fading, waltzes through, and Big Uzera feeling some frustrations there. But the way that those trades went down, I thought that they responded correctly. So, you know, Khan gets that kill, traded by Snow. A couple of nice frags come in towards B. The bomb overextends. Pipped at the post as Xanta will confirm the first round for Nemiga, but you need consecutive.
Yes, that is the miracle. That is the magic formula. You need 2 consecutive and a different approach for the T side to start.
Still very suffocating pressure early, right? You've got a player already who's been able to pipe down middle. They throw that molly on Cat. They make sure that the AWP can't swing out, and the AWP this time will be able to get the space. Davideus and DGT with the bomb back towards long. Khan's on the line. Xanta's here as the other 3 are postured in lower. Do they fake a mid to B, then a late long walk out? Oh, Xanta's creeping on the jump. He's noisy. Oh, okay. Made no secrets, so his pressure is respected.
They've actually called NQZ over, so if Xanta goes for another jump spot, risky Bob under so much pressure in middle, DGT has managed to catch him. Okay, so now Khan's called upon. Nice catch. Just before the long smoke bloomed. Oh, do you dare? Do you dare? Risky and Lynn go forward. Spam from Davideus kind of rumbles them. And now on the reload, he's going to be punished. The cover is not there. Oh, he's done well. Davideus overwhelmed, and the bomb is now lost. But wait, Snow thrust into a clutch and pivots. I thought he was going to try and punish them on long there, but
yeah, looking for the
dug into
rotation.
pit. Yeah.
So this round is likely over. There's nothing that Snow can really do now with 30 seconds. He's chasing ghosts. Zwei, by going all the way through T-spawn, has avoided this pressure. He'll be able to make sure that Snow can't go back through the long doors.
Yeah, they got it now.
And then Ziriski and Khan just get to focus towards A. So Snow, you're just going to have to save, my friend. 8 kills short, but this one is going to be hollow. Consecutive rounds. There it is. Risky has another AWP at the moment. I'll be curious to see if they want to run double AWP setup going forward. We'll see if he trades that out at the tail end of the round. But one of the keys that I liked in these last couple is Nemiga taking the fight to paint. Think about the way that the trade game has gone. They're taking these duels, they're getting stuck in. They're not just getting isolated one by one. A great kill from Khan onto NQZ. That's the AWP head-to-head right there. You're going to need an awful lot more of that out of Khan. And there you go. They're finding some punch. This is what you need from Nemiga. It's going to force the tactical timeout now out of Rix. So Payne will have this conversation. There's money for the buy. Don't you worry about that. It's just, can they risk getting the AWP into NQZ's hands. DGT could drop it across, but then he's going to be operating with just Kevlar, no head armor. So if they're willing to make that type of a maneuver, sure, but it appears like it's going to be AK-47s aplenty. At that point, then, you take a look at the spawns. What are they working with? Well, nothing really great for long. It's going to be Snow with the best out of the bunch. So they could go for the pace change. It could be a late pop. But without the AWP in the mix and double on the other side, there might be trouble a-brewing for Pain. This is the chance to get your money flatlined as they now maneuver into the traditional configuration of a default. Oh, Khan continuing to play with conviction. I love this. No regrets. Not going to go out in the major without playing your game and taking some risks.
And risk this is gambling. They don't accelerate middle. Hoping for an overextension. He'll concede. Didn't get that immediate lackadaisical walk from Big Uzera he was so hoping for. He's failed on the smoke break there. It's the power of that hingy smoke. Oof! Oof! Missed opportunity. Crisscross smokes. That is difficult for an AWP to handle, Chad.
Are they aware, though, of double AWPs? Right now, Khan should go to site and Zwei should take over mid to B. This is a kill.
Yeah, Zanta didn't fall for the bait.
Oh!
So
that's the nerves.
Yeah.
All right, well, I don't think they know about the double AWP.
DGT beat him last time in the same kind of duel. How is he? Oh. Yeah, X-ray toggle's perfect here.
Oh! Did he look at his radar?
Yeah, I don't know how he saw that. Asleep at the wheel. Nice shot. Should be punished. Turning the flash actually cost him. There was a momentary timing to punish on Khan, but forced to turn away on that team flash.
Well, if Davides thinks he can walk out without an AWP train in his position, because Khan, the primary AWP, has got a kill now over towards middle, he's going to be sorely mistaken.
Yeah, especially if you get baited in. You're going to see Lear on the jiggle or the nade trajectory, and then you walk in. Perfect. Baited.
We're going to try and save, but Xanta's already behind them here. He can deny everything. Ooh. He won the fight at long, and now he gets to deny these rifles. They're peering back from short. They might just want to stay here for the save, but as time gets lower, if they go down after time, this is going to sting.
This is going to hurt, Chad. 5, 4, 3... Oh, just before the time as well.
Well, they were kind. Nemiga. That is very generous of you to give them the loss bonus. That could have screwed the rest of this half for them because it's now 3 consecutive rounds. Pistol, rifle rounds, 5 out the gate. On map number 3, it was looking very strong, looking like a landslide. But Nemiga, I don't know what the conversation was, but I'm glad that they found their fight. They're not backing away from duels. They're staying jarring. They're getting aggressive. And now Khan's starting to hit a couple of nice shots, necessary shots. Oh!
Okay, yeah, so's MQZ, though. Khan cut down out of the round right at the start of things, and, well, they can't afford to slip up here.
Xanta's going to push long again.
You just got your teeth in. You just got hold of it.
You don't think he was spotted?
Xanta plays this very much backing his individual aim, and it's been rewarded in the last couple of exchanges.
More bodies to come over and try and flush him out. So Xanta, you could get to farm them up here. You have the shadow advantage in these duels.
Yeah, he doesn't also want to give away a way back in. So that sounds heard by Xanta. Doesn't even throw his smoke. He's happy to take these duels. Okay. Now perhaps he'd like some help. Flash will be thrown to delay them. Oh, and they chase him down, but he does hit the reaction headshot. Leg into risky. Forced down will have to be respectful. NQZ can hit these shots if you give him the opportunity to do so. Partners up with Snow and just a Desert Eagle. Ooh, wasn't far off on his pre-aim. And down they will fall. So that is a real run from Nemiga, just as it looked like Pain were going to run away with this T-side. 4 consecutive CT rounds. And that's one hell of a shot from NQZ.
Everybody from A there started darting towards the secondary AWP. And I don't know if they picked it up, but they are still able to run double AWPs because of the finances. So either way, it will continue to be part of the game plan. And this is one way that can be softened up against a lot of these like mid-walks. You're going to take out contact plays out of the strat book from poor Rix here, who's taken the second tactical timeout. So feeling some desperation now that the rounds are being slathered on against them. The momentum, has that been sucked out as well? Because in these last 4, sure, it's been the humbling of the economy that has really hampered the potential approach of Pain. The bomb hasn't gone down. You feel like that has to change now that the max loss bonus is on their side. Even if they lose the round, get into a site, get that bomb down, as you can hear those celebrations. That's from the Mainstream right now, Mouse versus Liquid, locking horns. That's gone the distance. The other 0-2 match. One of those two titans of Counter-Strike, at least as far as the namesake is concerned, will be eliminated to join Falcons as a hopeful.
It's baffling. It's baffling that those two names are clashing in the same place as these 5 major rookies and a team that have been rather cursed for their season. Both in a 0-2 affair. Stark contrast.
Are they ready for the right side? That's the question.
Oh, wow. Quick from NQZ, but Khan finds the lethality.
He's got the better of him in a couple of rounds now. I understand NQZ took him with the scout, but this was a rifle round. This is the important one. So you get the leg shot onto Zwei, sure, but Bogdan's law into play. Zwei just gets to use the AWP back at plat as reeling from a man disadvantage now will be pain.
Just after your coach just took a timeout as well.
This is huge from Khan. The bomb's late coming cat and Snow's lower dark. So the timing could have the bomb spilled out if they wanted to go for an A execute. They're blocked for now. They will wait this out. Whoa, risky Bob's AWP now is mid-doors.
Yeah, and Khan loses his head to DGT on the walk-up. They're going to have to accelerate. Lear to be tested. Santa, he's in the right place to lend a hand as well, and calm, composed first is good. Lear down after one.
But Zwei got leg. This is a tough retake. Both have AWPs right now.
AWP retake? Oh, he hasn't planted yet. But it feels like it's a guarantee. Risky's not playing to disrupt the plant. Zwei just holding for the potential to retreat.
Sound cue will allow Zwei to accelerate.
Well,
Zwei moves.
How on earth do you win this one with 2 AWPs? Especially when the healthy one gets beheaded. Okay, DGT. He's given them what they need. Pain saved. DGT, the new addition, a quad kill into a clutch. That's masterful.
It was always going to be so tough with the 2 players left alive, considering the circumstances in that. And the reaction was great, right? They understand Risky Bob's got the AWP kill from CT. They know that the other AWP was on Khan. He dies with a rifle in his hands. They piece this together immediately. Both AWPs out of position. Let's take A. You'll take those duels against Lear and Xanta, and they come out on top. The low HP of Zwei, if he could have found a rifle, it would have been something better to work with. Same for Risky Bob. Now the money. Tough on both sides. MP9's Galil's. Either side of the server, hamstrung. 2 rounds left of this half. Who's going to walk away with the lead, or are we all going to be tied up? Nemiga are the ones who are going to have to voice concern. Biggies are tagged. Does he really look again?
He loves it. He's made a step, it doesn't matter. He plays it his own way. That is the Xanta way.
He's not anchoring long.
No, no.
He's making bedroom his bitch.
Yeah.
You don't walk in there. Make sure you knock.
Fuck on the door handle. Oh, wow.
It removes that avenue for you as pain. Like, really, you can't go long.
If you do, you better be ready to fight.
Well, if they pop into B, it's not a terrible call. It's Lear alongside his way. They don't have any crowd control. Oh, actually, there's a molly on Lear. This could be well placed.
If they throw the lurk
It's just
smoke.
the 2 of them here.
Okay, deeper. He can't throw it, though. Yep, just well timed. It's great. It gives him time to tuck into this powerful corner for the lurk smoke. And now you've got Zwei going to break it, expose them, and spap! Empty hands. Empty hands for Zwei, and the run and gun from Big Uzera. Round done. Hit him on the cross if you can, but the bomb will be planted, and the round is coming Payne's way.
Oh, you get the opening kill for free thanks to Xanta, and then you fumble the bag like that. That nade is great to play for information, but Zwei gets nothing. A kill or staying alive is great, because in that point he can be screaming. Then he can stand back up when the smoke starts to replenish the position, spam through. He actually did himself a disservice. Hi, here I am. Here's a kill. Here's the way in. And then poor Lear. He's just stuck in such a terrible position. We've seen multiple teams now. Look at that.
Whoa.
Wow. What a shot.
I think Davides and Big Uzera reflex into him. Oh, yeah. Some rough rounds for Zwei. And it's such a, you know, it's a career-defining, intense trip to Austin. 7 for Pain and more to be had. A 5th feels like it would be a real soften of the blow for your CT side, Hall.
You've taken back momentum, haven't you?
They have, yeah, and it could spiral even further in this last round.
Again, I love the fact that they brought some fight, right? They were struggling, they were 5-0 down, they started to play aggressive, they were getting stuck in, they were taking a lot more duels, they were grouped up. When they found out where Pain players were, they kind of swarmed them. There's been a couple of missteps. The DGT clutch, that's going to haunt them, and that one right there for Paws Way. And that's really frustrating for the young man. So right now, they did get the saves through. They've been able to equip an MP9 and a FAMAS, but you might have to go back to what you were doing. Use your spawns, push in a lower, try and force yourself into the fight as opposed to being dictated to.
You want to talk about spawns, Big Azera's got the best. Whether or not he wants to take it, it remains to be seen.
I think in this type of round, it's probably not worth the rush, right? You're getting mid control, you're being able to execute through short, you just 4v5 executed into B. Just play a standard round. Nemiga aren't putting up the resistance required for you to have to be forced into an A rush.
Santa, it looks like they do want to try a different approach.
Yeah, all right, try and get in here this time.
Yeah, their boost is actually the perfect
If he can get in there and take bedroom now, I will be the most impressed I've ever been.
Yeah, I think so too.
Come on, Xanta. Oh, Khan onto Snow this time. Another opening for Khan. I think that's maybe his 3rd opener so far, maybe 4th. So he's found one as well.
If Xanta gets anything, oh, he's the long monster. You can't get past him. Xanta's long, baby. They got 5 to work with. Maybe it's not over for Nemiga yet.
Pistols are the problem for Nemiga, and this one couldn't mean more. Their major life on the line. These young lads rocking up to their first ever major, Stage 1, Stage 2, and now fighting for survival in Stage 3 against Pain. A familiar foe, a best-of-1 loss to them in Stage 2, 13-7. And only 1 pistol out of 7 played so far against them.
Bomb! Oh, no! Your tail end, it's a tail as old as dust to itself. Bomb left last, caught by the mid push. Zwei comes back with hits the headshot, but Davideus does the same.
Biggie is unknown.
Yeah, and they do at least retrieve the bomb, but NQZ will be able to try and tap him on the cross.
He should be able to get in.
Okay, smoke for that.
Molly from Lear. Use that
Molly
short. They're going to scale ahead. Oh, okay, they're going to respect it. Bomb will go down.
Hey, a bomb plant, that's already feeling like a mini win. Maybe you only eco in the second round after all for Nemiga.
They're waiting for Big Uzera.
Oh, nice. Santa's just got a constellation frag. Wait, that is the fight. He doesn't win it, and now Big Uzera's making it hurt while his teammate gets taken down. Overrun. Nice headshot, but they're on the defuse. Elects to take the longer range pistol. A P2000 in 4 seconds to hit this headshot. You've got to hit it, but Snow long range. Dual Berettas connect. 8-5, Pain in it to win it now.
They say numbers can't hurt you, but 7 out of 8 as far as pistol rounds is concerned would hurt me as Nemiga. Just in this head-to-head. I've said it a bunch of times. Their pistol rounds in the tournament aren't terrible. It's just against Pain. They really struggle with the pistols. At least this time they get the bomb down. And normally when we talk about the pistols going against Nemiga, they would take the save into the second. I have to check my numbers right now, but I'm pretty sure they have not won a second round force by conversion in the entire tournament. It's going to take me a minute to triangulate the position and make sure, but when I was doing my prep coming into this game, I think they hadn't won a single second round force. And normally that's because they don't force. So right now, this is all in. And that, you bang on, right? The fact that it's the bomb, and you just... Why is Khan, the guy who has to throw the YouTube, being left in that situation? There's just those level of mistakes cannot be happening in a pressure matchup like this. Those are the ones that are going to haunt you.
Yeah, and I will admit that it takes a very good shot to punish, but it was a good team you're up against, and they will hit those. All right, well, let's see how they can make this one work, shall we? A scout and 4 Galils, everyone barely equipped with a single nade. You got 1 smoke and 2 flashes, Chad. It better be a good plan. And it looks like the plan starts and ends with B. Oh, and Snow gets caught off guard. DGT goes down, but he takes 2 with him. Maybe there is a conversation to be had, but Khan cuts down the first rotator. Big Uzera loses his head, and Davideus late to try and find that trade. This is for all the marbles now. A second round conversion worth its weight in gold for Nemiga. It feels like Pain might want to give it to them. NQZ backing away. Davideus putting his rod in the water to see if he can find anything.
This one's on.
He will. NQZ returns to investigate. Bomb is half gone. Kit available, but not having a look.
This is the first time in 15 lost pistols. It'd actually be more, right? It would be with this map once we add it to the tally. So with 17 lost pistols, that means that you've had 17 opportunities to go for a second round force buy across your run. You have not won until this very moment. So on the 17th time of asking, they get their first round 2 break.
And it's timely.
That is the first time. This is over 17 maps of Counter-Strike.
Crazy. That is crazy. That is unbelievable. And I mean, it's something as simple as let's go B. Khan hits a banger here. That's from getting too crazy. And
we had the force by walls on Anubis, and Pain ended up coming out on top.
You're right.
Long clash.
Pushing mid. Just charging up. He's been spotted out. Headshot found. Nice from Snow. Lears are gone. Dead man. Davideus necessary. NQZ hits double kill up mid. Well, that's it then. Okay, no worries. Sure, you won the second round, but can you win the third? Oh, yeah, I know what that word means.
Yeah, that one's a naughty one, Snow. All right,
well, up the boys. I mean, you saw that they were head in hands.
The thing is, there was only 2. There was no follow-through for a 3rd or 4th player. There wasn't even an extinguish. So Snow, that's insane. He's completely blind in a smoke.
Yep.
That is an insane opener. And then everybody else are just the dregs. What?
Oh, right. Disbelief on their face. 5 alive.
Just as they were celebrating, I don't think they would even know that's the first second round break that they've gotten in the entire tournament.
They'd have known it felt weird.
Yeah, okay, hold up. Well, first of all, we forced sport, and then second of all, we won it.
Yeah.
But now this string of rounds, it gets even tougher.
Oh.
You got to do it again, and this time with less.
I mean, this is where you call upon an individual, don't you? Someone to just step up, take some initiative, find a gap, find a head. It looks like it might be Risky Bob. Pushes out mid. They smoke CT to get them across. I like that. It's going to be isolating the 2B defenders. Starting to get aware of it. And DGT in Snow. For the whole team in front of them. Okay, empty hands for DGT. Headshot found as well. B-side collapses, and we are trading blows.
It's getting tense out here now. Again, it comes down to Nemiga making sure they're the ones who are able to break serve and get consecutive rounds if they really want to be back in this game. Because of the buffer that they're currently working with on the CT side, which is now just going to be clawed back to 2 again. They're saving an AK, saving a scout. That's not too shabby whatsoever as they're looking for punishment once more. I would, there you go, an M4 is even better than a scout as NQZ. I think he's been noted. He slightly peppered. I would want to draw everybody's attention. If you're not watching, make sure you get it on another monitor, and I'm sure you all are, but keep your eyes on MongolZ versus Liquid. Third map, 0-2, both stage 3 teams. They've only played 2 days worth of Counter-Strike, and one of the 2 is going to be getting sent home. That one is getting damn tense over there. Liquid CT side, third map Mirage, and it's double digits for both teams.
Yeah. Crazy. Crazy to think that a stage 3 team could be getting eliminated and a stage 1 could be celebrating.
Oh, that's a big roar. So that's another round going to be added to one of those 2 teams' tallies on that side. But we'll continue to lock horns with this one. We may as well just say we're into the rifle rounds now as everybody with the FAMAS. Oh, Big Uzera. I was going to say FAMAS or better. He gets into a late MP9, so okay. 9 players with rifles. Big Uzera with an SMG. Utility, name of the play. So many bodies around middle. Look at the radar.
Whoa, lots of tracers pushing through that smoke, and it's Khan and Xanta worse for wear off the back of it.
They can't lose another, surely. They just have to break serve here. Oh!
Yeah, that's not fun. Okay, well, an AK upgrade for Lear. Surely Pain are going to be aware of the vulnerabilities on B. It's been exploited on multiple occasions already in this half.
That impromptu smoke's going to have a gap over the top. Oh, it's drawn them to focus more on middle because last round the lion's share of the fight came out the mid doors. This time it's going to be through upper tunnel. Smoke's faded. Here they go.
Risky Bob, what a pickoff! What a huge find! It means Snow is now about to have to go 1v3 on B. Holds his nerve, tracking. He only gets the 1, and it could signify the end of this round and the gap closing further.
So they give it a look. Davideus is fast. He might catch Risky Bob. He's ready for this.
You're right. He's holding for it.
Oh!
He just turned around. Risky Bob's gone.
They give it a go now.
Yeah, he's giving him a way in. Sway and Lear. So much to play for. This is a round with momentum written all over it. Spots out 1. Idea that 2 may be coming tons. Bit of util available. That was the fight. Lear couldn't finish it. A 1v3 for Sway. Impact if he can hit it, but he can't. Davideus delivers. And a 10th on the board, double digits found. Close, but no cigar for Nemiga.
I can't quite believe that timing on Risky Bob.
Right, just turns around.
He was watching it. Like the fact that he was even cognizant of the possibility is absolutely insane, and then turns away. This is how it starts. Xanta goes down. He even turns back into the fight, but Davideus denies. Lear, I think he makes the right play because they know that there's 2 tunnels. He tries to isolate the fight. Zway picks up a smoke, which changes his mind. He smokes upper tunnels. And I'm Risky Bob. Yeah, you're frustrated as all hell, but we haven't yet been able to get consecutive rounds. This is just like Anubis.
Look what they're coming into this one with. I mean, it's just ugly. Armored Glock for Xanta, the backup. Playing hot potato with what little guns they could cobble together.
They continue to go for the B split, though. It looks like they're primed to do so again.
Yeah, Lear's lining up. Risky Bob's poking his nose out. DGT and Big Uzera, however, have the crossfire established here.
Better equipped this time is Big Uzera. No more SMG for the in-game leader.
And you're blocked. Do you respect it? Seems they will.
Oh, you can see Zwei constantly he's been playing with his headphones, so this is another thing. I know they've played a lot of maps at LAN, but the pressure's on. He starts to feel even more uncomfortable in that chair. Khan calls out the B util. Over 50 seconds, still plenty of time. Log's being called clear. Davideus sees nothing in bedroom. Big Zero floats back towards A. NQZ over towards Goose. Doesn't have the weapon for the job of the AWP to play from ramp or game helper. Is it an A fake into the B split? Well, they have limited utility, so whatever the call is, it better be damn good. 30 seconds now. That's run real quick.
Yeah, this is more signature from the previous maps, running that clock down. Big Uzera, and QZ's getting Molotoved into position, and still he gets output. How? Has he gotten one there? Zwei gone. Big Uzera, empty-handed. It's just Davideus
9
on
seconds.
the site. They have to be planting. They have to be planting. Lear gets it in time. Headshot in the cover from Khan. Oh, good find on the jump up. Khan gets the end. Oh, what are they doing? Jumping into their jaws. Oh, Pain will take 11. Nemiga. They're on elimination. It's calling now 11 for their opponent, 2 away from the Nemiga story being brought to a close.
It's just like Anubis. It was Pain who were the ones who eventually broke serve in 1 consecutive rounds. And they do this second jump up expecting DGT to have looked away. But he was just sticking to his guns. And that was a tough retake down to the wire. They're forced by an in. This is for the game. Ancient. The insufficient nature of Pain's map pool put on full display to kick off this elimination series at 0-2. They lose it, but Anubis, they work back in an orange map. That's where they're able to deliver their best. Another forced by scenario for Nemiga.
Hope dwindles.
He got that NQZ all. Thought it was hard to get past the rifle.
You got Risky Bob Scout. And they are going to test them once more on A.
Well blocked. Decent damage with the nade. Lear takes the brunt of it, down to 61 points of health. Again, nothing to report over towards long for Davideus. NQZ's AWP. It's going to start B. So if it isn't execute, he isn't going to be able to have that same level of impact he would like. Retaking in could be tough.
They've got one single smoke after this.
Sowing the seeds of doubt with the mid to B yet again, but it's going to be this explosion out short. Another block smoke.
Oh, it really is going to be perfectly timed. Oh, wow, DGT. He was ready for the punish on his smoke. Not just one, but 2.
This is a horrible feeling right now. It's dawned on Nemiga.
Yeah.
You can't break into this round. You have a Galil, you have a Deagle, you've got 2 players, well, one who's bleeding out internally, and a bloody Scout to work with. Next round, you have 2,400. This has been a run at the major. This stage 1 team, they've made squads work. But right now, they're getting worked. And DGT, can he find more?
Oh, he needed them both, yeah. Too easy for the 2 of them. Big Uzera, Davideus, stand and bang. The writing's on the wall. 5 major rookies making a hell of a splash, but looks like it could be coming to a close in this 3rd map. A reverse sweep from the South American squad.
This has all been in pursuit of salvaging their season. The coach standing in, academy players in the roster, Kawe's out, DGT in, visa issues. Big Uzera sidelined with medical issues, couldn't fly to Melbourne. And right now, the major, where it matters most, they're keeping themselves alive in stage 3.
Hardcore.
They consider themselves a formidable opponent, and they have shown to be over the last year and a bit of Counter-Strike. But just 2025, it hasn't gone their way. Can they close it right here, right now?
Santa, oh, he's pipped a very nice gap through the util, trying to find it, but with this weapon, he's just hoping they're up close. They're not. NQZ's just passively orbed up on the short cross.
There's essentially 3 towards B. They're coming in now. This is it.
Okay, Sway's on his way. CGT, no one's looking at him. Another double. The impact keeps being felt. 19 kills and counting. Good finds back from Khan, but Snow was overlooked. It's just Santa. Pain Gaming to send the Nemiga boys home. Third stage, too much for them to trifle with. A 1v2 demanded of him. He's on the wrong side of the map. Bomb down under Snow's control. A reverse sweep from Pain Gaming. You can see how much it means to them. As you've discussed, it has been a tumultuous season, but looking to end it with some redemption for Nemiga. It ends here. A long journey from stage 1, plenty of reps on LAN, most of the actual LAN reps happening at Blast TV Austin.
Yeah, they've got a lot of games in here, and they've also put themselves in the shop window. These young guns, it's great to see what they've been able to deliver, but under the pressure, under the bright lights of this one, they will be eliminated. They took down Imperial in a best-of-1, Lynn Vision. It was FlyQuest 2-0 in stage 1. They move into stage 2. They lose to Pain on this very map, 13-7. A win over MIBR in overtime. A loss to 3D Max. They 2-0'd M80. They 2-0'd Heroic, probably the biggest scalp that they took throughout their run. And then the field, it changed. The caliber of opposition, it was turned up a notch. A loss to Na'Vi, one to Vitality, and then a rematch against Pain, where sure, they got the best of 3, sure, they got the opening map, but they were unable to deliver on Anubis. And that will be the end of the run. It's going to feel hard right now, but this is a team that plays primarily all their Counter-Strike online. This is a great showing for them. We've seen them in a couple of international tournaments throughout the year. They've been at EPL. Last year, they were at Chengdu. But it's all about Pain today. They will survive. They're still looking to salvage their season, and they're not out of the conversation yet. Some of the bigger names in Counter-Strike are floundering, are struggling, and Pain, they're getting reps together. They've only had DGT in this roster for a month. So looking to find their final form before we head into that tournament break. And today's a confidence-building win as they were pushed through 3 maps of CS. It's going to be tough to see them in other best-of-3s, Alex. If we get more matchups where teams are happy to pick Ancient against them, it's still going to need more time in the lab now that they've moved away from training their map pool. So it's going to be tough here for Pain, but they can hold their heads high today.
Yeah, certainly today is another day of play. They've survived. And I do highly recommend that while we finish this game, there is another one that's about to be finished over on the main stream.
Yeah, absolute barn burner. Make sure you tune into Liquid versus MongolZ. Final game of the day. One of the 2 teams will be sent home. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow. 2 days left in Swiss stage for stage 3. And then the playoffs are just around the corner.
What's up, everybody? I'm Darth Mike. I'm going to be running around the venue, taking you behind the scenes, showing you a lot of the action, filming a ton of content. We're going to go ahead and take a tour of the studio, see where the magic happens, see where the games are going to be going live. Teams are getting ready to set up, so let's go ahead and let's do it. Welcome in to the Blast TV Austin Major Studio. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. We've got so many beautiful things to look at. This is where the first 3 stages of the Major are going to occur. We got 32 teams rocking up. It's in this studio where everything begins, where we first learn to respect underdog. This is the mix zone. This is where the press will be after the games to catch players as they come off, get their interviews, get their snippet, give you guys a little insight. But here, as we come around the corner, this is where the magic happens. We've got 8 setups. Top of the line Alienware monitors, blacklight chairs, desks, everything you could possibly want to achieve your absolute best as a player. But these setups, we've got 8 of them, and that means that one set of teams can be setting up while the other set of teams is playing, so that we don't have any elongated breaks if everything works as planned. Knock on, that's not wood, but it'll be good enough. So with these 32 teams coming in, there's a lot of rookies. With the expansion of the Major, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of fresh faces coming through. And while the setups do a great job of allowing you to adjust, to tweak, to raise your level, to lower your chair, to do everything you could need to make yourself as comfortable as possible, let's be real. We all know what's on the line. We all know the stakes. It's never going to be as easy as when you're playing at home. We're coming down to the end of the row, and here's where the broadcast magic happens. They don't let me touch the cameras anymore, not since the incident, so we'll leave that alone. I move on in here to the jib. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these. But again, not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where we have created this marvel of carbon fiber and electronics to bring you the absolute peak of analytical experience here at the Blast TV Austin Major. We have the beautiful Austin skyline on the LED wall behind me. They can change that to anything that they want. They got so much power here. And in between the games, in between the matches, they're going to be breaking down the information. They're going to be bringing you the highlights. They're going to be updating you on the storyline, keeping you abreast of the situation. And it's from this desk that our analysts can peer all the way down the room at those far setups so they can see the hype moments and maybe critique a player's posture. And if you're wondering why I'm so brilliant and beautiful and tall like these giant skyscrapers behind me, well, we got a little bit of secret. If you look down, this is just a little bit of a box there. That's a lower tech solution. But you know, sometimes everybody needs a bit of a lift. In a minute here, this hall is going to fill back up with players and the games will commence. The screams of triumph, the cries of agony, the noises of defeat, those are all going to ring through the halls of this studio. So without further ado, let the games begin.